And suddenly I'm taking flight, spark in the air, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar. I'm never touching down again. I'm sailing on eternal waves, fanning the flame, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar. First light comes to break, dark night falls away. Something deep inside looming. Finally strong enough, heart is waking up to the dawn as it's calling. I'm reaching up to touch the sky, and suddenly I'm taking flight, spark in the air, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar. I'm never touching down again. I'm sailing on eternal waves, fanning the flame, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar.
Took the keys to your Mercedes and went for a drive. Never Dance Again was playing, I'm going 85. I taste the liquor on my breath now, I'm out of my mind. But you're the one who's burning bridges, so let's go for a dive. Got the gasoline, gonna make a scene. Standing on the edge of a cliff, I bet no one ever sees. You're dipping out on me, I got the receipts. I was hanging on the edge of the words you said, but I found your secret. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. 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 I lit a cigarette and burned a heart shape on my tongue. Starting to lose all the feeling for you going numb. Don't tell that shaky alibi you're way out of your mind. And I don't need your 2 cents, not a nickel, no a dime. Pour the gasoline on your off-white beam. I'm placing all my bets on the cards you've dealt me. My hands gon' beat you. You're dipping out on me, I got the receipts. And all the things I let you get away with, you gon' find your keeper. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. Look what you made me. So come on and make my day. It's a lovely morning and I'm feeling better than ever. And whatever we do, we'll do it together. Mona Lisa's smile is nothing compared to this day. We will laugh and we will make colors out of gray. I've got a good, good feeling. Time for soul healing. I've got a good, good feeling. So come on and make my day. Let's meet the world outside. Gonna be okay. All the things we do, we'll do it our way. Come on, we gotta hurry up and remember one thing, that no one really knows what tomorrow will bring. I've got a good, good feeling. Time for soul healing. I've got a good, good feeling. So come on and make my day. I've got a good, good feeling. Good, good feeling. Time for soul healing. Time for soul healing. I've got a good, good feeling. Good, good feeling. So come on and make my day. I've got a good, good feeling. Time for soul healing. I've got a good, good feeling. So come on and make my day.
Yo, where my party people at? Aha. We pump the party up. We pump the party up. Pump the party. Kick it. We pump the party up. 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 Pump the party. Get down.
Here we go again.
Gotta get on point.
siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not ready, baby. I'm gonna use you and abuse you. Tie a track on your back, run you down, look behind a fallen angel. Like a siren, I'm a beacon in the tunnel, light me up like green lightning. Danger, danger, look where you're going. Your heart is pumping and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is all a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is going after you. Danger, 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 danger. Look where you're headed, got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is coming after you.
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room. 'Cause we were born to achieve a dream, so just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the glow, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the glow, the game is on. The game is on. The game is on.
thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we could meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your egg shackle. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, you're wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service.
I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in, I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in, I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in.
I'm going 50 for 50. Me and the team is superb. I got it out of the dirt. I put it out of the ground. Everything on my own, Too cold to the bone, Top dog, I'm alone. Whole back to the throne. Yeah, hey, look at the shine on the ring. Look at the ring, I'm a king. Look at the king in his court, it's a breaking report. I got time to make amends. Hey, time to get the win. Hey, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in, I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in, yeah. I gotta win, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot, I'm here, so say it again. They sound crazy, I agree with that notion. Come through like train, look on my motion. I came from the gutter, why you turn around, you don't know. Everybody thirsty, I know. Eating granny while around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no. My teeth look like I'm in snow cone. My big truck messing up the ozone. If you ride my way, better hold on. I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in, I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you used to score. I'm going in.
내 눈에 비친 창문 눈을 감아 and I'm not, cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got feels by my face. Oh, and I'll show you a heart full of fire. I can't fight it. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you what I'm
I don't know where I've been, hiding out in a dream. I need someone to help me. I need someone to lean on when it gets dark on your own. I need someone to take me home. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on.
Days gone, I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. just like this. It will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape.
Once upon a time, you gave me love, you gave me light, then you took it back. All I had, just like that. Lonesome summer nights, you got my hopes up way too high. Can't get it back. All we had, just like that. Cold as ice, numb. It feels like when you're here and then you say goodbye. I know better now than to let you let me down, let you let me down. I know better now after everything I found. You told me pretty lies, I let you let me down, but I know better now. Someone tell me why it's not enough. All of this time you took it back. All we had, just like that. Look me in the eyes, tell me how it was. We used to be so high, it fades to black. All we had, just like that. Cold as ice, numb. It feels like when you're here and then you say goodbye. I know better now than to let you let me down, let you let me down. I know better now after everything I found. You told me pretty lies, I let you let me down, but I know better now.
Opening night, everything is cool. Open up your mind, and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you will see the light. Open up your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me,
identity, you and me.
Welcome to Trivia Trial, our new LPL show where we take you through all the memes and all of the hidden spices of this league. I'm going to be your host, Clement Chu, and with me are my two lovely guests.
Yeah, and already the spiciest meme is how many times we've done this intro already.
And I'm Dagda. I'm Dagda. Good to be here. Let's get going. I'm ready to kick Joe's butt.
So here's... We're going to talk about the format just a little. For each episode, we're going to ask 5 questions. Some of them will be subjective. Most of them will be multi-choice. And at the end of it, someone is going to come out with a higher point score. And on the next episode, there will be a forfeit. So someone has to eat something spicy or they have to do something really stupid at the start of the second episode. Stay tuned for that one. We're going to go straight in.
And look, it's 100% going to be you. I'm not even going to be here. Like, I'm so confident. I'm just waiting for our punishment to arrive before I fly to Shanghai. That's how confident I am. I'm just like, I'm not even going to need it.
Hey, when you guys...
That's a lot of talk for a future loser, my friend.
When you guys come back, there's a lot of hot pots waiting for you. So I hope you get yourself prepared for that one. But we're going to go into the first question. Which of the two teams does War of the Dog and Pig refer to? This is a classic matchup between two LPL organizations, and you guys have to take turns. Give me your answers, starting with Joe.
Well, I think RNG is the dog, and I think EDG is the pig.
Is that your final answer? Are you sure
RNG
about that one?
EDG? I wasn't until you asked if I was sure about it.
Now you know what everyone feels on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
IG is the pig. RNG versus IG.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go for Dagda. What's your answer?
So I'm gonna say JDG because I know it's not like, I think that's supposed to be some sort of animal. I'm not entirely sure what. So I'm gonna go with JDG for one of them, and I don't know. Let's go orangey because Uzi was called Puppy. So JDG and orangey. We go with that one.
All right. The answer is both of you are half right. You only got the dog part correct, but you didn't get the pig part down, which is I'm a little bit sad. That's the JD Jing Dong demon dog, by the way.
I knew it was a demon. I didn't know what type of animal it was. I was just like, yeah, I mean, look, it's a little scrunchy little demon. That's as far as my thought process went. But it has, I don't know.
They put horns on the dog.
Wait,
it's hard.
So what was the answer?
The answer is actually EDG versus RNG. EDG because Clear Love is known...
So I had it.
I know, you doubted yourself. No.
Just remember that. Remember that when you're eating a hot pot, right? You were so close. You were just so close.
All right. So Uzi is the puppy. What's the pig?
The pig is Clear Love because Clear Love has been known as his fans has been known as the piglets.
Oh.
So it's the war between the pig and the dog. It's a classic matchup whenever RNG and EDG goes up. It's called in Chinese 猪狗大战. So unfortunately, neither of you got
make note
that
of that,
one
Joe,
correct.
so you can
We're
bring it
gonna
up
move on.
Broadcast next time, just the Chinese version. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Don't worry. Locked it. I don't want to say it now, just in case I embarrass you. But I'm gonna lock it away. Don't worry. Fluid.
Good start out to that one. For question 2, which girl group did Flandre proclaim to watch 1,000 times to give him the power over Nuggery? We did see EDG actually beat FPX in their first roundabout. And this is going to be a multi-choice question. Guys, this is about your K-pop knowledge. A is going to be Sistar, B, Wonder Girls, C, Twice, and D, G-Idol. Which of these K-pop groups is Flandre into?
I'm going with Twice because
sure
I know they fill me with power and happiness and pride and everything that I need to take on the world. So I'm going to go with Twice because just that, like, if I listen to Likey Likey, I'm good for the day. I'm ready to go. My entire day has been made and I can just, whatever life throws at me, I'm ready with. So I'm going to go with Twice. That's my answer for that.
The only K-pop I know is Bubble Pop and Gangnam Style, which I don't think really count. But I'm pretty sure I saw this meme on Twitter or on Weibo, and I want to say I think it was G Idol, but it might have been the third one you said. I'm kind of torn. Can I phone a friend? I'm gonna go with G Idol.
And the answer is G Idol. The point does go over to
Cheated.
Joe. Let's
Robbed.
go. First point.
Stands with me. Where's the twice stands?
My social media addiction is finally paying off.
We did see Nuguri actually get an endorsement when he was at Worlds with Dan Wong.
Oh yeah, that's it.
From Wonder Girls.
That one girl was wearing the T-shirt. Yeah.
Exactly. He was hyping Nuguri up, and Flandre felt like he needed a little bit of K-pop backup himself, but he went for G Idol instead. So that point does go over to Joe. Now we are going to go into a stats question. Which player is not part of the 2,000 kill club in the LPL? We're going to have 4 options right here. A, LWX, B, Uzi, C, Xiaohu, and D, Rookie. Which one is it going to be? I want, since Dagda went first last time, this is going to be Joe going first this time.
I believe it's LWX.
Yeah, LWX.
Okay. Both of you are correct here, so both of you get a point on this one. We just saw Xiaohu actually hit the 2K mark just a couple of days ago. LWX has been the best Slayer for multiple splits right now. He's currently sitting right behind Viper in that kill category as well, but unfortunately he only started LPL since 2017, so still doesn't have that much time to catch up on the 3 other players. Well done, gentlemen. I'm super impressed by that one.
Yeah, bedtime I got one.
That's good. It's only because it was a recent topic that I know the numbers off the top of my head. But, yeah.
Well done, well done.
You should have said SMLZ. That would have made it harder.
SMLZ is in the 2000.
That's why it would have been harder.
Man. No. I wasn't dissing him. I was saying have him as one of the 3 that are in. Anyway, it doesn't.
Oh, okay. I think I kind
Clement,
of
I think you're doing a great job as a host. Don't listen to Munch. I think you're absolutely wonderful. And honestly, I think you should deduct points from Joe. I mean, can you imagine coming in how horrible
think back
that is?
to when this guy was smack talking at the start, how confident he was, and now he's sucking up to the host because he's losing. Oh, it's adorable.
We do have subjective questions later on, so you can garner my favor. That is
I'm playing the long game.
But first, we have to go to... Yeah, it's a smart one. First, we have to go to question 4, and this actually comes out of a post-game interview, and this is, again, going to be a multi-choice one. Which team policy does Breathe attribute WE's 5-0 rise to? Option A is going to be escape room sessions with 0 hints. Option B, fines for illegal plays during scrims. Option C, relaxing team twister yoga. And option D is going to be best drafts in the league coming from coaching staff.
I'm gonna go with C just because that was oddly specific.
I wanna be different for the sake of competition, but if it's not C, it's gonna break my heart. I need the answer to be C on this one.
Yeah, it needs to know
Twister
twister yoga. Like specifically twister yoga.
Twister yoga, sorry. Twister
I've heard of hot yoga, I've
know
heard
what
of
that
like
is.
some weird yoga. I have not heard of twister yoga before.
We just have Alpro yoga
So,
here.
unfortunately, C is not the correct answer. I put that in there because Rogue Warriors actually did attribute some of their success in previous seasons into yoga sessions that the team had for them. But unfortunately, that was just a ruse. WE was not the one doing it. I'm going to give you both a second chance here. So, Dagda, what would your second answer be?
Yeah, can we repeat them?
Can you repeat the other options?
Okay, so A is going to be escape room sessions with 0 hints. B is going to be fines for illegal plays during scrims. And D is best drafts in the league coming from coaching staff.
So, I'm going to go with the escape rooms. Because I know they were kind of like talking a little bit about how they'd only kind of figured out partway through that they could actually play around Breed. So I feel like maybe the 5-0 wasn't from their drafts. But yeah, let's go with escape rooms. We'll give it the escape rooms.
Munch, your turn?
I'm gonna say it's the fines. I'm gonna say that it's like maybe they're not like big fines, but you get punished for just inting scrims, because inting scrims is notorious across the entire world in League of Legends. So I'd say maybe that is like the key to success.
Congratulations to Joe. You actually got this one correct again. 2-1 to Joe. This was done after.
That's 3-1. Surely. That's 3-1.
Nah, it's 2-1 for now. Hey,
no, he's 3. It's 3-1.
Wait a minute. You just got a point on.
Hang on. It is 3-1.
Wait a minute. But didn't both of you get LWS?
Yeah, and then he got first one and this one, right? Yeah.
Oh yes.
Wait, why am I helping you? No, it's 2-1. It's 2-1.
I forgot about it completely. I wasn't even keeping track.
In the name of honesty and justice.
I'm such a terrible
But it is
host.
starting to get out of hand a little bit for you here, Doctor. I thought you were a robot. I thought you know these things.
I underestimated
my
how
knowledge
much you
of
spend on
WWE,
Twitter. That's
secretly.
what I underestimated.
This one was intuition.
So I actually put escape sessions because that is something that the top esports did do. So it's an actual thing where teams try to do that to build team bonding, and it did get dagged onto that one. I'm sorry for you, but illegal fines for illegal plays is actually what WE did. They were a new team, and Breathe said that because each and every lane wanted to play super aggressive, so the coach instituted a fine, so they had to play around their jungler, and that made the team a lot more cohesive, and that gave them the 5-0 start into the LPL. Finding your players.
Yeah, Gage coming in hot. No more
I like that
illegal
this has happened
gameplay.
to Breathe as well. He gets off OMG and is just like let loose. He's just like, I gotta go. I'm off. I'm done. I'm ready to go. It's like, all right, no, they're fighting me. I gotta go back in my box.
Well, you know, I only prepared 5 questions.
Oh god.
So, to be honest, Joe, you pretty much have already won this one already. Unfortunately for Dagda,
I actually remember, Clement,
remember
you said that the last question counts as 2 points. Didn't you say? I'm pretty sure you said that. That was the. Didn't you? Yeah. See, remember, I can see that it's starting to tick over in your brain. There it is. Yeah.
I love how you're such a nice guy, Rob. The best you've managed to finagle yourself here is a tie. Even if you get this,
see,
like you could have just said 3
I'm a
points
smart
there.
person
Why
because I know that I'm not going to be able to finagle the win, but I also know that I do better with spice than you. So, it's in Clement's best interest to get both of us screwed with the hot pot or the hot sauce, and then he gets to enjoy both of us in misery.
Wait, do we both lose if it's a tie? Surely we both win if it's a tie.
I assumed we both lose.
All right, whatever. Bring it on. Bring on the finals challenge. Bring it on. 2 points. I'm happy with that. I want to beat you 5-1.
This is where you try to garner favor from me. Very simple question. Who is your best player out of the first 3 weeks of the LPL, and why? And I will give a point to the person I think has a better
Karsa, because he's from the LMS, one of the greatest regions that has ever produced players. And if I know Clement, he's all about the LMS. He's always been about the LMS. So
I love how low you're willing to go.
There's no
that was
holds
really
barred
good.
here.
Well done.
Look,
Well played.
My ship is sinking. I'm bringing Joe with me. I've got nowhere else to go. I'm already on the sea floor. I just gotta reach down and pull other people with me.
I don't think you can actually take Spice. I don't believe you.
I'm pretty good with Spice.
You're getting some hot pot episode 2.
You'd be surprised.
He's pretty good. All right. Well, if Dagda's going to sink that low, I'm going to go to the AD carry position. I'm going to talk about Betty. No,
it's not even playing.
It's obviously Viper. Come on now. You can't even say any other player. The only other contestant, realistically, is maybe Jackie Love for the one Kai'Sa play, but Viper has been insane. Like, every single game this guy is popping off. He's clearly the best player in the league. He's statistically the best player in the league. I don't see any other possible argument, especially Karsa, who's in the middle of the table right now. What a ridiculous argument.
Clement is a one-trick at heart, and he is a Kled one-trick at heart. And Doomby is the only one that has brought out Kled in the LPL. So it has to be Doomby! It has to be Doomby!
Your final answer was Karsa. What answer?
All right, I have to give this one to Dagda. I like the way you play this game. What? You know, you're groveling to me. You're going into all my back history. That's exactly the way I want it. I love this contestant. And also because it really doesn't matter, and Joe has won this episode.
No, that brings us to
I think the best player was Clement.
We're now 3-3
because he
We're now at
brought the
3-3. That's a tie.
Clement's play-by-play was the real MVP.
It's already been awarded.
Nah, it's gonna be a 3-2. Congratulations from Joe for sinking this one in.
Cheated.
I hope you guys.
That was
liked
supposed to be
this
2 points.
episode.
It was supposed to be 2
And-
points.
I'm sorry, Dagda. That was only 1 point.
Right.
That was only 1 point. You should have fought harder.
Enjoy the spice.
In the first 4 episodes, in the first 4 questions. But that's gonna be all for our first episode. And please return with us to episode 2, where we will have some spicy food to go down Dagda's throat.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me. I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity. You're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you, don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me. I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity. You're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you, don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
哎，来啦！
啊，
你说咱 LPL 过年有啥讲究吗？
说到这过年，有一规矩，
什么呀？
过年之前必须得赢一盘，要不然我跟你讲，这年他都过不好。
哦。
Ah, that's good.
No, God!
You serious?
Just do it! 哎，
哎，老夏
啊，
这上路该怎么玩啊？
这上路您就得选一手长的，撵着对面打那种。
那这我要还打不过怎么办呀？
哟，您可真行，这都打不过呀，叫打野可以。
越传越上路，但是这边看一下遇到墙是什么意思啊？
As we
哎，您
can.
说，就这 LPL 近天跟走马灯似的，乌泱乌泱的没个消停的。
哎，您还别不信，要不咱一块儿瞧瞧这积分榜，不知道的还以为又2017年了呢。
Nice.
得嘞，那咱御三家一块儿给大家拜个早年。
哎，我说翔哥，您倒是飞呀！
得嘞。
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what we just witnessed, but welcome to the long haul towards Chinese New Year, to the Spring Festival and the holiday before LPL takes a bit of a break. I am Mr. Erickson, I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu, also known as his casting name as Clement Chu. A pleasure to have you as always, and yeah, it's a long haul, right? We got 5 days left before we go on a break, and LPL is going to speed up towards the weekend.
Now that you mention it, it does seem like a coincidence that I have the same name with my actual name too.
I'm sorry, I revealed that to our audience, Clement. It's going to be a big day ahead. It's going to be a strange day ahead, I think, with the matchups in tow. But before that, let's have a look at yesterday, because strange doesn't even encapsulate what was witnessed yesterday. A bit of upset across the board and some surprising matches, to say the least.
Some really interesting things happened. Rare Adam actually taking down WE, who were flawless before this one. Unfortunately for WE, Shanks unable to play on the field, and Fofo did take advantage of that.
Yeah, he did. I mean, Fofo's shown he's a pretty good mid laner. A really good win for Rare Adam, considering they're a team that we thought could be able to label themselves in playoffs, could be able to push themselves there. They're sitting 3-3 after that big win against WE. EDG against V5 Club, but we saw that game one. Game one, V5 should have won, but EDG took away and ended the series 2-0.
Yeah, V5 going through a lot of turbulence right there. They actually overdove and gave up the Elder plus Baron, so really Molt and Co should have been able to take that one, but EDG stay on top with a 6-0 scoreline.
And now, here's where we are. Remember, the run towards Chinese New Year before we get that break, and then teams have to revitalize themselves. Top 10 goes to playoffs. That's why a big thank you to our production team for adding in this line, because this is now a bigger opportunity to make playoffs. And before we go to Chinese New Year, we'll be talking a lot about the teams that we expect to be holding their positions for the rest of the split after the break. And, you know, at the moment, Rare Adam getting that win secures them there, Clement, but some surprising teams below the belt. Some surprising teams for today that are going to try and move themselves up.
This year's Chinese New Year has been pushed pretty far back into the schedule, so we're actually halfway through the entire split before we finally hit the break. There's not a lot of times for these teams to finally get things back together and start to actually accommodate themselves to the meta and everything that's happening. But for today's matchup, we're gonna have eStars versus TT and JD Gaming versus Rogue Warriors, which, as you have seen from the standings, are all below the belt in that non-playoff range.
They're all teams that desperately need wins. You know, JDG, people would be surprised that they're a team not looking too great, so that win against Rogue Warriors is a must for us to consider them a team that's going to be revitalized towards that break. But folks, we start with eStars and TT, and you might be asking, why should we be watching this series? I'll tell you one thing. One could be a fiesta. Two, some pretty big star players that should be rising to the field. We'll start with TT because they were surprising enough. When they took down V5 Clement, it was a big win. It was a 2-0 win, to say the least, and it means that TT are no longer winless.
Oh my god, this has to be such a great celebration for this new team coming in. True. We thought that they were going to be on track for V5 of 2020 Spring, the 0-16 legend right there, but nope. TT has finally secured themselves a match win, and they've brought themselves above the other two teams of LGD and OMG, who are still winless in terms of matches in the LPL.
And a nice driving force to it was, you know, this man back into the jungle. We saw the Sino Dragon 2019 playoff man rising back to form, and Twyla alongside with him. There was a lot to talk about with TT.
Yeah, this team looks like they have a lot more structure. Like you were mentioning, the mid jungle has been the big change to this team. They're not running Captain and Bless anymore. They're going back to Sino Dragon's mid jungle of Xiaopeng and Twyla. They have a lot of synergy with each other. You can see in these team fights, they're heading for the back lines in unison. They're able to pick out the enemy carries quite frequently, and we will talk a little bit more about how they're structuring this game, how they're playing out the early to mid game, but the main focus has been, you know, just Xiaopeng coming back, playing a tank, making sure Twyla is setting himself up correctly in lane, and it just gets the team so much more flow.
It does. You know, Xiaopeng's leadership, a top-tier jungler, even in 2020 when Dominuses, you know, were like falling down as they were previously known before they changed to TT, were this team who relied on Xiaopeng. He was the driving force. Now coming back since the EDG series, it does feel like we're looking at, you know, a secret agent. We don't have Bless anymore. We have the leader, rather the trump card. Just remember, this guy's name, it's Peng. Xiaopeng. And this lad is going to be the driving force that brings TT the win and could be the difference between them getting over the line and falling just short.
You know, I would say that even though Xiaopeng might not look like the sharpest player TT had in their wins, it probably goes to Samdi or Chalitza, he is really the catalyst for most of their changes. Filling in for the jungle position, he's done very, very well in the team fight. Look at the damage taken per second, almost 1,000 damage taken per second. He really knows his role as playing this person that is going to focus on Twyla's lane in the early game. He goes there constantly for first bloods and just looking to make sure that Twyla doesn't actually collapse in lane, which, you know, Twyla hasn't been the best laner overall in his career. And when it comes to team fight, really good target selection, really has a great eye for getting on the backline enemy carries. Throughout all of those B-roll, we could see him going on to trigger and making sure that he could never find his footing in those.
It's good to see Xiaopeng's coordination, just to kind of summarize that. I want to move forward because for TT, I'm just looking at their standings, still sitting 1 and 4. E-Star, a team right now in the LPL, sitting 2 and 4. So we've got some similarities between the two. And for E-Star on the other side of the coin, while they had some surprising wins, you know, just flashing back to, okay, they beat Rogue Warriors, they beat OMG in a best of 3. They've still lost against a lot of these top tier teams. And for E-Star, the road gets harder. You and I were talking in rehearsal that this is like one of the hardest schedules coming forward before the Chinese New Year.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why you haven't heard much from E-Stars in these past 2 weeks, it's because they were pretty much slaughtered in every single game. They're on a 6-0 losing streak right now. They had probably the toughest past 2 weeks of schedules that any team in the LPL has faced. And overall, it just looks like they weren't able to hold their own in the laning phase. They didn't get to play much of the mid-game afterwards either, so it's been a total of negative 50 CS throughout all 3 lanes, and plus negative 20 CS in their top lane and their bot lane too. So I think this is a good rebounding game for E-Stars, where they're going to face TT, who, in my estimation, don't have those strong lanes in Chalitza and Rat and Xiaoxi, not Rat and Xiaoxi, sorry, in Samdi and Teen necessarily. So we're going to have a much more even matchup, and this is going to be E-Stars' chance to rebound. And with the last 2 matches they have before Chinese New Year, they're looking to maybe hone in on that 500. If they can take down TT today, they have V5 next this week, and if they do that, they're going to be sitting in 4-4, which is a pretty comfortable spot.
It's something that, you know, I was considering talking about, like moving towards that bottom lane, right? Let's continue there, because Samdi and Teen are a lane that in the past for TT have had a lot of pressure applied. We said that Samdi and Teen were the condition for TT to fall across the line. Where E-Star, you and I have talked about them probably more than any other casting duo, where we know their focus is towards the top side, shoring up ZS, getting that lane into a comfortable position. Rat and Xiaoxi left on an island. They're a bottom lane that don't get resources applied to them. They fall behind in lane, and they're expected to find their wings in team fights later on.
Yeah, this is the lane where I do think that TT is going to have the most advantage in. We have seen a lot of cheese picks come out of Samdi and Teen, where they have ran the Misfortunes plus Seraphine combo to punish lane to the maximum. And I think they will be willing to go into the Senna right now with the Rage Blade build and the extra range to sort of punish picks coming out like the Samira or the Kaisa, which have a lot of bad matchups against the Senna.
I was just looking, 3 games played at the center as well, Clement. So we've seen it slowly being introduced in the LPL while we are waiting for the game to start. Because remember, folks, like this is a series where we know that, you know, there aren't many expectations on the team. They're just trying to keep themselves out of the gravel, out of the mud that is the bottom tier of the LPL, away from the OMG, the LGD. Who else is winless at the moment, Clement? Just those two. Rogue Warriors are 1-6, right? You know, you don't want to be down there. So this is a battle to hold respect. And for E-Star and TT, do we expect them to make playoffs? Probably not. It's very early to say, but probably not. Let's be quite realistic.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't put them in that playoff bracket anyhow. No. But I think we have a couple of interesting matches. The bot lane, definitely going to go in favor of TT for me. But the mid lane is super interesting because I think Irma, from what we've seen of him, is probably a better player than Twyla. Irma has been able to hold his own against the very best. We saw him, you know, not really collapse to IG, FPX, or LNG's mid lane. Like, he was holding his own there and still outputting good damage numbers in team fights. So Irma is a player that I have a lot of high expectations for, but he is playing essentially against a 1v2 situation. Xiaopeng and Twyla have far more synergy, far more experience, and we have seen them in the laning phase. They're like a shadow to each other. They never break apart. So Irma, if he can hold it own and really showcase himself as that new rookie to lead E-Stars, he's going to have to do it against 2 veterans.
It's going to be a rough task as E-Star move onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in Shanghai here today. E-Star and TT do not have home arenas, so we expect to see them in Shanghai throughout. As you're looking across the board, no real changes here. Just remember that Rat is a very tall man and Xiaoxi is very short, so it balances itself out. But, you know, I also want to mention that Xiaoxi is a key player on this roster for me. While there is a weakened bottom lane in E-Star, and while you just mentioned Irma probably having the edge over Twyla, just remember that Xiaoxi's going to get banned away. Xiaoxi has a 70% banned against rate of his Thresh. His engaged champions make up this composition and set the bottom lane up for success in the skirmishes and team fights that we see throughout the game.
And Xiaoxi is that player that just has to go around the map and get everything started. He has probably the highest kill participation on the team. He's going to be the one always on those pick champions. And with Thresh gone, I think we're going to see a lot more Rakan and Well sort of fill out his champion pool and make sure he can still find those skirmishes. On the other hand, we are taking a look at TT's roster over here. I'd say a little bit more balanced in terms of the height, with the Twyla being a little bit shorter down here. And we are seeing the hostesses starting to move into Chinese New Year costumes now.
Yeah, every day gets more and more as, oh yeah, let's go. Clement, we'll do some cool poses later as well. And we got some surprises for you coming onto the last day for the LPL 2. On the 8th, remember, ladies and gentlemen, or rather the 7th, I should say, Mr. Chu, this Sunday with IG RNG being our very last series before we get into Chinese New Year Spring Festival celebrations. So looking forward towards that one. Again, it is Rolling Thunder towards weekend. It is Thunder Talk who are going to start us off for today with E-Star. And we already talked a little bit about matchups. I just want to get into pick and ban because I'll be honest with our audience. This series to me means more of a diverse look at the meta. Those interesting matchups we talked about already. Seeing what Xiaopeng can do to influence TT. It's only been 2 series since he started playing, and for E-Star, you know, you do have Hacker on the roster, so Xiaopeng versus Hacker could be like that middle to upper echelon junglers facing off.
And these two have very different styles. I would classify Hacker as far more into ganking. Pantheon, Lee Sin are the 2 main champions for him. While on the other hand, we have seen Xiaopeng really be much more of a team fighter. He's looking at Sejuani and also Olaf. So what his job is to create space, and he's charging into the front line. He's making sure that Twyla and Sam D have enough room to deal out damage. Well, I would say his early game has been actually pretty slow. We look at his stats, he's not coming out ahead in terms of farm or in experience. He's just focusing on Twyla's lane a lot, and then showing off and popping off in team fights later on.
That's why I love that jungle pool, right? A different champion played each and every game. I'm looking at Hecarim, Rek'Sai, Sejuani, Olaf, like these ganking junglers that have the ability to pace around the mid lane. You know, especially seeing the Rek'Sai again. You and I already talked about how he's in Challenger's career with such a unique pick at the moment.
Yeah, that was a definitely really weird pick. We saw the Prowlers out of the Rek'Sai come out. Didn't really work out in the end.
It did not.
Coming in from TT. But I do like the point that you mentioned that actually Xiaopeng is currently our highest ranked LPL player in Korean solo queue. So that's probably a big reason that TT will bring him back into the starting lineup.
But now that we're into pick and ban for E-Star and TT, E-Star on blue, TT on red, remember that I already mentioned that E-Star have a really high Thresh banned against ratio. 71% is the rate against Xiaoxi's Thresh. And if it gets left open here, which it will, we'll see what E-Star's priority is. At the very least, Clement, we know how this goes. It's either Udyr or Kai'Sa. What do E-Star want?
I definitely favor the Kai'Sa a little bit. I'm still not completely sold on the Udyr hype train. We have seen a lot of teams go into this, but if the early game skirmishes don't pan out, this is not a pick that gets you through team fights. So, you know, E-Stars are gonna disregard me and still go for the Udyr. But what this means is I do want to see a more skirmish-based composition come out of them. I think if you're going into the Udyr, things like Aatrox make a lot of sense. Things like Renekton mid make a lot of sense. You basically want an accelerated game plan where you want to play around the strong 2v2s or the strong 3v3s on the top side of the map.
It's interesting though, because the Camille and Kai'Sa first pick enables like that real engage from TT, right? Usually we see it paired up with something like the Galio, something that can facilitate from the mid lane. So for TT, maybe to play around one of those solo lanes and draw away the Udyr, Clement, we'll wait and see what E-Star's response to that is.
Yep, TT for me, they have a more standard draft. You were mentioning the Cannonball composition. The Galio can definitely come out, and this should be a fairly easy support or mid lane flex. You can pick it here. and be happy that even though Orianna has the better side of the matchup, that Galio can still be flexed elsewhere. So they're setting themselves up for a very flexible composition. It has side lane advantage as well. And the Sejuani is an interesting one.
You know why that feels good, Clement, right? That feels good because you have a melee top laner to pair up for Xiaopeng, and we saw in the clips that that's where he partnered up. That's where he set himself.
Precision Protocol does give you 2 stacks of the melee passive instantly, and that goes a long way to shoring up the stun. And we did see TT also run Renekton mid. I really like this combination because with Ruthless Predator, you actually just put 3 stacks with the Sejuani passive. So you get a very, very fast stun. It's basically stun, auto attack, into a second stun followed up by Sejuani. So very easy to get kills that way. But of course, I forgot to mention that Renekton has already been taken out of the bans.
That he is. So is Galio though, so let's, partner up with what we see, the Cannonball part in the Galio taken away. I want to see if E-Star continue towards the mid lane and look at something like the Twisted Fate, or if they go elsewhere, because we still don't have that support we mentioned for Xiaoxi. We still don't have that other solo laner. Very easy for E-Stars to predict where everything's going, because it's pretty straightforward.
I do think E-Stars, they're the ones that like the Thresh pick a lot more. That one's going to be taken away like you mentioned. What they're looking at right now is I would probably consider some of the support picks. I think Rel is one that's been huge in the recent couple of weeks. We've seen a lot of players really go for that combination with the crash down into the ultimate that helps out with the front line. Unfortunately, they're not going to be taking that one away. I'm a little bit surprised by that one. I think that was probably the premier support that we're seeing coming out of the bot lane right now. But they're going to be taking away the Azir instead, which does have priority over the Orianna. And now it's TT's turn to just respond. I'm looking at something that's just a stable front line. Leona is going to be perfect here. A lot of kill pressure with the Kai'Sa lane. The Sunlight into the Acathian Rain combination has been really, really popular in the LPL for a long time. And that is going to be their lock-in. On E-Stars end, I do want to see a little bit more skirmishing potential. We have seen a lot of Orianna plus Udyr combinations where Udyr just runs at the target and it's kind of like a guided missile composition. But I don't think the 2 champions actually synergize that well in the early game. You can't really skirmish around the Orianna. So it looks like they're going to have to find another lane to go to. And this Gragas is also a bit more of a defensive pick against the Camille too. So overall for me, E-Stars, they're shaping up to have a very strong team fighting composition where they have great front line. They have a lot of disengaged tools to set Rat up properly. But the powers with Udyr don't really line up with the rest of the members.
At least, skirmishing through. I know you don't like it. I know a lot of you color casters just keep talking shit on Udyr, but let's be quite honest, at the moment, seen as that great frontline the Turbo Chem tank to run directly at your enemies. And I'm going to pause before we actually see this. This was something special that we got out of a previous mid laner in Teachamar. But the engage you talked about, the team fighting, Clement, I like you bring up these points because it does feel like E-Star have optimized nicely. But we've got Twyla on the Syndra here, so running into the Orianna. Bit of a range advantage here, and Mr. Chu, I want you to walk me through what TT look like with the Camille, who's such a volatile lane.
So we do see TT with a lot more pick potential. They have a lot of members that can do instant engages. Actually, outside of the AD carry, every single member has a hard crowd control. So if TT get ahead, they can open up on targets. There's a lot of pick potential here, like we mentioned. On the other hand, for E-Stars, I think this is a much slower composition. It's about controlling terrain, making sure that the enemy can't walk down ramps. So this is a team that wants to stick as 5 and get to objectives before the enemy team and just make sure they don't get picked off on their way there.
I like that. Get the setup and make sure you're in a favorable position. E-Star and TT about to kick off, and remember, this is a game to keep yourself out of the bottom, out of the trash, out of the mud. Feels like the way to keep it civil. And for TT and E-Star, oh god, this is gonna be a long series. I'm expecting this to be a little bit back and forth. Both these teams have had mistakes with cleaning out games. The early game hasn't always been the issue, but we get into advanced skirmishes, we get into second, third dragon, and it feels like a lot of these teams' decision making falls off a little bit. But we'll see today. Hacker versus Xiaopeng, bit of a highlight matchup here for you. And see what Xiaopeng can do on this Sejuani with a melee top laner. And don't forget, if Teen starts roaming with him, easy way to get that permafrost and get some stuns down and add some CC. TT and E start running in. We've got the Chinese New Year celebrations up and about, getting towards the Spring Festival holiday. Exciting stuff here. And can't wait to get into what I think will be a very interesting day.
We are heading into the year of the ox, so everything has been switched over to these New Year celebrations. Chinese New Year is going to be a 2-week break for us in the LPL. It's a very important time for a lot of these teams to actually get their heads together, make their final roster moves, and get prepared for that stretch heading towards MSI.
Teams always look differently when they come back from the break. That was a nice little picture-in-picture. We got to see the same thing as on the screen. He started just dropping a deep blue ward to spot out this start here. It is Xiaopeng who placed a ward himself, and I believe he placed the ward, that's what we were showing, goes back for the lens, a very common tactic that's been used by a lot of junglers, a lot of supports here in the LPL.
Yeah, it allows you to get a very strong early gank in if you drop the ward and go back and swap, but I believe Xiaoxi didn't actually go back for the red. It's just going to be a bit of an information gathering trip. So both sides are going to know that their starts were basically in the bottom, just judging on the timers when the dual lanes show themselves. So this should be, you know, I expect this to be a fairly quiet early few minutes right here, since jungle pathing has been known by either side. What I will say about this map so far is that I think there's a fair chance for TT to actually just run away with the early game. With that said, trade's going on.
Yeah, Pulverize comes down. Just a bit of a trade onto Rat. Remember, Sam D Halo Blades the usual, but Xiaoxi is a good deferring factor for the Leona. Something while we've seen this Alistar so heavily prioritized, the ability to just bop away and end the trade quickly.
ZS getting a little bit worse on the trade so far. Pretty interesting. Chalitza just hooking in at level 2. And what I did want to mention that there is a fairly good chance for Chalitza to run away with this matchup if he gets ahead. We are looking at triple AP damage sources in the top side of the map, so it's very easy for Chalitza to itemize against that. If he gets to sustain early, if he gets the Merc Treads early as well, if he gets ahead, then, you know, there's no one really here to stop him, and there's no side lane threat either. So I do think that this is a potential win condition that even though TT doesn't really play through their top lane, they could throw Chalitza a bone, give him a little bit of resources, and there's very good returns if they decide to do that.
And that's why I like the ward placed down by Chalitza. Goes into the enemy jungle, spots out where Hacker is. Tracking that Udyr is half of the battle. If you know where he is a very predictable path. You know how fast he clears, and you know he's going to run at you as well with the flash in hands. So knowing that towards the top side, Hacker's there, Chalitza's paying the respect and not over pushing this lane, and making sure he can get up to that side lane status you were talking about. Because for TT Clement, let's just walk through the comp again. Did I jinx him? We're about to find out. Hacker's level 4, Chalitza 3 has the hook shot and he's waiting, but that's the respect, playing close to the minion wave as well.
Yeah, I like what Chalitza did here. He went for the early ward. He definitely knows where the Udyr pathing is, so he's just going to let the wave push back into him. He had an early shove, and now he can control the wave in a very comfortable position. In the meantime, Xiaopeng's going to go into the backside. He's going to be able to split the scuttles, which is quite important because Udyr early on has such a strong dueling potential that if he wants to go for the double scuttle, you actually can't go for it as a Sejuani.
That was a bit of a disaster of CS. Everyone who's got OCDs just that hurts so much. I think 3 CS missed by Irma at the turret as a massive wave pushes in. It'll reset in a second. After
Did he miss a cannon?
I'm not sure if he missed a cannon, but I just know that he tried to command attack for a ranged minion, and the damage was definitely off, as I didn't see any of the gold go down. So, you know, at the very least, the back timing was nice for Twyla, who comes back with a tear in hand. Hacker now going for the invade, and look how silent Xiaopeng is, waiting for the permafrost. It'll land out onto Hacker, and with the aftershock damage, Hacker needs to back away. Bear stance out, and Xiaopeng regains dominance, and this means Rat and Xiaoxi will have to show the same respect that Hacker just did.
A lot of patience coming out from Xiaopeng. He had those 2 wards on the bottom side around the crux, so he knew that this Udyr was coming in. He just goes for one single rotation, nothing traded back on Hacker's end, and that pretty much means that the bot lane for E-Stars, who were pushing, they can't really press their advantage. They know they don't have the jungle support. They're going to have to let off a little bit. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, we do see Twyla actually just playing out this laning phase really, really well. This is considered a bit of a counter matchup to Syndra into the Orianna, and he's actually just got a free teleport off of Irma.
Yep, using the TP back. Just a note, Clement referring to the Twyla teleport still in hand. Scatter the Weak, good dodge away from in the mid lane meanwhile. I want to return back to what we were saying. That's a body slam, but nothing more. So how did TT play out this early game, Clement? What do comps look like for you? Because you did say it was going to be slow, and we're going to have to wait for, you know, maybe first 10, 15 minutes of the game before we see anything explosive. TT, this could be disastrous for Chalitza. He's pushing out. The wave's not favorable. The body slam there. Explosive cast dodged. Hook shot, wall shot. The stun is late. Hacker burnt the flash, and they didn't wait for Chalitza to use his spells.
Yeah, that was a bit of a misplay mechanically. ZS definitely had a pretty easy ultimate to get the knockback onto Chalitza, or at least hold his abilities to try and stop the hook shot. He really didn't do either, and Chalitza gets to get out of jail for free. I'm so surprised that he didn't have to use his ultimate, didn't have to burn his flash, and was able to get so much out of E-Star's top.
And he already burnt the teleport, so he doesn't have to teleport in. He was healthy enough, used the last refillable potion, and he has a biscuit in his inventory, so now is able to back away for a little bit, and we'll see if this back actually comes through. The wave pushing against him, but feels pretty nice after everything committed. Now Hacker with no flash becomes even more predictable than what we were talking about before. But Clement, I do want to revisit what you want to see from these two teams. Win conditions as well, while the game is a little bit slower.
So I think it's pretty difficult for E-Stars to actually find any action in the early game. Their composition doesn't have the best skirmishing potential. So what I do think is going to happen is that E-Stars are going to be the one that, you know, decides to scale up a little bit and head into these Drakes. I think these Drakes are the most important thing for them. And I do want to mention that E-Stars is a team that does favor the blue side quite a bit. What they like to do is they like to play on this blue side, get into the river first, and just hold these ramps coming in from blue and coming in from the right side of mid lane. With their composition in Orianna and Gragas, they can do this very effectively. If you don't position correctly, if you don't move into the river as a unit, then they can split you up with the explosive cast or just get you with the ultimate shockwave coming out. But unfortunately for E-Stars right now, they really have lost a lot of tempo, especially in mid lane. Yeah. And they're also, we're bleeding out a little bit in CS on the bottom side as well with that failed gank onto the top side. So we're not going to see any of that. I think E-Stars, you know, they have been a team that can comfortably just scale up a little bit. They're not actually going to force things that much. But, you know, with that, even with that first Drake going over TT, I still think that's going to be the plan for E-Stars. Just make sure you have that 5-man in the river first.
Okay, waiting for the numbers advantage. They're going to utilize that in the top lane for now. Irma's roamed up as well, but he won't be able to find anything apart from that ward. Hacker goes in, steals the red buff, and Xiaopeng unawares to this for now. Actually, we're going to be going to the Raptors. He has not gone for the vertical jungle himself, as far as I know. Apologies, we didn't actually get to see that on the camera, but Hacker, of course, with a bit of a CS lead. It is Sejuani versus Udyr. We know again how fast he clears with Phoenix stance, which is getting nerfed in the next patch, thankfully. So, they're not going to get too much of this again. But just going back to his blue, Hacker continues momentum. He's going to pass that one off to Irma, who's going to try and use it to increase that clear speed. As bottom side, we're going for a bit of an engage. Solfa used for the Blade Caller. Or just waiting for that, rather. Team flashes away. Two-man pulverize. That's nice, but can he kill anyone? And Rat kind of misses the feathers. They don't fly. Shousey got a good engage, but Rat just not in the right position, and it falls flat.
A triple summoner trade coming out from both sides, definitely with E-Stars coming out ahead here. But I think what this is going to impact is mainly the gank potential from Xiaopeng coming in. Xayah is on a very long cooldown with her ultimate, with that Feather Storm, so that does open up Xiaopeng a potential gank avenue if he decides to take it. In the meantime, Hacker is going to use all that CS advantage and just transfer that into a Herald, which is actually completely uncontested. They're also roaming their bot side, which just won the trade here.
Feels pretty nice. E-Star, you know, again, kind of winning through a lane that we didn't expect to talk about. Rat and Chelsea, remember, absorb the deficit. They absorb the pressure for E-Star a lot of the time. But what we just saw there was really nice, even though I feel like Rat kind of screwed it up. But Herald picked up by Hacker feels really nice when you've got a lot of avenues to place it down. TT trying to make a response play here, Clement, and trying to get some more gold onto the map with Twilight in a very favorable position in his wave, adding a bit more pressure.
I do like this focus from the bottom lane. We did see that the bot side coming out from TT, because they didn't roam for the Herald, they are going to get into their lane first. They're using that priority to make sure they get vision and hopefully transfer that into a pick here. We also see that mid lane has a lot of priority on the side of Twyla. So they're setting up for a potential 4v2. They're going to make sure that this jungle side is completely cleared off. But on the meantime, I really like what Hacker is doing right here. He knows that his bottom lane needs help. He's going to be in here for position. So the play probably not going to come through.
Just waiting. At the very least, takes the back though. And TT, yet they pull off as well. Timers on the board. We're actually not seeing our timers at the moment. Kind of strange. Our Dragon timer's disappeared. We've decided to get rid of Dragon. What we're going to add in instead is a massive frog. And what happens is, when the players kill it, the map warps, and it changes into a different Summoner's Rift. I feel like I should be a game designer. To be honest, I'd probably get fired after the first day.
No. You're going to give them so many ideas, man. You know, you don't reveal it all, okay? Some of the designers might actually be listening right here. I'm not sure which frog you're talking about, but... Please don't let it happen. I like the riff.
You know, I'll be honest. If anyone takes my ideas and use them, as long as they credit me, I'm okay with that. So we'll see. Hacker doesn't have Hex Flash, but has a real flash. Is he going to burn it? You know he will. Chilling Smite, waiting. Scatter the weak hits, and Hacker decides not to. He gets a stun, but it's really not enough, even with a flashless Syndra.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. I felt like Irma definitely could have used a Shockwave right there. But the bot lane from the enemy team was missing, so they didn't go for that one. You can see a lot of pings from E-Stars coming out onto the bottom side. They're saying, hey, where is this Kai'Sa? Where is this Leona? Probably a bit afraid about the fight getting turned on, so they don't actually punish Twyla for that instance.
Or we could replace the Dragon with a giant kangaroo, Clement. You know,
that
get that Australian on summon. I'll tell you one thing that was cool. When the OCE server opened and it was the first Christmas, they renamed Baron and Dragon to Bazza and Dazza, to keep, the Australian lingo alive. I am just changing the subject because that mid lane engage wasn't too great. Up in this top lane, Zedas with a base damage, explosive cast, waiting for the next body slam, but I don't think he has the damage to kill him as Chilita will walk away. Meanwhile, Shousey with the headbutt pulverize as well, sends team into Hacker. The stun comes down as Irma, Shockwave available, Blade Caller ready to be sent out, and there we go. First blood for Rat, finally, at 13 minutes in the game.
Weird pathing coming out from Thunder Talk. They actually had a 2-man in the river when their mid lane was going all the way back to base. They get caught out and punished for that in a 4v3, which Sandy honestly couldn't join. And this should be Hacker waiting to get a little bit more damage onto this tower before dropping the Herald. Now that Xiaopeng shows up, they probably think better about this play, but they could definitely move a lot of gold here, and they could still use the fork for the Drake.
Herald's going to come down. That means turret aggro is secured. Hacker moving up, and Rat wants to share this as well. They do take the aggro. Their Herald still charged, and it's dead. No. Oh my god, Xiaopeng did a nice job there, but E-Star biting off a bit too much in the play. Shockwave used in the mid lane, but Irma doesn't have kill threat. Team's coming up as well. Hacker still charging in. Samd has both of his summoners. He flashes away from the headbutt pulverize. Shousey now gets tagged down. Samd already burnt the flash, but has the heal, chooses not to go forward. And I have to say, Clement, this series so far is delivering by what we expected with a capital F on Fiesta.
Yeah, this has been a bit disappointing. That's why I thought that they might leave the Herald for a later use, but they actually just drop it in the middle of a minion wave. And honestly, E-Stars should have had this Drake. They had the kill advantage, they had the Herald fork, but they messed it up so spectacularly that actually TT manages to go onto the Drake stack. That's just not what's supposed to happen right here.
And meanwhile, Irma, we saw the Shockwave use mid and Teen roaming up. He has to burn a flash after doing the do-si-do through the river. And I wish I wore my cowboy pants here today, because it does feel like it's going to be a hoot. This is E-Star and TT. We're 14 minutes in with one kill. E-Star have a 1,500 gold lead in this game, and you know, that's great, but it just feels like one move is going to decide the game at 30 minutes. I'm going to leave it to that, and we're going to see if it comes true.
So the big difference right here is that TT aren't going to feel forced to actually walk into these Drakes. So even if E-Stars manage to get the perfect situation where they're 5-man stacked onto the Drakes, they have priority, they have the ramps covered. What TT could actually do with these early 2 Drakes is just try to extend the game and try to play for a split push scenario. They could have Camille just farming the side lanes and going like, hey, you know what? We are willing to trade these objectives for extra gold onto our Camille that's going to break open this game. So, you know, these first 2 Drakes, it really is a detriment to E-Star's game plan, and I feel like it does open themselves up to vulnerabilities from split pushing.
It really does. I want to point out, while we are getting our first mythics on the board, Clement, we are going back to an old favorite. The Trinity Force has been picked up by Chalitza. This is an item we saw a lot of the Camille tops move away from because Divine Sundra, especially against the Gragas matchup or any of the tank bruisers, was always a better item choice.
Yeah, the main difference here is the damage compared to the front line and to the back line. And what we have seen from Chalitza is the way he team fights, he and Xiaopeng basically just aim for the back line. If they can take down Rat at the start of this fight, then E-Stars doesn't really have a lot of damage. They have Gragas and Udyr that, you know, honestly fall off quite hard into the late game team fights. So that's why I think Chalitza is going for the Triforce instead of something more split push oriented like the Divine Sunter that definitely does better against Gragas.
I do like that as well, so we'll be watching for that backline access onto Rat. You already talked about the damage that is lacking here across the team. For E-Star as well, a lot of key ultimates to watch out for. The explosive cast, the shockwave, you know, how Xiaoxi gets his headbutt pulverized as well. E-Star are currently aggressing on the mid lane turret. Xiaoxi, or rather ZS, excuse me, level 11 Gragas wants to come in. There's the Frozen Prison as the shockwave against the wall sends team to his decimation. Twyla ults as well. A 1-for-1 trade at TT. They've got side lanes pushing meanwhile, Clement. That's worth.
I don't really understand this E-Stars play. For this to be worth it, they needed multiple kills underneath the mid lane tower. Instead, TT are the ones that show up with the first hand. They throw out the ultimates, they get the crowd control chain down first, and trading a support for a push and that much gold onto their side lanes definitely favors Thunder Talk.
There's another wave coming in. Sam D's going to get this turret. Xiaopeng's happy to tank it up for now. And Irma can't stop it. There's a tier 2 turret going down with the outer in the bottom lane as well. Damage on the top side and solo lane time for Chalitza. For TT, gold now in their favor, and you can see better macro wins, easy clap, you know, 15 in the all chat. So it does feel like with the Camille now in a more favorable position, that was such a good trade for TT to take.
This was a 5-man stack, and what they really needed was the Shockwave plus Udyr combo onto Twyla, but Twyla keeps his distance right here. Xiaopeng comes in and stops most of the aggression, and in the meantime, E-Stars can only focus on a Leona with Aftershock. That's not really the target you want to go for in a tower dive, and they just pay so much for that. That was a... I don't know, that was a risky macro play where I felt like it wasn't necessary for E-Stars to really pull that off, and they get punished really hard with all the extra gold going over to Sam D.
Now, E-Star do come back onto the map, and because they're there first, the Herald gets picked up, Clement. But I just want to point out how E-Star, you know, transition the game from here with the second Herald, because you did talk about the scaling element with Xayah, Orianna, and how their comp can execute maybe the front to back, or rather the space that can be created from their engage. But in the mid game, talk to me about the transition point, because I feel like until you're at those 3 items, it does become a little bit tricky to halter some of the aggression from TT and manage a lot of these side waves.
For E-Stars, they have a very defensive composition in that it doesn't really skirmish or force things particularly well. There's a lot of champions that can seem very telegraphed. The Udyr, for instance, is always a very telegraphed pick because he can only run at you. And the same about the Xayah. Xayah gets the most effect when she can use Blade Caller, and that is predominantly a defensive ability in a team fight. So what E-Stars really need to do is they need to take priority over that Dragon Pit. Now, I like what they did here. They're forced down the mid lane. They have an easy transition in. But as we said, because TT had the first 2 Drakes, they can decide not to take this fight. They can decide that, hey, you know, instead of going into a 5v5 where you have the compositional advantage, we're just going to force more gold onto Chalitza. And I like this from TT. This is exactly what they're doing. They're reading their composition win conditions perfectly. They know that Chalitza has no opposition in the split push, and if he gets ahead, he's going to stay ahead.
He's going to have a Ravenous Hydra soon, Clement. He's going to have those 2 items that everyone fears facing on a side lane Camille. TT as well, because they know that E-Star would have backed off, are going to be pushing forward towards mid. After getting topside priority, clearing out some of the vision, they'll get forced away for now, but they're still holding strong, and they still got what they wanted with giving that solo turret gold to Chalitza, which should get him that Ravenous Hydra on the next back.
And as we mentioned, there is a triple AP stack on the top side of the map. It's very, very hard to kill someone who has Mercury Treads and a Ravenous Hydra with Omni Vamp like the Camille when you have triple AP. You just don't really have enough damage to kind of burn through all of Camille's defenses at that point. And we also saw eStars trying to get the engage into mid lane. It was Hacker using Bear Form and running up. And let's be honest, that did absolutely nothing. Thundertalk were very easy. It's just, you know, they were super calm and collected. They're like, oh, it's the man bear pig. They just push him away, and they're able to get out scot-free.
Yeah, again, telegraphed is a word we're going to probably use a lot in the LPL for the last week. I think, especially with Udyr in the meta, you know, being telegraphed is something that, like the Daily Telegraph back in Australia, if anyone knows, you know, you read it every day, you see it, and you go, oh, we know exactly what that's going to look like. And the same with Udyr here, who's almost towards the second item. He's going to run fast. We're expecting probably the Dead Man's Plate from the item combination there with the winged plate steel caps. Wow, what do we call in this item? The moon plate, leg pants, steel cap. Clever, what the frick is this
It's
item?
called the winged moon plate.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Again,
no problem.
You know,
I got you. I have to play by play these days too, so I get it.
We got there eventually. It's like me trying to get the Frostfire Gauntlet, Frostfire Iceborne Frostfire Gauntlet, you know, right as well. Just speaking of items, before I dig myself into a deeper hole, Ravenous Hydra now picked up that I talked about, but we've also got the Collector for Sam D, who was sitting in the solo lane and has actually got a 30 CS differential over Rats. So a lot of strong points right now, especially with Syndra, who's almost towards her second item as well. Twyla feeling good. It does feel like TT are moving to the mid game as the stronger team, also with the gold advantage.
We do see TT going for a lot of backline assassination potential, especially in their itemization. We saw that Sam D actually went for the Serrated Dirt, so slowing down his mythic completion just for the extra chance that he was going to get the evolved Q for an assassination onto Rat. And also the Triforce coming out from Chalitza is a very strong signal that the way TT wants to play these team fights is they'll probably send like Xiaopeng and Teen to mess things up, be a diversion, but in the meantime, their real eyes are going to be focused onto Rat and making sure that he doesn't survive too long into the team fights, because honestly, eStars do lack a lot of damage if they want this extended fight to go all the way. I did like what eStars were doing just a while ago on the map. They were setting up for an early Baron and hopefully trying to get them into a 5v5 position. But TT were able to defuse that quite nicely. They were very patient. They sent Chalitza into the bot side, and eStars have to respond.
And that's why, you know, coming back to the point at hand, while eStar are trying to look for opportunities, it does feel nice trying to be the proactive team here. And at least, I know they don't have to, Clement, as you talked about before, where they are the team that kind of play it slow, but especially with the two dragons that delay the game, with TT getting the priority in these lanes, it does feel like finding more plays in the playbook is a necessary feat. I also want to come back to the comps quickly while we have this lull state, because you talked about Rat being the focus for TT, and it does feel like there are other tools there for eStar to keep Rat safe. It is just kind of more about surrounding Rat, being the bodyguards, you know, stopping Agent 007 and Xiaopeng, and making sure that Rat has the space to move.
Yeah, what we see is a lot of disengaged tools in the Alistar that can get you out of a Hextech ultimatum if Camille does go in too early, and you also have the explosive cast that can knock back targets. Basically, displacement is super effective against Camille because you can basically make sure that your AD carry can walk out of her ultimate unscathed. But for now, I think eStars are struggling to find their opportunities to actually group up for the Drakes. Yeah. At this point, they don't really have pressure on Drake, because even if they 5-man stack on Drake, TT do not have to respond. TT can say, hey, you know what? You're so far away from that Elder Soul that I'm willing to just go for Silanes again. So eStars right now, they're kind of focused on finding a definitive team fight earlier on, or just trying to get Baron positioning. I don't think that eStars is going for Drake right here. It doesn't really mean what it looks like. What they're looking for is definitive engage rather than baiting them going towards Dragon, because I don't think TT are going to fight.
Well, E-Star looking for the Dragon still nonetheless. Shockwave pulls in only one onto Sam D. Half health on the 80 carry, and Hacker gets the engage with the bear stance. Onto Xiaopeng, waiting for the Arctic Assault. He uses it away. That Scatter Week beautiful. But the explosive cast puts Twyla in a bad position as Chilita helps out his brother. Solar Flare layers down. Hacker gets low. The Unleashed Power does nothing. And that fight ends right there. TT going to pull back, and E-Star probably going to pick up the Dragon. So a small win, however small. But E-Star, they're like, no, just wait. Let's go for another time.
Yeah, E-Star's composition doesn't really have enough engage tools. They're really good on disengage, but the main power of this composition is if you stack Drakes. If you stack Drakes, the enemy has to respond to you. They have to walk into you. And that turn would have been a lot more effective. However,
Clement, Baron starting, sir. Baron is starting, and it's going down quickly. This is TT's chance. If they just take it down, a smite comes through. E-Star slowed to the punch. There are ways to get out of the back of the pit. And for one, that trade is giga worth.
Again, they're trading supports for massive wins on the map. Teen is the sacrificial lamb for Thunder Talk. They give his life over the first time, they get 2 towers in the bot. They give his life over the second time, and they get a free Baron on the map. That just means, you know, split push city for Thunder Talk. They really don't care about the Drakes. E-Stars are so far away from Dragon Soul anyway, so massive win for them. They can play this game however they want to from this point on.
Yeah, you got a side lane Camille with Baron, who's up so much CS, who still has those 2 items. Note that it is the Ionian Boots of Lucidity, what? So a lot of ability haste instead of going for the safer route in the Merc trades that you've been talking about all game. And TT going to make a play onto ZS. He's in a bad position with Xiaopeng, ability to follow. Twyla is on the chase. Arctic Assault once again, body slam being blocked. He flashes away, and that summoner down could change the pace of at least the next 4 minutes of the game for the Gragas, as Chalitza won't be caught out in rotation either. This is where the pressure game really begins for TT.
And we just saw Rat having to use his ultimate actually to clear the wave out. Never a good scenario to burn the Feather Storm like that one. And once again, TT are winning all across the map. Chalitza doesn't fall to the gank. They get a flash into the bot lane. Large chunk of damage onto the bot. And E-Stars are getting punished all across the map for not having the engage tools to actually catch out any TT members.
Always just getting pulled across so thinly as well. Now towards mid lane, Xiaopeng rotating first. Irma and Hacker are coming in. Has Xiaopeng gone too far? No, he turns around with a Glacial Prison. And it will be the... No, not Mikhail's used. In fact, actually just taken away with the cleanse by Rat. Remember that Xiaoxi, that cowbell, is actually Mikhail's blessing now. So a lot of ways to get Rat out of trouble. He does have one more cleanse thanks to it as well. And that'll keep him safe. But ultimate now used while Chalitza's hitting the top side with the Baron buff.
Another tower goes down to Thunder Talk. We have to remember in this early game, E-Stars were actually ahead by 2,000 gold from their laning phase, but that doesn't exist anymore until he's coming in.
Oh, that was trying to predict something. It won't really land down as a slow follows suit. Inner turret goes down in the end. And that's really the trade that TT know nothing was given back on the other side. So again, more gold into the back pocket of TT at 28 minutes in the game. And E-Star just trying to keep their base intact and get over this surprise Baron take.
Even though the flash did look a little bit weird coming out from Chalitza, he does trade it for Rat's flash. And as we were talking about the itemization coming out by the Triforce and the Collector, that just is gonna mean that Rat he's not gonna be able to do anything in the next team fight. He doesn't have the summoners to really keep himself alive. So we're gonna see how ZS and Irma fare at keeping Rat alive. He does have the most damage on his team, 3 items already with the Infinity Edge. But if he falls without his summoners, then E-Stars are going to collapse alongside him.
If E-Star go down, then you got to remember that this could just end in the game as well. I was just trying to work out what we're going to be looking at next, because it is E-Star trying to position for that pick. Use the Udyr's mobility and the CC that they have on their team. The Xiaoxi moving away as well. Sam D just uses the Supercharger. Of course, has to move the invisibility now that he has the attack speed with the rapid fire cannon. But what are we gearing up for? Well, 2 minutes until the next dragon, but Chalitza still bopping hard with the GA in hand. The side lane pressure so much to manage, and it is a slow burn for now. Well, E-Star are just trying to keep minions away from their base.
Yeah, and we do see a situation that is slightly more beneficial to E-Stars in that they do have staggered timers, so they can focus on the Baron first and then transition over towards the Drake. But
Explosive cast used, but remember that doesn't cancel out the hook shot, so Chalitza just walks out, and another ultimate from ZS that has been meager. We already talked about this top laner. Eaststar put the resources into the top lane, so ZS looks good on paper, but he has been underperforming from the expectations as the best top laner from the LDL.
It was pretty disappointing this game because they actually threw a lot of different looks at Chalitza, and look at him, he's still sitting at 0-0-0. Even though this is a super low kill game, all of it comes down to the individual mechanics in the side lane. We saw how many ganks go into top, and none of them have been able to get this Camille down. Especially the first gank, I thought was such a wasted opportunity when they burned a flash in an ultimate and traded it for absolutely nothing on the Camille. So, unfortunately for eStars, I felt like this game didn't have to go this way, but they just didn't play the mechanics perfectly, and they allowed Camille to get away with a lot more than she should have been able to.
It was a bear stance up in the top lane, the early game gank you're referring to, where they didn't even wait for the hook shot to come out before they stunned. They didn't try to interrupt. They just burnt everything like children in a playground wanting to go down the slippery slide. They realized there is an anaconda at the end as Teen almost caught out here by Hacker. Good scout of the week once again. Twile's been hitting those all game long. And eStar again, just waiting for that pick, trying to pull the initiative. Xiaoxi engaging as well, but I think this is a bait from Xiaopeng. He'll arcane shift away, or, excuse me, assault. With the Arctic Salt down, Chalitza now on the side, and eStars have the position for the Dragon, but Baron's up in 10 seconds again. I don't think TT mind.
Yeah, I didn't really like the way that eStars played it. The idea was correct to try a fish for a pick around the Baron, but once they didn't get it, I felt like they should have held their ground around the Baron pit rather than go for Drake.
Well, fight's going to start out anyway. Xiaoxi's gone in alone. He's trying to run away as the Unleashed Power's there. Shockwave on Irma was a hula hoop, and that was just appalling. TT now back to the Baron that burnt the health bars, and eStar have to make the Hail Mary.
Okay, that was a bit of a head scratcher. Chalitza wasn't even in mid-air, and they still used the Shockwave for absolutely nothing. This is going to be free Baron.
Scout of the week again. All right, well, down it goes. And, you know, this game is just... This is happening. And TT getting another Baron. Hacker still here, flashes away. This is the reason why these two teams, especially eStar, are at the bottom of the barrel. Just messy, uncoordinated play. I feel like I'm hitting a horse that's already got flies and guts coming out of it.
Well, we can go on beating the dead horse because, you know, this is pretty much what this game has been the entire time. We talked about eStars when there were staggered objectives. You know, they could basically force the Baron to be the focal point of the play, force TT to come to them. Instead, they transitioned over towards the Mountain Drake. And like we said, because they don't have that Elder Soul point, TT do not have to respond. TT, I think, make the perfect answer right here. They turn around towards the Baron play, they give over another Drake, and because eStar lacks so many engage tools, it's very easy to just kite away from them again and again, force out their ultimates, and take a super safe Baron. Throughout all of that, eStar didn't manage to even go into River. They actually lost the Baron being stuck on their own blue side ramp.
They got poked out. It was Scout of the Week again, and then Hacker still stuck around for too long, not knowing his limits. Shockwave finally going to come through and hit something, but the Glacial Prison's better. Onto Irma in the backline. It's double laying of CC, but Xiaopeng way too deep. I almost choke on the air, but Chalitza going to choke on 5 members of eStar. This is the hook shot against the wall. Scout of the Week, explosive cast. Baron's not going to save you as Irma runs over the wall. eStar want the engage, and they'll find it. The Unleashed Power only onto 1. And eStar are right back, thanks to TT.
What did I just watch? Why? Thunder Talk.
Save me, Clem.
Oh, they were so far ahead. That was a 5 for 2.
This is just peak League of Legends. Oh my god! You know, I've seen LCS games better than this, Clement. Definitely seen LCS games better than this. We'll have a look, because
why?
I'm not sure why.
Oh, okay, so let's go through this play again. They use double ultimates on Irma, but there's no follow-up, and Xiaopeng dies instantly. Then Chalitza decides to go in 1 by 1. You know, in Chinese, this is called cooking dumplings, because you never throw dumplings in the pot together. it cools the pan too early. You throw them in one by one, and they all get devoured by E-Stars. This was just a throw of epic proportions. Only in the bottom teams of the LPL can you see a throw like this one. That was...
Clement, I want to take it back. You know, NA is a lot better than this, of course. You know, I was a bit rude there, but second of all, thank you for the dumpling tips. You know, I'll remember that next time I cook. Third, E-Star, with the comp you prescribed, that you said has the ability to really scale into this game, Xayah, Orianna, and the tools now available with the cowbell still there for Xiaoxi. This makes it so easy, and they're on Mountain Soul Point. So it does feel like E-Star now are in a very comfortable position to get the soul, then threaten at the point of having the Elder, and the side lane split push can be managed a lot easier.
I feel like I'm losing hair watching this series. I'm pulling on my scalp so hard, you know, because I just can't fathom the plays that I'm witnessing right here. TT, they've been trading away Mountain Drakes this entire game just to get advantages on Chalitza, and when it counts the most, they don't split push. They go into the 5v5 and die one by one. I'm like, so everything, all those trades they did earlier, it doesn't matter. Because essentially what happens in the late game is that E-Stars suddenly get a free Dragon Soul point. If they snag that one, they can actually just turn this entire game on its head and just win.
Yep. And hey, you know, a win's a win, boys. Like, that's what we take whatever we can get. This is only game one, and I already feel like my hair has grown 20% thinner since the start. Xiaoxi, good dodge away from Scat of the Week. E-Star are going to go in for this. Of course, it is Mountain Soul. Let's just get a team fight with only mechanics as ZS is gearing up to go. Hex Flash over the wall from team, wants to flank with the Solar Flare. Scat of the Week's quite good, Clement, as Xiaopeng starts with the Glacial Prison. ZS gets popped out. Solar Flare onto Irma. Teen engages into the backline. This flank could be beautiful, but Rat is untouched. Just into the backline. Chaliza will find his mark, but Rat, again, you haven't hit this AD carry. Now Sam D has gone too deep with the Killer Instinct. He's 1 versus 3, and E-Star got the perfect fight because the Xayah, even without a lover, was having a great old time.
And this should also mean that E-Stars can walk back and just secure the Dragon Soul. I think Xiaopeng has to stay here. You can't let this go over to TT. You're a composition that relies so much on burst. If you give a Mountain Soul over, that's a huge shield and so many extra resistances that you're not going to be able to kill Rat and Irma later on. I'm actually surprised that Xiaopeng decides to back here. I feel like this isn't one of those situations where you have to chance for the steal.
Well, you've given over Mountain, whatever the case, Clement, and you've now got 6 minutes till the Elder, 28 seconds until the Baron comes up as well. And you left Rat in the fight. You now pay the price. He's 8-1 and 3. We'll watch it again because there are all these peeling elements. They didn't need to be used for Rat.
This is where E-Star's composition really shines. They have so much disengage, and I love what Rat is doing here. He's just sitting inside the brush. No one's hitting him. He dips outside of vision to start this one off. And even though they get Irma, Rat is the main damage dealer. He has a CS lead. At this point, I do believe he does. And he has all the kills on the team, too. So, I just felt like this is such a throw from ThunderTalk. We have to remember, this entire game, ThunderTalk realized that their win condition was actually in side lane split push. They were never in the 5v5 team fight. And then because of that massive throw in the mid, they forced themselves to go for it.
Here we go. You played Mario Party? You played Mario Party on Nintendo 64, you know, the one where you're on the roly-poly and there's electric floor down below? It does feel like whoever is better at mechanics is going to win, but maybe E-Star have rigged the game a little bit. I'm sorry, the chaos has gone to my brain. That is just the away maneuver from Xiaopeng as Baron can be started again. E-Star still do this quick, and once they've cleared out the vision, they're ready to pull TT back in.
There is zero chance that Rat actually dies in this team fight.
Oh, Teen almost dead. Okay, bye Teen. He flashes away. Twyla has teleported in and he's just running around. Hacker going face first. He has a Mountain Soul. Does he care? The Hextech Ultimatum takes him down. The Headbutt Pulverize. 2-man Shockwave though. And even though TT got the first pick, ZS is absorbing the damage. Out of the GA, Chalitza will walk away with the hookshot, walk shot. The QSS used once again, rather cleanse from Rat. The flash burnt on the other side of the scale by Twyla. He gets hit pretty hard by Irma, and you can see why some of the pressure has been used on this mid laner. TT left with 2 core carries, and that was a pretty good fight considering they shouldn't have gotten anything.
Yeah, but you could also tell that eStars was willing to throw their bodies in at Thunder Talk with zero regard, because they have the Mikhails for the Xayah. The Xayah has the cleanse and the flash up, plus the ultimate and the GA. That's just way too much protection for Rat. So they know that they can do like monkey engages, and they still will have the DPS in the backline to actually win. That's true. They just ran face first into them because they knew that Rat was never going to die in that team fight. And, you know, even though it looks like an even trade for TT, we have to look at the summoners there. Twyla expended his flash. Chalitza only got out with his own flash. On the meantime, eStars kept their flash on Hacker, kept their flash on Irma and Rat. So that wasn't really an equal trade. That was a trade that was very much in favor of eStars, and they're just going to run that play again and again.
ZS with his flash almost back up and available. Don't worry about that cleanse. Still a reasonable cooldown, but Clement already labeled everything that's going to be available to keep Rat alive. Irma also has the Zhonya's Hourglass, plus we wait for that last item, but remember the QSS can be used on that as well. Sorry, Mikhail's
I like that Chalitza is going back towards the Merc Treads. Oh god, he had to sell his Boots of Ionia for that.
That was so far ahead, and he thought, well, it's fine, you know, the ability has no one can match me, but now the game has kind of fallen down the toilet and into the pipes. TT have decided that, you know, it's got to be the safer option here for the top laner. TT have decided to group up now as well and optimize for the pick. Remember, if they can find Hacker like they did in the last fight, then it is winnable for TT, even with the Mountain Soul. A mistake which this whole series has been about, the explosive cask. ZS. Oh my god, do not play Gragas again.
It's a little bit tragic. I'm looking at ZS's champion pool, and this is his Gragas debut, so we'll cut him some slack.
And maybe it's the last time we'll see it. Shocker going to be used. Sam D just targeted out. That could be the pick that ends all. Support goes down with him as well, with the ship. A double kill already, and that's just it, ladies and gentlemen. Chalitza running for his life. He hookshot, walk shots over the wall. Twyla trying to deal with Hacker, who flashes away, but with the dissonance, the movement speed, the bear is angry. He's trying to kite this around. This is all you can do. This is Udi mechanics. Bear stance again. Twyla thinking about it. No, he's not going to go for it. All right, he's not just going to walk around the mid lane, and Hacker still wait. We haven't finished part 2. The roundup. Twyla's got a cow on him now. Scatter the Weak doesn't connect, and bam! Goes golden for the moment, and with the Phoenix out as well, Eastar are ending the game, but I don't care. I want to see this fight. Twyla versus Hacker, and a cow in the middle. Some kind of kinkiness going on. He's going to back in the end, and Hacker doesn't get the kill, but Eastar can't end the game either. Oh my god.
I can't believe this. How did Twyla survive and ZS die in that scenario? The observers couldn't keep their eyes peeled on both positions, so we missed out on a lot of action, but I'm just so surprised at how that trade went on. There's no way that eStars shouldn't have been able to close that one in. You know, they had a 2-kill advantage. They should have killed the Syndra. ZS should have been alive, but none of that happens. And now we're going to see Thunder Talk actually head towards Baron. What is happening? Oh my god.
Oh, Hacker, no. Don't do the camps, Hacker. There's a Baron going on.
Baron.
He doesn't have flash, and he figures he can't get in at the very least. They're pinging it out. They knew. TT going to get the Baron. It's 43 minutes in, and I don't. No. Elder up in 5 seconds, Clement. Look at the TP.
This has been so exciting. The game is never over until the Nexus explodes. This is what this series is trying to teach us right here.
TT right towards the Elder Dragon. Eastar not in position yet. ZS hasn't been spotted out until about now. The body slam, explosive cast. That wasn't good either, but onto the pit. They want to steal. They walk in. It's taken by Chalitza. Elder now secured. The Zenith Blade doesn't connect, but they execute the Mad Cow. A Shoutzy drops down. Chalitza finding the Dream engage. That's going to be 3. He'll die in the end. Teen is close to death too. Rat trying to carry the fight in with the Elder, but Twyla comes in clutch. The Unleashed power already used. The Scatter the Weak, and TT wiped them off the floor.
I think this is finally going to be the end. A 44-minute epic slog between these two teams. You know, honestly, this game 1 is all about snatching victory away from the jaws of defeat. Am I saying that in the right order?
Yes.
Because I feel like my brain is melting just watching this game.
Yeah.
Like, eStars could have finished that like 2 minutes ago.
Well, onto the Nexus. Look at Xiaoxi's death timer. Look at everyone else. I think they can end the game, Clement. It's 8 seconds until Xiaoxi comes up. Twyla does so much with the Elder. Don't walk away, sir. He kind of stutter-stepped a little bit too far, but it might not matter. Nexus is going to be laid bare. The Glacial Prison misses. Unleash Power used once again onto Xiaoxi. He ain't tanky enough for the Elder. And TT somehow, some way, win that cluster of a game one.
Oh, I don't know what to say about that one. Both of these teams took turns taking dominant leads on the map and then threw them away in the most casual manner you could ever imagine. Honestly, like, it felt like these two teams were like the richest people in China, you know? They were just throwing dollar bills off buildings or something. And my hairdo is looking like this way because I've been pulling on my scalp too much. I need to actually get myself back in a presentable fashion. Oh boy. Whoop. I don't know what to say about this series. It's that was something. That really was something.
Well, I mean, let me just take a step back and say that was by far the worst gameplay I've seen, I think, in my 3 years casting. Like, there are some teams in the world you watch and you think, oh, they could do a lot better. This is where their mechanics lie. Why are we doing that? This was just like, the teams probably knew why they were making these mistakes, but just thought, oh, well, holiday coming up soon. You know, let's just throw it in the air.
Dude, this was close to Oscar night level. I mean, this was hilarious. I actually just want the replays of that. And, you know, you could put the clown car track in the background right here. You know, we try to be positive in these games, but this game was, I think you have to enjoy it. You have to really look at it and just enjoy it for what it really is. It was a fiesta of epic proportions.
I mean,
and sometimes you get great games, sometimes you get fiestas.
You said it well. Who gets MVP, Clement? Who gets MVP? It can't be Rat. It would have been Rat if E-Stars won.
Yeah, it has to be like we only get winners MVPs.
Twyla, maybe.
Well, it did good. He did survive a lot in those team fights.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't throw. I think he was the only member that didn't like have an egregious throw on the team. So
the gold graph doesn't do it justice. We are just look at Twyla's damage. I mean, Twyla hit a lot of good scatter the weeks. I will say, even at the point where TT were kind of like they threw away, Twyla's engages his setup on CC, I should say, was really, really nice to combo with Xiaopeng. So I think Twyla deserves it. There were a great number of moments from him, and I think he was the most solid rock that TT had throughout the game.
Twyla was great, but I really want to go over this gold graph because this is pure comedy gold. At the start, E-Stars gets up to a 2k gold lead. They throw it because of misplaced Herald and allow the side lane to just go on. And then TT throw it back for a 5,000 gold gift bonus over to E-Stars. And then E-Stars throw it back again. They give a 6,000 gold advantage over to TT. So I don't know, man. This is like Wall Street, like shorting bets or something like that, because it's an absolutely crazy line we were seeing right there.
Yeah, no, Wall Street's a good reference point at the moment, especially people going crazy and not sure where to throw their money. It does feel like E-Star and TT are two teams who we're very much on the money, saying they are not playoff teams. I'm willing to put that down here and now, like I did in my power rankings for the start of this split, Clement. There's not much analysis for this. You know, we're shortly going to go to a break, I'm sure. When we come back, what we'll do is we'll talk about what we ate, what we did, you know, what happened in our break, how the chat's doing maybe, and then we'll wipe this slate clean. We're going to go to that break now, and everyone's going to refresh, go for a walk, have a Tim Tam or something. We'll see you soon.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be.
我觉得二麻这名选手他比较更偏向于注重对线吧，然后在大局观那边就小龙团战那方面可能做的没有那么完美。面对他们的中野辅联动，我更相信我们的中野辅联动会比他们做的更好。要是我们慢了一点点的话，我就等他们，然后我们再把他们击溃。
I agree. I mean, you can say that about a lot of players. I know Clement's laughing. You know, the macro and mid-game team fights are definitely less than ideal. Welcome back to the LPL after what was the most chaotic game I think I've seen in all my years. Almost broke the table. TT win it out somehow. I actually forgot who won after all that because of... We went to like a 45-minute game, and Clement Chu and myself went through a lot of stuff, right, Clement? You know, we're going to bring up Twyla's MVP while we have a chat about what we just witnessed.
I'm sorry, guys, but I'm having a hard time holding it together after Twyla just said, you know, Irma's pretty good in the lane, but everything else is less than ideal. That was just way too perfect after game one.
Oh, God. It's perfect. It summarizes everything. Clement, you know, walk me through it. Obviously, 44% damage. That's great. They got Elder. TT won it somehow when they shouldn't have won those fights, you know. I was having a chat with you and Lyric, who, you know, Lyric's obviously next door to me, folks, if you didn't know that. And you guys were talking about how E-Star probably shouldn't have lost this game after it was given to them.
Yeah, they were up in a very favorable position. They already had a members advantage, and they were going to take down the entire base from TT. But for some reason, they were unable to kill Twyla, and ZS actually died in return, giving TT this free Baron, which they then used to set up on this Elder Dragon. And once again, ZS really fumbles his ultimate. The Elder goes over to TT, and they're able to close this game off of that.
And E-Star just hung around after the fact as well, just kind of gave the rest of the fight and thought, yep, it's probably done. Saved us as well, Clement, let's be quite honest, because if no fight comes out of that, we're probably going for another 5 minutes, and then who knows, maybe E-Star pick the game back up, and we get another fight, which means TT lose the game. So props to TT in some regard. No one really won that game, though, let's be quite honest. It's still 0-0 in our hearts, and we're going into a second game on paper that does feel like, with TT going blue, you know, we're going to get similar drafts, and we'll see if TT can, you know, hold a strong early game and then run it to completion and not give it away.
I will say that, you know, if we forget about everything that happened after 25 minutes, TT did have a very good early game. I felt like their early game trades in terms of objectives or their jungle pathing coming out from Xiaopeng, making sure they always were tracking Hacker. I think that TT has proven themselves to be the stronger early game team. So if they can, sort out their later game macro mishaps, I still favor TT quite a lot in this matchup.
Me too. But
that's a big if, though. But
yes, I'm about to say I'm not even going to talk about who I favor, who's more skilled. After that, everyone is just here for me, Clever. Like it's just flipping a coin. You know those solo queue players who they play the early game really well, they play the lane well, and then they get into a team fight and they Xayah ult the wrong way, and you're like, oh, consistently. As Phil, what we had, and I know I'm taking a bit of a rough stance, but after that first game, I don't mind being a bit aggressive, a bit rough with the language.
This is a pretty loose series. Let's be honest. These are not exactly playoff teams going up against each other. And initially at the start of the split, we actually put eStars in the lottery heap as well. I personally, I have to admit I'm wrong, but I personally thought that LGD were going to be a little bit better, and it was going to be eStars that were going to round out the bottom 4. That's not the case. eStars found their 2 series wins, but TT still firmly in that lottery position.
Obviously everyone knows that we're at our homes right now and we've got tabs open, and on my other screen I'm just passing through using my stats website, and I had it on the LPL stream before and having a look at it chat. I just managed to see someone saying, can someone summarize the first game? And the response was no, impossible to summarize.
Okay,
well done.
Let's try to do it. Okay, that was both teams setting themselves up in an unlosable situation, and still finding a way to lose. That was basically like, how Doctor Strange, he looks in the future and he goes like, okay, there's 14 million scenarios and there's only one scenario which you will lose the game. Let me tell you the plan. And then TT just turns around and says, nope, we don't need your help. We already found it. It's like, what? There's 14 million scenarios. Like, no, we found the losing one. This is how you play it.
We're going to throw it in. A big shout out to our chat just walking past. Again, Xiaopeng was Twilight MVP of game number 1 on TT. TT now moved to the blue side, so we are swapping sides after what that was. And TT going to try and close this one out. We'll see. At the very least, just note that the bans have changed. eStar going towards the Elise, thinking that it's Xiaopeng who wants to hit the early game aggressive jungler.
Yeah, we did talk about Xiaopeng and his solo queue exploits. He's been #1 as an LPL player in the Korean Challenger queue, and one of his most played is actually this Elise. He has been going for the PTA Elise, been spamming it a lot, so I like what eStars are doing here. They're saying, hey, Xiaopeng has had a great early game. Maybe we should take away everything from him.
He's got a big champion pool. We know he's one of the most distinct champion pools, the Sejuani, the Rek'Sai. I think it was either you or Lyric that told me before the game that he is still the highest out of the LPL in Korean Challenger right now. So Xiaopeng individually is a good player, and TT, they're going to first pick Renekton on blue side now. There are a lot of memes about this from 2020. Let's just remember, in the LPL, people aren't afraid to play Nas, so this could bite them in the back.
We have to mention that Twilight did play Renekton earlier, and it was with the Renekton plus Sejuani combo that we were talking about. Ruthless Predator, 3 stacks, you get the stun with the you get the stun from the W, and then the permafrost again. It's almost 3 seconds of a crowd control chain, so I don't think eStars are gonna challenge that and go for a Gnar this preemptively.
I like that, Clement. Really good point. As the Udyr and Kai'Sa get locked in, we're changing face a little bit here, but I really like that you pull that up, considering that the flex in LPL is a little bit more common, so that LCK, I guess LCS, LEC logic doesn't really apply. You got the Xayah in as well, and there's no cards shown for TT. The flex remains the Sejuani for game number 3 for Xiaopeng, and Sam D on top of the Xayah.
I don't really like the early Gnar here. I feel like it's quite easy to punish. Sejuani does have very strong ganking potential. Even if the Renekton goes top lane, like, the Gnar could still be shut down in the early game. They're still going to go for it. Again, I'm not a huge fan of this one. But I do want to see what eStars go for their mid lane. What we have seen a lot of teams go for the Orianna Udyr. I've made my stance. I'm not a fan of it. I prefer more skirmish-oriented compositions with the Udyr. Things like the Aatrox that have a little bit more hard crowd control. They can fly around a little bit more. In general, I just don't like compositions that are slow and rely on Udyr to buffer them through the early game.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, even looking at the GP, but I guess you have the same problem there, so we'll see. Again, if it bites eStar in the back, then we'll say thank you, Clement Chu, thank you for your understanding, and maybe you should be the coach. E-Star also going to start banning away solo laners. We've got the same from TT, but note that the Irelia, against the potential of a Twyla or a Chalitza flex, for TT, getting rid of Zoe, which has been a power pick for many mid laners, is definitely warranted.
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting one. What I think TT are doing is they're trying to force Irma onto a control mage, and Renekton Sejuani does very, very well against control mages. You can flash stun, and the crowd control combo is so long that no control mage will be able to survive that one. So they're trying to make sure that they don't have safe picks in the mid lane. Taking away Zoe probably forces something like Orianna or Syndra out from Irma. Irma actually has a pretty limited champion pool. He's been playing Victor, Orianna, Syndra the entire time, basically. So I like this idea of limiting the options and making your mid jungler easier to play through.
Put him into a pocket and then take away a good champion for Xiaoxi, but I will say for the first time ever, or at least in 75% of games, Xiaoxi has Thresh available. So we'll see if he goes for that or something else that can buffer up the CC and add into the combo of Gnar to give Kai'Sa a bit of breathing room.
I don't think they are going to go for the Thresh because Thresh is just a pretty weak combo with Kai'Sa overall. Okay. It's not offensive enough. But like we were talking about, they were hovering Azir for a long time. I would actually have preferred the Azir just because the Azir does have an escape tool. So even if the Renekton and Sejuani do come in, you have a bit more chances to actually get out of the play. But they are going to still go for the Orianna plus Udyr combo. Not something that we've seen worked a lot, but very, very popular in the LPL. We have to be honest, a lot of teams do like this, and just using Udyr with the ball and the 700 move speed that he gets to go for the backline.
Responded with the Azir here for Twyla, so pretty standard stock, slow mid lane here for both these players. Twyla, they keep looking at the Aurelion Sol. We haven't seen that for a while. Last person was Teacher Ma, so don't get your hopes up in future games. At the very least, we need to see what the support is here, and with Rakan banned away, and Team locks in the Leona to pair up with Sam-T.
I do like the Leona a little bit more than the Alistar. A bit more engaged potential is what I favor out of TT. And to look at their composition, they don't have a particularly strong mid-jungle, but, you know, they do have priority. The Azir should be able to push the lane against the Orianna. And what I see from TT is a pretty slow composition with strong pick potential, really good front to back. On the meantime, E-Stars, I think they're going to be lacking in the teamfight department. They don't really have a traditional frontline. I don't consider Udyr a real frontline. He's more of a skirmisher than anything. And Gnar is also a very situational frontline. Yep. So what TT are going to do is they're going to sit back, they're going to scale into the late game, and when they see anyone, they'll just run at you. That's pretty much it. They're going to have an unconquerable frontline.
I guess with the CC combo lined up as well. Remember, with the Ferromancy Crashdown, there's good pick potential there as well. So the option of Burst for E-Star, but at the very least, you talked about the front to back from TT, E-Star's ability to scale and get through some of these skirmishes. Going into game 2, we're going to take a breath of fresh air. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to guide you through this meditation, and I want you to repeat after me. We're going to breathe in and out. Okay, we're going to do that a couple of times. You can do that in your own time, but before we get into this, I want everyone to be calm. Because game 1 was what a Bushman would say was bloody bonkers. And in Australia, we don't have many Bushmen who would say that, but if I put on the boots, if I put on the... what's his name? What's the actor's name? Russell Coit. Great show, by the way. You know, I'd put the boots on, put the shorts on, put my button-up shirt, and I'd try and be as much like Steve Irwin as possible, and I'd say, let's get into this one, guys, because bloody hell. Game 1 was worse than a croc, with his mouth open, with my head between it. I've lost brain cells. We're going into game 2. Let's cancel there. Clement Chu, take it away. You take it away for a bit before I send us down the hole.
If game 2 ends up like game 1, I'm going to need a wig by game 3. It's so painful to watch as a previous coach that was pulling my hair out throughout the entire game. But we've talked about TT's win condition. They can sit back, and they have a very strong front-to-back team fight. But on E-Star's end, I do like their skirmish potential. They have a bot lane that can roam quite heavily. Ferromancy, you know, if you mount up, you do get that extra movement speed. And we're actually seeing a little bit of action on the top side as Xiaopeng takes a big chunk of HP.
Yes, he does. Doesn't have to flash away in the end, but gets burnt down. Irma stops her back, and Xiaopeng Might have to use the pot and stick around. Rather not, still backing away. We'll watch his speed getting to his first camp, but note that we have a bit of a change while trades are still going on. It is Halo Blades on Twyla and Lethal Tempo on SamD. Other side across the map, nothing else has really changed. So looking for the small burst trades here for Twyla to try and match out the lane of Irma.
Yeah, very aggressive lanes, very aggressive rune choice coming out from Twyla. Usually, when you think about Lethal Tempo, it does a lot more team fight damage. But like you mentioned, the Halo Blade's a little bit stronger in lane. So they're just trying to make sure that this lane keeps on, is continuously pushed in, and they can reduce the amount of skirmish potential that this Udyr and Orianna combo can give to E-Stars.
It's a bit easy to track when you get that early warding down. Hacker has done so himself, though, and I think E-Star win the warding game for the first portion of the map. Spotting out the red buff start here from Xiaopeng, spotting out that the blue buff is there, and when they get the timing for Xiaopeng to pick it up, note that the top side is going to be pretty volatile then. Clement, we do get the Renekton versus Gnar matchup up here, and ZS, you know, going to feel pretty confident here as we've seen across the world. Gnar feels quite nice with the bit of range advantage and the ability to hop away from the Renekton.
Yeah, usually what the Renektons try to do is try to get the lane pushing in a little bit. He can play for priority, but, you know, depending on situation, since he has a losing jungle, probably not. Gnar doesn't actually pressure you that hard, but when it gets to the late game, we have seen a number of different builds that do come out of the Gnar that can allow that to happen. But for now, E-Stars, Xiaoxi is going to try his luck into the mid lane.
He's walking pretty fast, Climate, waiting for the Ferromancy. Crash down onto Twyla, burns it and gets the knock-up. Hacker flashes in with the bear stance. Twyla doesn't even get to move or burn his own flash, and first blood over to Rel.
Really well done from E-Stars. This is what I was talking about. They do have an advantage coming in from their bottom side skirmish. A lot of the times we have seen the Kai'Sa plus Rel combination pack so much kill threat that the enemy team has to give up the wave and kind of respect that. So Xiaoxi using that pushes the wave in. He finds a good opportunity to go mid and get that kill onto Twyla.
Feels really nice when you're a Rel that can roam early on. You've just got CC built into your kit, and you're getting that first kill. Probably not as ideal as a lot of people would like to talk about, but at the very least, getting the momentum going. Clement, you already talked about how E-Star once again want to kind of pace this game out, and their ability to fight is very situational. A Snowball is in the picture as well, right? We see a Snowball on the side of E-Star. Very easy for them to force objectives and force these fights.
I think E-Star's main advantage is probably going to be through lane priority in the bottom side. If they can get Rel moving around the map, it's going to be very detrimental for TT. But in the meantime, TT do expect a bit of a rough early game. This composition is a very late scaling one. It really does function quite similar to E-Star's own composition during game 1, where once they get into that teamfight situation, you get SamD on, give him a Mikhails, give him a GA, a Bloodthirster. He really becomes unkillable after that. So they're really playing for much later into the game. Probably the 35-minute mark is what I'm looking at.
Do the same dance with this Xayah once again. Already building about a 10 CS lead in this bottom lane here for SamD. Throughout other lanes. Chalitza playing the lane very well. You already talked about the pushing advantage and how Renekton can actually utilize the matchup. Chalitza, his ability to keep ZS from backing, the ward in the back of the brush, these quick slice and dice Q trades, means that ZS is pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's really well done on the side of Chalitza. He's actually using his Rage Bar quite well, but we have to go to bot lane.
Yeah, it's Attract and Repel. Good little combo here, but TT kiting back at the bottom lane. The flash from Rat onto Sammy D, but the damage is way too much. Xiaoxi mounts up once again, autos for the kill. It's a trade, but Chalitza teleports in, and he smells blood. The Blood God says yes, please, as Chalitza gets his first kill.
A huge win for TT coming into that one. I do want to see how the start of the fight happened. Usually we have been seeing the Kai'Sa and Rel combination come out ahead in most of these trades, but it looked like Teen was able to intercept Rat and put a lot of damage onto him. He goes down before even Xayah does, and that is a winning trade on the side of TT.
Really is. And look, the wave doesn't crash in for Chalitza as well. He burns the teleport, but he's going to lose a couple of minions. ZS able to get the push in, going into Mega Gnar, but Chalitza just walks back to this lane and he'll just receive the bounty.
Yeah, very comfortable position from Chalitza. He was having his lane state in a very good place, so he's able to get the kill in the bot side and go top perfectly.
Okay, I guess the shockwave just to put some pressure down. Teen doesn't burn anything, just walks away. Xiaoxi was nearby as well.
Does look like this is just a burn for the Drake play. You do see Hacker already in position with this one, and they're going to be able to take that with the earlier reset by death. So,
okay, there's Twyla waiting to... Oh, I'm not sure if he has the mana. I think he ran out of mana using the Shifting Sands. He has 100 now, but just wanted to see the flash from Irma as a potential. So mid kind of fizzles out a bit. Chalisa continuing to trade up on the top side, and ZS still missing the boomerang blade. Chalisa feeling so good right now up here.
Up in these trades, it's pretty important for the Renekton to understand when you can get your 50 Rage for the Ruthless Predator. You can get 10 Rage from slicing into a champion and 2.5 for each unit with the Slice. And that's usually how you win out the trades. You kind of surprise the Gnar by going in and then getting a full Ruthless Predator.
Next flash onto Sam D. The Ferromancer crash down in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, we get the Attract and Repel. Nice engage. The Blade Caller as well doesn't hit the mark. And a third kill going over to Xiaoxi, who on this rel has been setting up everything.
Yeah, that's the trade that we wanted to see and what we've been seeing from other LPL teams as well. And it just does so much damage coming in from the rel. You get 2 plasma stacks from the Crashdown knockup, and then the Attracted Repel, excuse me.
Close enough. Yeah.
The stun going down also gives you a stack there, and it's just such a long crowd control duration. If you're not willing to burn your ultimate, or in this case, you don't have your ultimate as a Xayah, it can easily kill you. We saw this in the JD Gaming versus Top Esports matchup as well.
Clement, people got to remember that when you attached with Attract and Repel, if you get that Shattering Strike, the Q, you have a lot of sustain in the lane, especially with the Relic Shield on top. So Rat, his ability to die in this lane isn't really there unless you get the burst, the perfect engage. Feels really hard from this point on as well. As Rat and Xiaoxi, you know, now favorable position, even with the kills going down to Xiaoxi. I also want to reiterate, Clement, on the play we saw before, I had to make sure I was right, but the Emperor's Divide is 100 mana. So that's why Twyla couldn't get the engage before, and that kind of slowed down the tempo that they otherwise would have found off of finding the pick and pulling momentum in the favor of TT, because they are down a bit in gold here in this early game. E-Star up about 800.
That's a pretty amazing find on your end. Good for finding that one out. A very awkward blade on the side for Twyla. But I will also say for him that at that moment, Sejuani didn't actually have his ultimate. So maybe they thought better of that play and didn't pull the trigger here. Once again, we are going to see TT with the earlier reset by death. Going to go ahead and take the compensation Herald. But they will have to actually trade a lot onto this tower for it to be worth it, because they will be giving over 2 tower plates over to Rat for this Herald trade, which pretty much means unless you get the kill or an extra turret plating or the entire thing exactly, you don't come out ahead.
I will say, though, I like TT's timing here, waiting for Mega Knight to time out just a little bit. The dive is going to be coming through, waiting for the Zenith Blade. ZS is still here. Against the wall, they'll get knocked, but no one has absorbed aggro until a Sam D. The flash already burnt out, and ZS has delayed time. He'll survive from the fight while E-Star continue to push the bottom lane, and now the time is on.
Yeah, that was really well done by ZS. He actually used the extra movement speed back from Mininar to get out of that situation. Gets the ultimate plus W combo down onto the members as well. But throughout all of this trade, TT are able to find the entire tower. On the meantime, it looks like E-Stars, well, they actually get the same thing. So all in all, I do favor E-Stars as the better part of this trade, because, you know, they forced the enemy team to swap up. They had to waste time on the Herald. Well, throughout this entire thing, Rat was able to farm away.
Yeah, Rat gets solo turret gold as well, even though first turret blood goes down, and this will put TT back up to gold standings. We'll just see how much further Rat can push it. Let's also remember that you get the positioning, you get the warding down on the bottom side for the second dragon, and E-Star already picked up the first one. So you put yourself in that favorable position to get up the early soul, and with a comp you talked about that can kind of delay this game, Clement, and, you know, maybe play around these skirmishes, that early soul is going to be super beneficial.
Having that soul pressure always means that the scaling team has to walk into you before they're really ready, before they hit their third item mark, before the Azir and Xayah are where they want to be on their builds. So, you know, this is a huge difference from, I would say, game 1, where eStars also wanted to play around the Drake stacking, but TT was able to just trade away souls because they got the first 2. Now, eStars are in that position where, hey, you know, they control most of the bottom side. They do have that teleport advantage right now with the Gnar, and they can kind of force TT to go into them. TT can choose not to respond to this one, but it does put a very big timer on their heads. It means at 20 minutes, whether they like it or not, they are going to have to pick up the challenge from eStars.
At least you're paying the respect to the fact that you've got a lot of CS discrepancies across the map that you have to deal with, and you're not quite there yet on your first items. You know, mythics are the big, powerful items, and I'm not just saying that because of the patch. I'm saying that because a lot of teams wait to fight until these mythics and have those engages because of how big that one item power spike now is for 90% of the players in League of Legends. So the Dragon will go down in the end without TT contesting it. And just note that Xiaopeng is now towards the top side of the map after first turret blood was given over. TT giving Chalitza a bit of space, and Xiaopeng continuing to bully ZS.
This is pretty much a play where Xiaopeng is just saying, hey, I don't really have much to do on the map. My bottom side has been taken over, so I'm going to try something top. But I don't really think it's going to work out for them that well. They might get some turret damage, but in the meantime, I feel like if eStars sniff this out, they should be able to just pressure bot and be happy with the trade.
Well, for now, Ward's just getting put down. Look at the bottom side of the map. Oh, let's not, because ZS might just be dead here. Chalitza auto attacks him for the final kill. He's under turret and he's just dead. Chalitza, no way he's getting out of this. So Rat does trade it away. Both top laners go down. There's no further objective to follow up, and it was a good kill given over to Rat.
I don't like this from eStars whatsoever, because eStars actually invested a lot in vision onto the bot side, and they're going to let TT walk away with multiple turret plates right here. Unless they can catch up onto this, it definitely wasn't worth it.
Bear. Teen is going to get slapped out. A tractor repel onto Sam D. He gets Ferromancy knocked up, but he's stuck in place. The Solar Flare layers down onto Hacker. That may have saved the AD carry's life as Twyla now shows up to the party. Good Zenith Blade onto Hacker, who the Ignite wears off on. But eStar have brought the cavalry, and TT out of place. Teen is going to sacrifice his life, send eStar back to their own turret. And that was just a bit too back and forth for my liking.
Yeah, eStars are willing to sink a lot of members into these fights, but honestly what they should have done was just traded the bot lane tower away straight away, because that would have denied Sam D and Teen CS, and with that extra tower, like, you just get so much map control. You don't have to lose this bottom side control over the enemy jungle like you did with that play into the top side. So, you know, all in all, eStars, they still get everything they wanted, but I felt like the sequencing and the trading could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit better, but I will say, you know, the fact that Sam D doesn't go down in the end is really impressive, Clement, from what I could see, at the very least. I don't know if I was blind. We'll have a look again, because Hacker started this, and it felt like the engage was clean.
Oh, yeah. Sam D does a great ultimate right there. He dodges out on the Magnetic Storm plus Crashdown combination. So gets over the main crowd control, almost dies, but remembers to have his potion running. A lot of times players will not run their potions when they are in a back. But he remembers, and boys and girls, that's why you always run your potions in those situations.
True. That was a nice snipe from Rat, and the fact that he survived was just incredible. Teen's ultimate needs to be blessed there as well, because the Solar Flare is the reason that Sam D ultimately survives in the end as well. So keeps his AD carry alive, and what we're seeing right now is eStar with a bit of a gold lead in the tune of 1,300 at 15 minutes in the game. Remember, they've got those 2 dragons as well. The Soul Point is definitely a big win condition that eStar can play around. But we've got a minute 50 until the next dragon spawns, and I think we should be keeping our eyes on how eStar play the next minute leading up to it. What pick they can find, Clement, because, you know, this is something we talked about, how eStar's composition can move around chokes, how they can find these pick potential, and how they can utilize the bear to kind of set it up.
So I think what they're looking at right now is probably to cut off Azir. Azir has the least mobility walking into this river, and they have a great kill combination with Rel this far ahead, and with her boots down as well. So, you know, I think that's the way that they want to try and play this. But kind of weirdly enough, they are actually chased out of river completely. Irma giving up position on the top side, and Twyla does find his way into the topside river. So
I guess TP advantage, right? Because Chalitza's level 11, ZS level 10, and ZS used his TP in the previous engage. Chalitza still has his, so it feels like TT paying respect to the summoners And even with Irma's TP down, that advantage just going to be given over by E-Star.
Very good point. It could be that the Mininar has no way to actually stop the Renekton from coming in.
True.
So they do back off of that one, and honestly, this is pretty good for TT. Like they get the fork potential during the Drake fight. This is the crucial one that a lot of teams feel like they have to take because E-Stars is looking at 3 and 4 on the Drake list already. With this extra Herald, they will be able to guarantee themselves position to River. That's usually what it means during these team fights, is that someone has to go back and defend the mid. You're going to be able to basically force one of their members to be out of the fight and get position onto the River. This fight is going to be absolutely critical for both teams here.
What is actually happening mid? We're seeing ARAM happen again. I was just watching the midi-map, and it feels like people are a little bit too close to each other, not given that social distance. But TT getting the mid push out first here, Clement, and it feels like they're going to be into River, waiting for E-Star to overstep. Xiaopeng
Twyla,
in a dangerous position. He's just face-checked Twyla. 0-2 on the Azir. Now Xiaopeng has the Arctic Assault as well. Hacker on the run. The bear goes slap onto the big pig. And now Chalisa for the forward to back position. 4 versus 5 as Irma's coming in as well. The Glacial Prison used for disengage. And E-Star with that pick, thanks to Twyla, might have been given over to the Dragon, but they're still looking for more. The flash forward. Zetas wants to ulti before he goes on to cooldown, sends them backwards. And that's all you need with the shockwave. Chalisa dead too. Rat goes forward in the end, slides and dives into Xiaopeng and team. TT lose it all, and it's going to be Soul Point after that bad boy.
Yeah, really unfortunate mistakes coming out from TT. I felt like they should have dropped the Herald a little bit earlier if they were going to move into the river like that. Instead, they don't hold any vision over mid lane. Twyla walks back for some reason, dies for nothing, and E-Stars just has a really clean follow-up.
Well, Soul Point coming at you with Mountain Dragon at 18 minutes into the game. That's the reality that TT are facing, and E-Stars with a 3k gold lead. Now, we'll have a look again, because Twyla just, they knew they were there.
It was right outside of vision. I think it was just outside of vision. E-Stars actually got in by moving across the wall here, and I'll be honest, this fight was kind of funny from my perspective, because I felt like ZS actually could have got a lot more done here. He has the double hop back into his own base when the team is already up, one member is in full chase mode. But, you know, he makes up for it. He flashes, gets to slow down, and then Xiaoxi gets the crash down plus shockwave combo onto 3 members right here. So very well done on that combination. They're able to kill everyone important and get the most important Drake soul point.
I'm just concerned because even though, you know, that ward was really cool in that interaction, thank you to our observers, it was also just like you knew they were mid anyway, so why are you checking the brush?
That was a bit weird.
Yeah, so a lot of concerns, Clement. You know, it's the first item Azir who has been behind in CS against Irma this whole game long. But the driving force of TT right now, even though they lost that last fight, even though they're against Soul Point, we can see that Chalitza is still very strong, that Sam D has had a decent enough laning phase. We're just waiting to see what happens with TT's composition now that they're in this bad choke position, now that E-Stars are gaining dominance across the map.
I'll be honest, I'm so worried for E-Stars right now. It feels like things are going a little bit too smoothly.
E-Stars, oh, you're waiting for the throw. Maybe it's onto ZS. He's going to go into Meganar, Twyla, Emperor's Divide backwards. Only hits him against the wall. Chalita running back in. This is a Gore Drinker Renekton, so he's not dying. Picks up the kill, and Twyla actually teleported for that, but Baron's not up yet, Dragon's not up, so it's not going to be punished.
Yeah, it's a really good play from TT. They have their timers aligned perfectly. You know, the most E-Stars is going to be able to get is his tower, and it still will be trade for the bottom side. So well done on their end, but Hacker's going in.
Yeah, Arctic Assault used again. Xiaopeng has that gap close to run away from the Deer, who's, again, 50 CS up over Xiaopeng, and has had this massive advantage for the whole game. Twyla getting the turret you mentioned, the top one already traded off by Rat, and TT getting something on the board, that's great, but ZS has teleport and he is going to be coming back up and available. As my stream freezes a little bit, it looks like TT are going to a fight, but Clement, much like the rest of this series, I'm going to assume this one's going into the bin.
All right, I'm going to guess that... Oh, no.
I don't know, it's like the magician pulls back the curtain and suddenly Xiaopeng's low. They flash in, Xiaoxi gets the mount up, and Sam D goes down without using the Feather Storm or the flash. TT, what are you doing? There's a lot of ways to get out of that.
Yeah, that was very inexplainable from my end. We didn't get to see the start of the fight. Both of our streams actually lagged out right there, so we only saw the teleports coming in. But the end result is E-Stars find 2 kills on the bottom side with Flash and ult.
Yep. Yes, they do, Clement. And Twyla going forward has to be careful of Hacker. I mean, at this point, Baron has spawned, but they didn't want to take the risk. But getting those 2 kills again, 1-4-1 on Sam D, and getting caught out with ultimate and flash available is unacceptable. So I want to see what happens in the replay that hopefully we get to see.
Let's be honest, after game 1, you knew this series was too perfect not to go to a game 3. Yeah, it's definitely going to game 3. You know what's coming. Sam D doesn't flash, doesn't ult. Does he know what mount up does?
What? That was, I'm sorry. Look, who am I? A gold level player to criticize that, but that was disgusting. Use your ult, use one of the flash, pay respect. You know what Rel does. What? What? Oh, it's quicker to die to go back to the pony. Yeah, okay.
I honestly don't feel like he's seen the pony. He was probably thinking it was Hecarim or something. Like,
yeah, it's true. It's just like
really weird interaction.
Wait, there's a Rel in this game? Oh man. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna move on because that's a shame, especially after seeing him on V5 in the past and being like, this guy's a growing AD carry, but to see that is just a mistake you can't make in competitive play. Down 3,000 gold, but the Mountain Soul's coming up at 30 seconds, and this is what we're talking about. E-Star have a very good condition on the board. One that TT have to respect, and they have to fight for this. Twyla going in, forces the flash, flashes himself. Twyla now running away at half health, and for Irma's flash, I don't think that's worth with Emperor's Divide.
Probably not, but that was funny to look at. That's why I got out of that one, but I think Hacker might be going in. Chalitza already trying to force apart these 2 compositions, but the ult's wasted here.
Yeah,
I think he's going to go back in.
Goal goes in anyway. I'm just so triggered. TT going to clear out the wave and into the Dragon Pit. We now go. Xiaoxi a little bit low. He's coming in from a flanking position though on full vision. Shockwave. Okay, Hacker's going to go in as well to get the stun up onto Xiaopeng. ZS starting the Dragon. He's about to go Mega Now. The Emperor's Divide used defensively onto Xiaoxi, but look, ZS is just hitting the back one. Twyla goes in once again, goes golden, but the wall ult from ZS was beautiful. And of course, TT were going to lose that fight. They missed everything.
Yeah, that was a bit of a terrible situation coming out from TT. They do try to find the target on the left side, but it's really hard to chase red side teams up onto that ramp. They're going to have vision advantage. They're going to be able to dodge in and out. And in the meantime, ZS just decimates their backline. There was nothing they could do to stop that Mega Nard 3-man push.
They're going to get Mountain Soul and Baron. All right, I'm pouring a glass of water here. I'm going to have a big sip. And we're going to realize that this series is going to game 3. Look, this is what nice guys do. Wait for your team.
There was never any doubt. They were waiting for Irma to come back out, give him the Baron buff. Well, let's go through that again. At the start of this fight, Sejuani doesn't have her ultimate already, and Chalitza actually pops his Dominus very, very early on, so they're missing a lot of critical ults. We do see Xiaoxi go in. They take a bunch of damage out of Xiaopeng, and Twyla is left to fend for himself against so many different members. ZS goes in, gets the double man stun onto the wall, and that's just the entire backline gone. So, honestly, TT, they probably should have considered just going for a steal in that situation. After they've already wasted so many valuable abilities, they didn't go for the rush onto the Drake either. I felt like they just should have backed off and just said, hey, you know what? Even though this Mountain Soul is super important, we're probably just going to have to play for a steal.
Yeah. Well, I have one thing to say is that, Clement, I want to thank you for putting me on IGRNG coming up on the weekend with Lyric. This is, this is definitely like I have to go through the bad to get to the good. It feels like we got to trudge through the mud before we can.
There's no bad in the LPL.
Oh, yes.
This is exactly how it's meant to be played.
Let us be blind casters who say every game is good and everyone can come back. This is quality League of Legends, of course.
Hey, after watching Game 1, I do believe anyone can come back.
Yeah, that's actually true. You're right. That's a genuine point. Even with the Baron buff, even with the gold lead swirling here, you did mention that TT, 35 minutes plus in the game, their scaling is quite incredible, and how they can play these front-to-backs. So with the easier executed team composition, let's have a look and see if E-Star can close this one out. At the very least, holding really good aggressive vision here. And going for the turret in the bottom lane. TT is still mid, while the Udi is there, while Twyla's just pushing top.
Yeah, this is an interesting trade from Twyla. He's probably thinking he can't defend this anyway, but it's so weird because I feel like E-Stars could actually just all in mid here.
Yeah, if you get an inhibitor, that's decent. They're backing away. If you trade a full inhibitor, that feels great. You've still opened up the map, and let's be honest, TT getting some form of trade is great. You've lost the inhibitor in the bottom lane, and that's free gold if you can defend it. So maybe that's their train of thought.
Yeah, with 8,000 gold lead, though, I definitely just all in you mid. I feel like if I have a minion wave there, it probably have to... No, they have a cannon minion wave as well. Huh, interesting.
Okay. All right. Well, Clement?
I definitely would all in. You have 8,000 gold, one member advantage. You definitely all in that situation.
True. So E-Star still played a defensive maneuver when realistically they shouldn't, and now they're going to back away, and we're going to wait for the Baron to time out, the Elder to come up. Remember, they have the Mountain Soul, so feeling pretty confident here, but still taking each step at a time. And now with an open inhibitor on the top side, you can see Twyla's actually just either farming up or waiting for the wave to push and hit the top wave.
It's not a necessary play, but I think I would have preferred that play going into mid. You could win on the spot, but in this situation, you know, E-Stars, they still are in a very, very good, advantageous position. So I just think, so, you know what, we can take this slow. We're not going to go for it.
This will be Nash's, though. I just want to point out, every item spike for Twyla, he's backing, waiting. Either just trying to farm up, because he's got his 3 items coming shortly. 3 items for Sam D shortly as well after he picks up one of the waves. There's the Nash's on your screen just picked up. Bottom wave, I mentioned, bit of gold to channel in, but again, it's how E-Stars uses pressure. And Clement, I'm not going to make you repeat the same points. Let's just wait until 2 minutes until we see E-Star either try and force something in the top side or get one of these objectives.
Oh, I really like this coming out from Hacker and Xiaoxi. He's actually using the Attract Repel onto the Udyr at some point. So, very strong catch combination. We also see a lot of times that the Udyr is going to be carrying the Shockwave into the enemy team composition. He has a lot of maneuverability, and at this point, I don't think he's going to be the main point of focus from the enemy team. Really, TT, if they want to win any of these team fights, they need to be killing Rat first. He's already 8 kills up. He's almost at full build, and with that Mercurial Scimitar, he's actually going to be very hard to take out, but they need to try and do it.
That's right. You know, you've got the summon to deal with. You've got the item. ZS is called out here. He is a Gnar. Tanky enough here with the 2.5 items. As E-Star, meanwhile, are pushing in with the pressure they've gained to get that top lane turret. And you saw Twyla pushing out the bottom side wave. And every time he shows himself on the map, TT are going to lose something in response. So E-Star making a better play, and they've gotten themselves to a comfortable position right in front of these timers, actually finding the engage. The Magnet Storm used beautifully again. The Shockwave displaces Chalitza, but he doesn't die. ZS walking in as after a couple of ultimates, and Xiaopeng using the Glacial Prison. E-Star don't find the pick they want, but they burn a lot of summoners and a couple of key ultis.
This is pretty awkward because the Elder Dragon comes up in 30 seconds, and you're going to be missing 2 critical ults going into this team fight. I feel like for E-Stars right now, they actually can't start the Drake. They should try and stall out until they have those cooldowns back up.
True. I mean, I was just thinking about TT's side, but you bring up a really valid point. The Magnet Storm, the Shockwave, about 15 seconds on the Shockwave, a relatively slow, rather low cooldown at this point in the game. As Twyla caught out in rotation, going into Mega Gnar, into the wall. The Emperor's Divide saves him. ZF flashes over the wall. The Shifting Sands, not available, but he's going to stay and fight. That's the wrong move. As ZF finding the pick, could have silenced this game. Xiaopeng running for his life, and Teen sacrificing his own. Sam D has the Feather Storm, finally uses the Blade Caller, does nothing though, and now Xiaopeng's going to die too. That's it. Take us to a game 3, because TT couldn't handle the fire.
Really good finish coming out by E-Stars. I like their idea to turn and go for skirmish rather than going directly for the Elder Dragon. You never really want to give it a 50-50 given everything that's happened this series. So E-Stars, they take a fairly safe route, but at the end of it, they still go for the aggressive play, which I think is the good call here.
Well,
don't
Clement,
leave anything up to chance.
Let's be honest, bro. Twyla lost them the game in the end. You know, he walked past Vision. That's not his jungle. I don't know why he was pathing there instead of taking the long way around, but, you know, Twyla loses the game and then his team follows him.
I think he was reading... he was reading E-Stars incorrectly. He thought that E-Stars would be grouping at Elder Dragon at that point. But this is also something that's really interesting about late game scenarios, is that when you're at 4 Drakes and you're going for Elder, a lot of times you don't want to straight start Elder. Because if you lose out on that Elder with a Smite fight, you could throw the entire game. So it's really important for a lot of teams in these situations, especially for young teams, to realize that they don't have to go for the high-risk scenario of Elder, but rather do what E-Star did here and just try to cut off members as they rotate around jungle territory where they don't have vision.
Yeah, I'm ready to go to game 3, Clement. I'll be honest.
That was a fast one. That was a really fast one.
But the problem with E-Star and TT right now is, like, and in future games, what do you talk about with these teams when they're just so fluid with their movements in a very bad way, right? You know, we can talk about fluid movements with teams that are able to adapt, are versatile, but these games seem to be built on the whim of a mistake or not being able to measure up when your comp is stronger, right? And I think that time around, E-Star's ability to put TT in unfavorable positions was better, and E-Stars were playing a better mechanical game. But, these games so far, they've just been a bit too back and forth in a weird way.
This game, for me, E-Stars played relatively clean. They were just pretty timid on the killing blows, I would say.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, with their skirmish core, they had an advantage in mid-jungle early game. They had an advantage in bottom lane as well. So they used that to get Drakes, snowball them, and pressure out TT at all points on the map. They did that really, really well. And because of the Drake stacking was so quick, at 23 minutes, they already had Dragon Soul. And it just forced TT to go over and over again. TT never got the time to really scale up with their composition. So, you know, I think what E-Stars could have done better in this situation was actually just go for trades a little bit harder. I felt like they didn't need to give that much time to TT. The top lane trade where they, you know, defended the top lane tower but gave up bot, gave up the entire vision on the bottom side, jungle. That was a bit questionable. I felt like they could have completely ignored Twyla and just went for the killing blow before the Elder Dragon even came up. A lot of times that actually ends up being the safer play rather than going for the Elder Dragon itself. But otherwise, I think this is a young team with a very strong just understanding of like, hey, this is how we want to play the game out. We know what we're playing for, and we're just going to go for what E-Stars did in the past and just keep on stacking these Drakes.
It does feel like, you know, E-Star in game 2 had a bit more sense and their finger was on the pulse. We're going to go to break though, folks. See what happens in game 3, finish this one off, and I don't know, wrap it in a weird kind of, you know, bow. We'll see after the break.
fly. A spark in the air, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar. I'm never touching down again. I'm sailing on eternal waves. Fanning the flame, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar. First light comes to break, dark night falls away. Something deep inside looming. Finally strong enough, heart is waking up to the dawn as it's calling. I'm reaching up to touch the sky. And suddenly I'm taking flight. A spark in the air, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar. I'm never touching down again. I'm sailing on eternal waves. Fanning the flame, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar.
You don't have to wait, you know my name. Sunshine and rain, some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were younger, innocent in our ways. We were dumb, girl. But nothing really mattered. I could always count on you. Touch will leave me breathless. Let me give it back to you. 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 Back to you.
对垒三摩地，在我前几场的比赛的锻炼，然后我对战 LNG 的时候，我的状态就是又回来了嘛，然后就感觉打他们的话就还可以对抗的。如果想赢下 TT， 我们关键点在于野辅，然后其次就是我们下路的对线如果能拿到优势的话，我觉得我们能更好的赢下这场比赛。
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an interesting series so far. It has been one to definitely write home about. It is one apiece here between TT and E-Star. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Clement Chu, and E-Star won game 2 after what was a cleaner show than what we started the series with.
Yeah, I liked their draft ideas overall. They had a strong bot lane. They had an Udyr that was finally roaming around with a skirmishing core rather than just trying to buffer for the late game. So I feel like Udyr was in a much better place in that game compared to where he was in game 1.
Yes, he was. Facilitating a pretty good role. We'll bring up MVP for you because I think Xiaoxi deserves this. Xiaoxi was the early game initiator on this rel that got them rolling in the first place.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he's dropping the mic on this one. 3-2 and 11, got 3 kills early on into the game, and was most of the combos that were thrown at TT actually started from him. I don't think ZS actually got a lot to begin with, but Xiaoxi definitely was in the thick of things from the get-go.
And also, you know, the 3 early kills he picked up wasn't as beneficial to Rat, but Xiaoxi became a bit of a tank threat earlier on. His ability to pick up the locket, you know, give the resistances across the board. People don't think about that. and his early experience that gave him better levels into the Crashdown. And what we're seeing is the great engagements that followed through, and what can happen with Rel, with Shockwave, with Magnet Storm on top, and how well they synergize together.
I think with people realizing more and more how to utilize Rel's entire combo, she is seeing a huge advancement in the priority list among supports. A lot of times we were seeing Leona, we were seeing things like Set come out on top, but now Rel is kind of the mainstay, especially with Kai'Sa. We have saw a lot of her different potentials, especially when she gets ahead. She can feel incredibly oppressive. She has that roaming ability from lane earlier on with the mount up, and with that, she really takes the cake over someone like Braum, which we were likening her more towards at the earlier portions of the week.
Yeah, as more sustain, right? A lot more flexibility too. Technically, you know, more knockups and a bit more painful to deal with. So it does feel like it's nice to see Xiaoxi, out of all people, experimenting on champions, showing us the best of Rel, because Xiaoxi is the best part of this team. We have to remember that E-Star, coming into today and putting the games aside for a second, Xiaoxi is and has been the best performing member out of E-Star. And Clement, you know, we talked about the bans he was equivalent to. The set's been taken away. The thresh always gets taken away. He gets a lot of targeted bans, which is not the same for all these other teams.
Chelsea's career has just been so amazing. He was actually rank 1 in Korean solo queue, got picked up by Flash Wolves and became an understudy of Sword Art. And after Sword Art left for Suning, his first split was frankly quite abysmal. Even in the PCS pond, he didn't look like a big fish there. But when he finally got to lead his own team on E-Stars, we really saw him grow up and deliver all the promise that he kind of told the world in his solo queue rankings. We got to see why he was able to take that spot.
Yeah, it was Hook City when Xiaoxi came into the LPL, leading E-Star, the team that made playoffs in their first split of the LPL as well. And we're really excited to see. It's been a pretty downward road from there. E-Star, a team this split, have been losing to the teams that should be above them and winning against the ones that should be below them. Here against TT, that could reign true as we go into a Game 3. Now, I believe I heard that E-Star will be on the blue side again, so I think we're swapping back around to Final Time, Mr. Chu, unless I'm wrong on that front. But we'll wait and see as we go on in. And I mean, going into this, I think there needs to be a talk about draft. You were talking about in the break how we set up for these engages and what you want to see for draft. Excuse me.
So we have seen both of these teams are more blue side focused drafting teams. They do like to pick themselves strong team fighting compositions or have cheese combos on the blue side. That's why you go for blue side. It gives you more opportunities to pick your core earlier than red side. However, statistically, red side is favored for Drakes because you're picking counter lane picks, and that means that you can get those early Drakes a lot easier with the priorities that come with that. The biggest problem, I think, for these teams is when they're on blue side, how they can break into the Drake area. Because a lot of times, they draft whatever they want to play, they have this fancy composition that works together, but then they realize the enemy actually has lane priority, and they can't actually crack the Drake. So that's going to be the biggest challenge to E-Stars in this game, and I think all the games that they played so far.
Setting up for the lane priority, I like this, Clement. They get blue side this time around, so we'll see if they're able to do that. And the first pick so far has pretty much been this Udyr. We'll see the bear. The Camille gets banned away, finally from E-Star, denying the second rotation that we actually saw in Game 1 when TT decided to group up.
This is a super different ban strategy coming out from E-Stars. We have to remember in Game 2, they pretty much just banned everything away from Xiaopeng. Now they're leaving his Elise, his Nidalee, everything is up on the table, which leads me to believe that E-Stars once again is going to go with a fairly slow composition. They're not going to be able to out-duel the enemy jungler necessarily, with Udyr off of the table and Xiaopeng pretty much open to take anything. So, I don't know, that's kind of the question we set out, you know, how does blue side draft, break lane priority from red side, and get into the Dragon Pit?
Get those dragons first, set up for souls that we've seen very early on, or at least a possibility has been a lot earlier on than we've seen in other series in the LPL. The Kai'Sa first pick here, as you mentioned, the Udyr is banned away, so E-Star can't do that again for Hacker. Means we change pace a little bit, and Xiaopeng gets his pick of the litter because the Kai'Sa is a bigger pickup. You're seeing that in Italy here. Just hold your horses, ladies and gents. The Olaf is big for Xiaopeng as well. They're just paying ode to what this jungler was known for last year when he came in.
I would be very surprised if he actually picks that one up. But, you know, we have seen Xiaopeng actually play Triforce, Conquer, and Diddley. That's kind of what he was famous on back on the Dominus days. It is going to be the Olaf, of course. We really haven't seen the Olaf anywhere else in the LPL.
Yep.
And TT are setting up for a very strong bottom lane.
You got the Xayah again. Xayah's just risen to the S tier priority, as we've seen, into 11.2. Plus, we know that Essence Reaver is so freaking good, Clement Chu, especially on GP and the Xayah. Yeah, you're praising the Lord. E-Star are going to be looking at what they can pick up in the jungle. Now, Hacker has just been spamming out the Udyr in whatever game he can. He'll return to the Graves, which, yeah, its win rate sucks.
28% in the LPL. And this is going very differently from what I expected. Actually going to go for the AD jungler pickup this early. What we've seen from Graves is that if you can't counter jungle the enemy team, it's not worth it to pick Graves. He just doesn't provide enough crowd control or frontlining in late game team fights. And if he isn't ahead, he is more akin to an AD carry that needs a lot of farm to actually function.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I feel like E-Stars needs a very, very strong mid lane pick at this point to kind of establish a priority early and make sure this Graves gets all the resources he needs.
You got the Graves, you got the Gragas alongside. Now, that can still be flexed. Remember, Xiaoxi's played it in the past, but we know a lot of the time it was ZS on his first Gragas game in game 1 of this series. That was not a good Gragas game, and I really hope it's going to the bottom lane, Mr. Chu.
Yep, let's be honest. That S looked terrible on that Gragas,
Yep.
so your guess is as good as mine. It probably will go to Xiaoxi. E-Stars, they are likely looking at a top laner right here to go up against Gnar. And this is going to be a big test for ZS. He doesn't actually play that many champions. He does have the Camille and Jace, but I'm not sure he's going to be comfortable going into that matchup against Chalitza.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of top laners opt into the GP versus Gnar. You know, something else to add global pressure if you're adding to bottom lane priority. So let's see if that ends up being an option. TT do treat the draft like it is going to be a Gragas in the bottom lane, and like the potential of Irma playing one of these hard carries through the mid lane. Clement, we need these solo laners from E-Star. We get the Rel from Teen this time around, and Xiaoxi never gets this, man. I know you don't like the Kai'Sa Thresh lane as much as you like others, but this is a big champion for him.
This is his most deadly champion. Every team that plays against E-Stars tries to ban this away from him. It's just, you give this guy Thresh, there's just way too many plays that he can make with it, but like we said again, Thresh plus Kai'Sa is a bit of an awkward bottom lane to
And
execute.
it means Gragas is top as well, right? So we have to assume that if they pick up a support here, that ZS is Gragas top.
Yeah, so we are going to see E-Stars go with a pretty slow team with Graves. Don't really like this draft from E-Stars. I feel like the direction is kind of all over the place, but I will hold my words. Maybe this is going to be the support pick here. We have seen the Wukong be considered a counter pick to the Gnar. And it will be
we just getting... Okay. Well, I'm excited that she sees Xiaoxi on... Holy crap, there's a tongue twist. I'm excited to see Xiaoxi on set. And, you know, the Gragas going back to the top lane it's clunky. So is this composition that you said is very, very slow. Clement, before you tell me about that, I want you to walk me through TT, because there is a lot of engages, a lot of wombo, good scaling elements as well, and great spacing with the Rel and Gnar.
So what TT have drafted is a very strong mid jungle that's going to have priority from the get-go. We have seen Azir just push in Orianna consistently throughout this series, and Twyla has shown himself to be, you know, very competent against Irma. Like, he's been coming out with 20+ CS leads over laning phase most of this time. On the other hand, E-Stars, they do have a pretty strong skirmishing core in Gragas and Set together, but I will say I don't really like their top side. I feel like their top side's a bit slow and clunky overall. It's not really what I expected out of supporting a Graves composition. So what I think E-Stars is going to do is they're probably just going to focus on bot lane very, very heavily in the early game. A lot of times Set can perform very well against the Xayah early game. Xayah doesn't really have an escape pre-6, so Set can just flash in on her and do the summoner trades whenever he wants to. So I guess that's the game plan for E-Stars. They're probably just going to play around their bot side, make sure that Xiaoxi is able to roam around, and try to finish the game early by setting up skirmishes around Drake.
Okay. You wanted to see Prio through lanes, though, and I guess you didn't get that for E-Star in short, right? You know, you blue side, how you set up for priority and what you do with it. And, you know, we've given lanes that are quite slow that need to get bot rolling ahead so that they can get set up around drag. And otherwise, you know, if it's slow versus slow, then it does feel like with the Olaf, the ability to get tempo advantage is definitely there.
It feels like these two teams are setting up for map trades. Essentially, eStars is going to be indexing very heavily into the bottom side, while we're going to see TT try to focus more onto the top side, where they do have priority. They do have that Olaf going into your jungle with Azir backing him up. That's going to be a very annoying thing to deal with. So I expect things to be traded out at the start of the game, and it's going to be about how much pressure that eStars can actually put on the bot, because they are the ones that actually want to play at a faster tempo in this game.
Okay.
So they probably have to be looking at tower dives, looking at all-ins. They can trade a large chunk of CS away from the topside solo lanes, but as long as they can shut down the Xayah and make sure that the set can get roaming on the map, they should consider it a win.
All right, top side here for TT. You talked about eStar, bottom side priority, getting that Kai'Sa ahead. We are waiting to get into this third game. I believe there is a small delay. Otherwise, we would see a sick BMW come up on the stage. Or Mercedes. Oh, sorry, Clement, probably fired. Wait, I don't know my
Goodbye,
cars.
hysterics.
No.
I'm the new play-by-play now.
Hey, I was watching. You know, it's a really great piece of content. I was watching. I was watching the LEC's. Do you remember the? I can't remember what the song, the Diplo song, where the weird one that everyone was like, "Whoa, what's going on over there?"
One.
Yeah. And I thought, man, we should do something like that sometime. You know, we should
call
find
that the
some
shroomy one.
Yeah. Let's go whack.
Well, you're fired again, hysterics.
That's okay. I already said BMW, and to be fair, you know, English broadcast here. Maybe I'd get away with it. Who knows? I'm glad I'm not none of the other side. I've been in a lot of trouble.
Quick, divert subject. Oh, look, there's Chinese New Year decorations in front of them.
Oh, Clement, I'll divert,
Those are ox
brother.
horns.
Hey, as the play-by-play, brother, it's my job to divert. When you say something dumb, when you say something stupid, you go, the chat will remember that for 10 minutes and then move on. No offense,
no, they've
we're all
clipped it
goldfish.
already.
Yeah. But, yeah, no, some good videos. We're releasing some good content as well. If anyone hasn't seen, I noticed you with Joe and Rob, as it looks like we're getting closer towards the game, actually released your trivia recently.
Yes, you are all welcome to play alongside the Trivia Trial. Oh, that name is such a tongue twister. I actually failed that intro 5 times in a row.
There's two words next to each other. How is Trivia Trial a tongue twister?
I feel like it's really difficult. I always go Trial or Trivia. Doesn't that roll off the tongue a little bit easier? Trial, Trivia?
No, you know, like
Trial,
Chelsea's
Trivia,
sexy set. That's better. Like, that's more, you know, that's alliteration as well. And alliteration's always good for, like, powering up the sounds, you know.
Okay. Sexy set?
Oh, no, Chelsea's sexy set. Right,
Chelsea's sexy set.
Yeah.
Okay.
The more you say it, the better it is. If anyone doesn't realize that a lot of casters do a lot of warm-ups like that where it's either alliteration, it's tongue twisters, kind of opens your mouth and just get you into the jam life, you know. You want to feel like you're jamming when you're going into a broadcast. This is only our first series today, Clement, as well. And JDG Rogue Warriors is after this. And people are going to hope to see JDG actually perform well today. We've got a bit of a segment on how JDG are feeling hot and cold that will lead you into in the second series. But, you know, it's an interesting day. Right?
It is. Let's be honest, this is a day where we have a lot of teams that are underperforming or shouldn't really be in this range on the standings, but they are here, like JD Gaming, who are currently ranked 12th and outside of playoff contention. So today is fairly important to make sure that they find out a direction that they want to work on before Chinese New Year. That's always the most important thing about these teams. They get 2 weeks off, and whoever comes back and has the better footing, there's only 5 weeks left in the season. So, you know, this is super interesting because it's this year has a very delayed Chinese New Year. It's based on the lunar calendar, so it kind of fluctuates every year to year.
And
this year
change.
we have it go all the way to week 5. So when you come back, there's only half the split left. It's actually not that much time to get your bearings together anymore.
Yeah, and a lot of matches have been played where they have a lot of significance. Like IGRNG is a great example. You know, we've had top esports JDG and a JDG that weren't in form. So we've had a lot of important matches, and as we come back, we're kind of just rounding out. That's why I think this spring split is going to be super dynamic with our top 10. You know, again, if anyone doesn't know, our top 10 are now top 10 instead of top 8. To say it lightly. So we have 17 teams in the LPL, and now more than 50% get put in playoffs. And I feel like that's going to give us a very stompy first half of the bracket, right? You know, King of the Hill to kick things off into double elimination. The King of the Hill portion, I think, are going to be like 3-0s.
Yeah, I think so as well, but in the past, we actually have seen a lot of teams just get the right side of the bracket for themselves and be able to power through into the semifinals. So it does come down to team matchup, especially this split, because I think the top 10 teams are just so damn close. I would say like the only teams that are a cut above the rest are WEDG and FPX. Anyone else can lose to anyone else.
Yeah.
So it's just it's huge mosh pit in the middle, and there's a lot of upset potential based on the standings, but the matchups might actually favor the lower seed team sometimes.
That's true. We still, the first time doing the format, so we're going to find out what the King of the Hill actually looks like as we get closer as well, who's slotting in where. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a pause of some sort. If you are just tuning in, we are waiting to find out what the issue actually is. The thing is, we're about to go into game from pick and ban, but we're still waiting. So we will continue to wait until we're told anything otherwise, and then roll on in. As almost left the call we're on Clement, and that could have been quite awkward. But we're still waiting to find out. This series has been an absolute fiesta, and we pay respect to all our 17 teams in the LPL, but sometimes we get a series like this that just shows that two teams going head to head who, you know, need that hard look in the mirror and need to have a break through the Chinese New Year, because that's what we're waiting for. The Spring Festival's coming up. The last day of LPL is the 7th, this Sunday, before we go on a 2-week break. And I think it's going to be well needed for these two teams. Especially since, you know, we saw E-Star in a better form in Game 2. As stage lights go off, that means it's us time. We're still waiting to get into this. Oh, hang on. I saw the beard.
Are we going into game?
Wait, the
no,
Mercedes.
Why are we here? No.
It's on the Mercedes.
Oh, does that mean the pause is going to be really long? Oh, no, we're in.
Our
Let's go,
producer,
baby.
man, he's OG. He's trying. He's like, we want to give the audience an entertaining show. Let's bring it back to the casters. And then their side's like, throw it in now. So
I was
here we
so
are.
scared that they were actually going to close down the stadium. You know when the lights go out and it's like, hey,
Yeah.
you guys only rented to 7:30. It's
You're
like,
only
everyone get out.
Rented. They'd be doing it every day, every week. But no, you're renting. Okay. Ladies and
Like
gentlemen,
most stadiums are rented. You think we own the building?
Oh, well, hey.
It's way too difficult, man.
Dude, Mercedes is a sponsor, bro. We own the building. Welcome back to the Rift. It's TT and E-Star, and Game 2 was pretty easily won by E-Star, as TT are actually going to be starting on their own side of the jungle, spotted out by a ward. As we run into the Rift, and you can see where Hacker is. He's actually towards his reds, so same side of the map here for both junglers.
Yeah, I like this from TT. They're giving their jungler a head start, and they don't really want to approach the level 1 anyway. We did talk about this in draft. A lot of times the set against the Xayah has a very, very easy level 1 where you can just pull on her and just force the flash that way. So they don't really want to contest the wave. They're just going to sit underneath the tower. We're going to be taking a look at most of these runes, and interesting enough, that's probably the most phase rushes I've seen on the team. 4 phase rushes across the board from E-Stars.
Shame that Rat didn't decide to put, you know, phase rush on a Kai'Sa, but, you know, also makes sense as level 1 is great, but the crash down's even better. Rat cleanses away, but I'm not sure if that really helped anything, and E-Star get out-traded from the set, who level 1 always goes in.
Yeah, but Rat wasn't able to keep his distance, and they actually lose out on that trade. They had to burn the cleanse on that one, so it does give Xiaopeng a bit of opportunity to find action on the bot side.
Well, he's dropping a ward here, nicely done. They've been doing this quite a lot on the red side. These top laners in the LPL getting early vision. As it spots out Hacker, they know how to track him. So Hacker now about a camp behind as well, you should note, as a full clear from the bottom side up, where Krugs has been left by this Graves meaning Xiaopeng should have a bit of an EXP lead on his first back.
It's pretty interesting in the mid lane. I think Twilight actually over-traded here. He's actually down in terms of the pots, as we just saw there. So this is a lane that Twilight is supposed to be fairly comfortable in establishing early priority, and this should lead to scuttle contest coming out from Xiaopeng. It doesn't look like we're going to get that this game. Instead, Xiaopeng's actually going to track towards the bottom side.
Yeah, just giving it up too late anyway. I should point out that Hacker, by leaving the Krugs, manages to get the scuttles, so not an EXP lead, actually quite even. Moves up to the Krugs, but that's already been taken as well, and will be a trade-off by Xiaopeng. Hacker now moving up to the top side, but against the turret is where Chalitza lies. About to go into Mega Gnar. Depends on how quickly he can get it. Takes a barrel roll, misses the boomerang, so doesn't get the reset. And now it's all going to be about if he can survive. Irma's not going to be able to there to help him, but he has TP. As body slam against the wall smoke screen. Flashes. One more auto. Goes Mega just in time. Stunned down. Waiting for the Q. Hacker very low. But the TP to finish off the kill. It's being responded even at a slower rate. And Twilight wants to fly in to help out his top laner. That was not what you want if you're Easter.
Yeah, really well done on their end. In the meantime, Xiaopeng is able to find an extra camp onto the bottom side. He gets a scuttle coming in as well. But they really shouldn't be able to dive this one. Usually the dive opportunity is 3 level 3s against 2 level 2s. E-Star is already sitting at level 4. They're going to be able to walk away.
Hacker moving in, end of the line, full of steel. I believe Xiaopeng still picked it up, so he's got that level 5 now. Dissonance to slow him down. He's ignited. Xiaoxi's there with a facebreaker. Wants to kill Tina. Xiaopeng is already guaranteed. E-Star pick up first blood, and now over the wall. Xiaoxi's still on the chase. Teen going to get lined up there with a haymaker. And after all said and done, E-Star find the blood they were looking for.
That was a really clean play from Xiaoxi. I'm not exactly sure how he was able to sneak past the bot lane. That was pushed completely in on the side of TT, but he was able to find his way around that and do the collapse onto Xiaopeng.
Took the long way around, it feels like, Clement. And, you know, after all said and done, after the earlier TP play that's botched, this is great. Xiaoxi actually flanking onto Sam D. Where did this set come from? Wants the flash. Facebreaker still nails him down. Second skin with the Void Seeker. Light him up again. How does Sam D not die? Rat stopped autoing. And Xiaoxi making a great play.
Oh my god, that's just so fun to watch coming in from Xiaoxi. Getting all the summoners away from Sam D. And once again, Sam D's still able to survive with that potion running. This guy always seems to keeps his potions in his pocket.
This was a game that I think, you know, a play rather, that I think we're going to have to go back and watch the replay. Not sure if Rat backed away or if just wasn't able to get it. Now only just surviving. And big moment here from Xiaoxi, who again is leading the charge. Hacker now down the bottom lane with Sam D and TT being low, but remember that Shattering Strike with Appel and Retract on the rel, on your AD carry, will heal up. So more sustain available here for TT as they bring their jungler in as well. Crash down, ignite, Clement Chu, undertow, almost connects. He's pulled in with a facebreaker, lined up, and he's dead. Xiaopeng just runs into them.
Xiaoxi is just outplaying everything that TT can throw at him right now. That was a really close situation. If Xiaopeng managed to land the undertow and an extra flash came in from Teen, they should have been able to kill Rat. Execution wasn't there, and Xiaoxi turns it around.
That was devastating. 0-2-0 start for Xiaopeng on this Olaf. This is a speciality. And Hacker on the grave, showing that if you get an early lead, if you're able to just keep pace with the enemy jungler, you can find your own lead through kills. He's got a Noon Quiver and in a great position despite being down 10 CS. And this early game, Clement, from E-Star has elevated them to about 600 gold leaders. Xiaoxi gets the pull in again onto Teen. He wants to be crashed down onto, but
okay.
Yeah, probably not the play.
That was a little bit too much. We were seeing the praises of Xiaoxi this entire time, but he throws it all away, and TT are going to be able to pick up Drake for it.
Well, Xiaopeng picking up Dragon. Clement, it's time to walk me through what I should be expecting out of these teams, because I know you talked about E-Star focusing on the bottom side, TT looking up at that Gragas top and maybe getting Chalitza in a comfortable position, but it's been all about the bottom lane, and from now, who can get the snowball going?
Yeah, there was a lot more action heading towards the bottom side, which I do think favors E-Stars in general. Set is such a strong champion in these early game fights that I do think he takes priority over Rel. And just against Zaya's kit, he can find a lot of engages really easily. But we have to watch again what Xiaoxi actually does here. It gets tagged up by the Attract Repel into Crash Down. Pretty easy kill, to be honest.
But I don't think even with Haymaker fully charged up at the sweet spot, you're going to get a kill there. Yeah, Xiaoxi was feeling it. Well said,
He started 3 kills in game 2. He was thinking, hey, I can go 3 kills again.
Yeah. You know, some people would say fast recall. Some people would say, you know, putting it on the table. I think this right now is Xiaoxi's moment to show why his set gets banned from him so much alongside his Thresh. He started to roam around, leaving bottom lane to dry. This is actually a play we've seen in teams like LNG. Rat and Xiaoxi moving to give Herald priority to Hacker, while you're giving free turret plating to 1 and 0 Xayah.
I don't think that E-Stars should have roamed their bot lane there. They actually overcommitted onto this one.
Okay.
And, you know, this is actually just going to equalize the goal on the get-go. So you roam top for Herald. You missed a wave of CS. And you also missed 2 turret platings just to get that Herald. So you're putting yourself in a hole to dig yourself out of it later. It's kind of a weird play
priority. And look at top. I think ZS with the body slam away gets close to death. That undertow tickled the end of his heel and doesn't kill him in the end as well. ZS surviving only just after burning the flash. Xiaopeng making his presence known will now back away.
And he just heals up so much by this. I honestly feel like, you know, if E-Stars are going to do this play where you're giving up so much on the bot side just for the Herald, you probably need to get Drake with it. That's what I'm thinking that their calculation is. The only way that you give up gold up front for a Herald, that much gold up front, is if you can use the fork correctly for an objective. Or else it's just a pure loss.
Yeah, that's right. You know, split the map and give yourself priority so you can take it with ease. Shockwave used, dodge away with the shifting sands. There's the showstopper right into the middle, but Xiaoxi doesn't set up anything with it. Hacker moves in and Haymaker flies down for the true damage. But a lot of ultimates down. No dragon, sure, but E-Star just going to have to go back to their hidey hole.
Yeah, that was a strong win for TT. They come out 1 ultimate ahead of everyone. And they didn't have to burn any flashes on Twyla either, so he's still going to be very comfortable in the mid lane. And also, we might be seeing TT actually get priority over the bot as well with that close to 20 CS lead that has been occurred on Sam D.
Yeah. Sam D, remember, Clement, it's more than 20 CS. He's got the gold as... That's an interesting interaction. If Nah hops with explosive cask, he flies. And a beautiful interaction like that just to get us back into the spirit. I was going to say that the solo turret plating gold went to Sam D. There's 2 plates left in that bottom lane turret, so it's more than 20 CS. It's going to feel more like 40 to 50. We've got the Noon Quiver already picked up with a pickaxe. And you can see it's only a pickaxe with a dagger that was picked up earlier, a long sword there. You've also got Berserker Greaves to Sam D, which is 1,100 gold. So there is a massive discrepancy between Sam D and Rat right now. Okay.
Definitely
Twyla,
is the
flash.
case here. Twyla finds the
Irma flashes away as well. Survive. Shockwave is
Good
available,
stun.
waiting for it, or rather it's not. Excuse me, not needed in the end. Dissonance gets to kill his team. Doesn't have a horse and is limping away. Kled's wife has been abandoned, and Irma will pick up the kill.
Oh, that was such a fun play. Quick teleports coming in from the top side, and a great double stun facebreaker coming in from Xiaoxi. He finds both members with that one. Very well done on his end, and they find 2 kills for it. Plus, the Herald is going to be very, very useful in this case.
Clement, the dragon time at 35 seconds is going to get the gold plating. This is going to set them up to pretty much have freedom through this map. As the gold goes down, you know, Xiaopeng trying to defend. Hacker's out of there too. Dragon up in 20 seconds, and we'll see if this just gives them the leeway to take that objective as well.
Perfect outplay from E-Stars. Great flash from Irma. Great teleport from the rest of the team. And I don't know why Xiaoxi was there, but he was there. And that was a perfect turnaround. You know, they get the gold lead. They actually get the advantage over the Drake at the same time, too.
Teleport. All right. Well, as it's going to begin up, TT is still posturing aggressively. Emperor's Divide not available, but Irma, still has the Shockwave now back up off a cooldown. Showstopper using the backline from Xiaoxi to draw them in. That's only onto the rel. He gets the damage down with the Ignite and actually just runs out. He'll burn down in the end, but Twyla's moved out of position. ZS has walked in as well. The Meganar not in favor. The flash in for Steel is not secured by Hacker, but they want the kills anyway. On the chase, Irma with Phase Rush to slow down Dissonance helps. Sam D wants to stun himself. Feathers fly, root caller at the ready, but Rat. Oh, the sniper's down. And Xiaopeng now in Ragnarok mode. Knows he can only go through to get out. He's trying to turn it into 1v2, but there's 3 of them there. And E-Star will still win the fight despite losing the dragon.
Massive win him coming from E-Stars. Really cool play at the start for Chelsea to go in, knows that he can get the ultimate and also find the kill onto Teen preemptively. That pretty much breaks up the entire TT flank. They saw the teleport coming in around their Raptor camp. They picked a side to go forwards, and they basically just broke the encirclement that TT wanted to throw at them.
Well, E-Star, you know, probably not going to be unhappy the fact that they lost the first 2 dragons. They got Mountain to take, and with the way this game's going, with the way you already talked about it, Clement, there's very favorable positions. I want to look at Chelsea here, because Chelsea's the one who moves away the Rel.
Yeah, this is just so smart. They knew that the flank was incoming from TT. They saw the teleport go down, so E-Stars picks one side to attack first. They break the right side, and then they head back in towards the left side. Unfortunately, I think this Drake from TT, I don't think it's actually worth it, because they give up 2 kills here. They give up most of the summoners onto Sam D, all of the ultimates as well, and they also lose a lot on the bot lane tower. So, no, I'm not sure that Drake was necessarily a great call from TT going back into that one.
And, you know, Twyla moving into position when he didn't have the ultimate either is kind of just like a move that hurt them even more. Clement, I think more than 2. I think 3 died in the end.
Yeah, and there was a lot of deaths traded back and forth. I think it was 2 for 4 in the end.
Look, I'm not going to pretend like, you know, I'm keeping track. This game's 11 kills already, 14 minutes in, 15 just about. And E-Star with a small gold lead, but crucially, a Fed Graves in the jungle here with the Immortal Shield Bow and a lethality item coming second. We've almost got the first item for Rat, where Gale Force naturally picked up. Chelsea on the roam once again, but the shifting stance gets Twyla out. But you can see E-Star have their eyes on the prize in the Rift Herald at 15 minutes into the game. They want as many objectives as they can take, and this should bust open one of the sides to give E-Star a bit more flexibility.
E-Star's just playing so damn strong throughout that bottom lane. They do give up this bot lane tower after that play into the bot side, but they will get the mid lane for it. And we can see Teen is setting up here for a counter engage, but no one's walking close enough for that side of the map, and they do just hand over the mid.
From my understanding as well, when you attract and repel, you can see that one person is attracted, right? So even if you're out of Fog of War, I believe you still see the big, long thingy. I don't know what you call that. The attraction, yeah.
That's what I call it.
Everyone's got attraction.
Sure. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
It's like going on a date. And I've used this analogy quite a lot, but you can see the attraction. People may hide it. You may not see who the attraction's towards, but you can see it in their eyes. So at the very least, you know, Sam D and Teen, Clement, they're together. And as they're together, they're waiting for the engaged mid, while Irma's just getting free time on the turret. Hacker's here with a Herald. Xiaopeng and Chalitza, this trade could get even worse depending on what happens mid.
Yeah, we do see a surround coming out from TT in the mid lane because there's 2 members on the bottom side here. So it's a 3v1 right now, but it doesn't seem like they're going to pull the trigger, and Chelsea's on the offensive now.
He ignites, he's going to get rooted in place. One more auto necessary. Twyla kills him. Hacker now moves to mid lane. They defend, but ZS in a pickle himself. He's flashing away. Twyla uses the same for the Emperor's Divide. Explosive cast to separate, but it's too late. That's 2 kills, and you know what? They're on the Baron side of the map, but it's 3 minutes till it spawns. What the hell am I talking about? Still, you've given gold over to the Azir, who's now firmly back into a good gold advantage.
Not really needed on the side of E-Stars. They have a Herald in the bot side still pushing towers for them, so I'm not exactly sure why they needed to go that aggressive into this mid lane defense. It should have been holding out and just trying to defend the tower. They overstep their boundaries and they give over kills to TT.
Yes, they do, and TT giving it to crucial members like Twyla and, you know, Sam D benefiting off it as well. Clement, I want to bring it back to what we were talking about for compositions. I need you to outline again. This has been chaotic. This has been a back and forth trade where both teams are kind of not sure when they want to trade. Walk me through a little bit more about the scaling and setup, because, again, you did mention that, you know, there are good scaling elements on both sides, but TT with Azir, with Xayah, with how Nah frontline operates, it feels like this game could be very nice if it continues at an equal distance.
I definitely think that TT has the advantage in terms of scaling. I think Graves is a champion that falls off. Gragas is a champion that falls off into the later phase of the game. While the flip side, Azir and Xayah have been the main go-to 3-item carries for mid lane and AD carry role. So I think this is a game where TT, they have 2 Drakes. They can sit very comfortably and just pick up side lane waves and just prepare themselves for upcoming Baron fights. I don't think they need to force things, while on E-Star's end, they really need Xiaoxi to make a lot of work happen. They need to allow this Graves to continue to pick up more kills and make sure that he's always ahead of that lethality curve and he can comfortably deal damage to the backline. They have to be the more aggressive ones in looking for these lockdown crowd controls.
Let's come back. I know you're talking about, Olaf now with scaling, because Graves, as we know, even as an AD carry, even as a lethality user, the ability to still play out this game, move into mid and late, he's still an explosive user. But against this comp, it feels like spacing is going to be really hard to deal with Azir, with Nah, to get to Sam D is going to be such a hard feat for someone like Hacker, who is essentially a short-range AD carry.
Most of his damage is just going to land on Rel. She has Aftershock. It's not really going to do anything to her. So I think this is definitely a situation where you want to have small skirmishes a lot more, be very aggressive, and to also point out, E-Stars don't really have a split pushing point on the map. They're trying to use this Iceborne Gauntlet to, a Frostfire Gauntlet, excuse me, to put a little bit more pressure on Chalitza, but I think Chalitza is so far ahead in the CS department at this point that he doesn't really fear this Gragas whatsoever. It's going to be a kind of a wash in that lane particularly, and that leaves pretty much Xiaoxi and ZS to go in early.
Flash onto the Rel, team caught out, tries to crash down, but the collateral damage takes him down right in front of the Baron spawning. That's a good pick for 25 seconds. There's no dragon up, but E-Star's still trying to force to help them get priority on top lane.
And this is exactly what they need to do over and over again. They don't really have a late game option on this team composition. It's all about priority and skirmish. So what they need to do is just make sure they find those kills, have vision around ramps in the jungle, and just punish TT whenever they get past river.
Tark gonna go down, keep the ball rolling. 1k gold lead here at 20 minutes in the game for E-Star. And you're now gonna see, with the Leandri's Orianna picked up, and with the ability to pick up tier next, that feels like the second item of choice that will be trying to align with Twyla. About a 20 CS lead through the mid lane as well, just to note. I'm looking across the board. I'm trying to find out some key items before we get towards Mountain Dragon, because that'll be a point of interest for both these teams. We should have 2 items consistently for a lot of these carries. I think even for Sam D, he'll be 2.5 with the Essence Reaver already picked up, and with Sam D having 220 CS at 21 minutes in.
Yeah, he is very fat as an AD carry right now. And with these items, he's going to be very hard to pin down too. I don't really see anyone being able to chase up onto him, so it has to be the members that are making vision. So Xiaopeng and Teen, I expect to be the main targets that eStars wants to focus on with their pick compositions. I do want to also touch on the items from Chalitza. I actually really like his item build here. It is a very good catch composition. Now, TT do have the superior frontline in this situation, so if he can tag someone with a Strike Breaker, it's a 60% slow to start off, and you can really finish off chases like that quite well. Also, another thing I love about the Strike Breaker is it does allow you to clear the wave without messing with your Narbar. That comes up very, very handy in close teamfight situations where the enemy team is waiting for you to turn into Mega Gnar and then go back into Mini Gnar. So if you have the Strike Breaker, what you can do is you can actually use the Strike Breaker to wave clear without going into Mega. You can just hold onto your bar.
That was teleport burnt by Irma. Now, there was nothing really happening in mid. But, you know, at this point of the game, when we're talking about how to contest for Dragon, when we're seeing Irma pushing on a side lane and then just clearing out a wave and moving with the rest of the team, that's a summoner that using will kind of hurt you a little bit. And as we're seeing the Sun Turret being put up here in mid lane, there's a good chance for TT to clear out the vision through River, put a bit more pressure down on E-Star, and maybe lure them into false hope towards the Dragon.
I will say I don't mind Irma trying to chance for catches. Oh,
as he called out, Crashdown doesn't connect, but it is the flash forward from Teen. What are you hoping to get? Attract and Repel was not in range, and Teen burning the flash. Now for TT, still want the engage, but E-Star healthy enough, bar Irma.
Yeah, they managed to get out of that one with just the flash used, and basically TT are trying to get position into the jungle area. Xiaoxi is going for a flank, but he doesn't have a flash here, so he's actually very suspect of being picked off. He's still trying to play Agent Set,
He dodged vision. He dodged vision. So they still don't know he's here. They think he popped over the wall. He's Hex Flash back here. Teen waiting, but Xiaoxi in a great position if he can Hex Flash with the lens over the wall. He still gets the smack. He wants the haymaker, but he's dead before he gets the shielding. Onto Dragon, the shockwave though. Onto 3, and Dragon secured by Rat. Meanwhile, Sam D sends the feathers to fly. Chalitza into the wall. The Blade Caller reaches through, but Rat having a great time here with Sam D. ZS is a fat man stuck with a bird, and as the bird eats him alive, Rat comes for cleanup crew. 1 versus 3, he can't do it, and TT wipe him clean.
TT win the full ace, only losing 3 members, but unfortunately they actually don't secure the dragon here. E-Stars managed to sneak that one away in all of the hectic action, and now TT are going to get the final big prize that they were eyeing at this entire time. They're going to be able to find the Baron uncontested.
Teen is pretty low, but versus 3, the Baron buff stands no chance. Chalitza up in 5 seconds as well, so this is going to be a 5-man Baron buff. Xiaoxi, it's up to him because Hacker will not be nearby. He's running into the pit without an ulti, but he has his flash, has his ignite, runs into Teen, wants to kill this Rel, attractive repel while Baron goes down. And Xiaoxi, I don't know what he wanted out of this, but he definitely didn't want to give it over. Goodbye. And Chalitza picks up the kill while 5 for Baron, and Xiaoxi decides to die.
The ups and downs of Xiaoxi. I felt like he had a pretty smart play around that dragon, but he just got spotted out too early by the trinket ward and wasn't actually able to find a perfect facebreaker after this. So, sure, he dodges out vision here, but watch as he goes back. We do see the red trinket actually spot him out. He has to go in early. He doesn't find the facebreaker onto critical members and just dies for it afterwards. Even though there's a pretty good shock wave after this one, they aren't able to actually clean out Chalitzi, and he gets Mega Gnar, is able to basically full heal, and then Twyla finds a beautiful 1v2 play against Irma to essentially lock this teamfight down.
Helped by the rest of TT in the end, and you know, we're getting to the point with Baron with a 3k gold lead, and Clement, you already talked about it before with the scaling coming through of TT that you favor. Not the fact that E-Star don't have scaling elements like Orianna, Kai'Sa, and we have a front line with Gragas and, you know, even Graves and how he can scale well. Let's just remember it, how these teams operate and how hard it is for E-Star to find themselves a Sam D, a Twyla, a lot of damage elements to keep their eye out for, a lot of space to be separated, and now they're Giga Fed. 3 items pretty much on Twyla coming up with the Nash's Tooth. Sam D will have the same. Pushing in a side wave, there's a lot more gold to go around with these inners going down.
E-Stars just don't have the range. They have to go all in at the same time against some of these targets, and they have to pick a target pretty quickly.
Not quite burnt, but Xiaopeng just angry, hates life, wants to kill Irma, runs through, takes a couple of turret shots for his pleasure, as Attractor Repel at the ready just in case, and you know what? There's the shockwave down, so forward they go. Explosive cast used. Teen Hex flashes over the wall. Chalitza goes midi now, but sends out a boomerang, and they'll just wait for the next wave. As Inner is just so close. Walk up, take it, more gold.
A lot of ultimates burned right there, but fortunately for them, TT's not going to pursue the issue. And I just want to say, I feel like hating life is a prerequisite for joining Pentakill, so probably a compliment to Xiaopeng, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, no, probably is, Clement, but we're getting towards the end of this series. You know, you can feel it, I can feel it. It's a 4k gold lead. It's 27 minutes into the game, and with Baron being about a 3k power play, the Mountain Soul is far away, but a Mountain Dragon at the very least, ready for TT as they next come back. And, you know, at this point, what more can I say is to just wait for this next fight and to see if E-Star can make TT lunge into them.
Yeah, I think unless we see a TT throw of epic proportions like Game 1, it's not going to happen. It's so damn hard for TT to actually lose this one. They have such a massive range advantage, they can just sit at towers. And just look at Sam D. He's sitting on RFC. He can walk up to you like every 5 or 6 seconds and just poke your tower down. There's not much you can actually do about it without a full commit.
And the problem is, with new Essence Reaver, you never run out of mana, especially in late game portions, and when you have that Infinity Edge, Sam D will auto the wave, get full mana, QE, and it will just rinse and repeat. You know, I've seen some crazy people even go Navori quick blades as Hacker against the walls. Found Teen. They're isolated, but Chalitza going into Meganar could just end it right here. Flashes into the jungler, sends him back up. Teen absorbs the pressure. Now it's a 5v4 for about 40 seconds as Rat was nowhere near the fight. Thank you for the dragon. Thank you for the donation.
Really nice and easy play coming out from TT. I like the idea from eStars, actually. They were trying to do a wraparound and get that engage going into the mid lane. But unfortunately for them, TT was also protecting their flanks very well. They don't actually find the surprise factor. In fact, TT finds the surprise. And, you know, they lose out for it. But, you know, when you're behind, you always have to go for risky plays like that one. I respect it.
Chelsea might be doing the same. Haymaker.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Close enough. Xiaopeng will secure it, though, in the end. And further to your point, we know that, you know, Hacker started the engage nicely onto Teen, but the problem was they don't have the damage, and even to get through this Rel, who doesn't have the Mythic, but with the Dead Man's Plate, it's still quite hard at this point. You know, you have lethality with the Collector, but it's not really going to shred as much. And Clement, we get Soul Point coming up. Will TT let the game go on long enough? Well, they can just keep chilling. You already mentioned the scaling, and
they definitely could. I think they're just going to play for Baron. I don't think Drake is going to be a massive concern for them at this point. Even if the enemy takes it, you know, only Dragon Soul Point then. So it's just going to be TT setting up for the next Baron play. They already have good vision across this river. And the question once again is, how do eStars actually get in? Like, we have seen some very creative plays from Xiaoxi where he hides in the top river brush and just waits for someone to pass by.
Sure.
And this is actually what RNG has done before as well. That top brush right around the top lane in the river, a lot of times support will venture there themselves. But also TT has kind of figured out the trick to securing that brush. We do see the inner try on the blue side being warded up by that red trinket there. So unfortunately, that play is not going to work out. eStars is going to have to find another avenue into this one.
Clement, are you okay? You sound like you're holding something very aggressively.
I'm just trying to think how eStars can actually get back into this one.
5-man Shockwave. Even then, is it like...
I wanted to say that. I just feel like this Orianna pick has done absolutely nothing this game. I don't know why teams are so dead set on Orianna Graves. It's not a good combination.
It got a decent Shockwave, but you're right. You know, like, doesn't enable for the follow-up. And what we know is there's anti-synergy with Gragas and Orianna with the explosive cast set up for the Shockwave. As forward goes Sammy D. Show us your muscles, brother! As Rat gets at half health, Teen flies in. That was a teleport burnt from Irma. When Sam D's like, you miss me, PP God? You miss me? He's 5-1 and 4, and he's almost got full items. They're going to Baron Clement, and this 80 carry is going to burn it fast.
Even with the longer cooldown on Gale Force, Sam D doesn't care. It goes straight in. It's up to Xiaoxi now.
Xiaoxi gets dismounted. Explosive cast already used, though, and that doesn't do too much except displace them from the Baron. Chalitza in Meganar, and eStar are trying to time this. Getting an ult through the choke. Now they rely on the Shockwave.
That was actually really well done by Xiaoxi. He actually gets the ultimate from Xiaopeng and also drags out the Meganar. So TT have to think twice about starting this Baron.
TT getting poked down a little bit. Xiaoxi not spotted out. He's on a massive flank. ZS waiting for his explosive cast. That's all right, Clement. Hey, that's, you know, there's a lot going on in these games, and let's be honest, there's a bit of confusion going around as well. ZS
That's my PCS bias showing.
Yeah.
I admit.
That's okay. That's okay. You know, you're in real gameplay now. I'm just kidding.
Hey, I will say this. LMS is the best region to be disbanded, okay? There is no question in my mind.
Yeah, well, it's between that and OPL.
So we win.
You win.
Take it, Australian.
That's, you know, that's kind of a fact. TT still waiting around. Suntar put in the mid lane, and you can see just clearing out some of the vision. Xiaoxi's so patient, waiting around. He'll be spotted on a control ward for now, and TT are moving right back to the Baron.
They get all of their ultimate cooldowns back up, so they're going to start right again. Chalitza is very close to Meganar, and he's holding
5K,
great
3K,
position.
Xiaoxi into the pit. We want to steal to see the game go on, but no, it goes over to TT in the end, and they're healthy enough. Running into Irma, the flash burnt. Rat goes into the back line, and it feels like he's been trying to carry this one. Hacker knocked up, and that's all she wrote, folks. Put it in the too hard basket for eStar, as TT will just take their names.
1 foot drops for TT, and they find another. It's going to be TT finally getting their second series win. This is just so unexpected from this young squadron, you know. We thought they were at the bottom of the barrel. They were in rebuilding phase. They were going to join the lottery heap of LGD and OMG, but they proved themselves to be better. Twilight and Xiaopeng are the changes that TT were looking for.
It's just one win after another here for TT. A series that I will never revisit because this just shows us that these two teams got a lot to reflect in the Chinese New Year, but still a big win for TT considering, you know, they did start, as you mentioned, quite winless. And for E-Star, 7 series losing streak now. 7 series, 7 game.
They did break it. We have to mention they did break it in game 1, I believe. So TT won 2 back-to-back.
Good.
So they broke it in game 2, excuse me. Yeah, so they're no longer
four series losing streak here, Clement Chu. That's what we need to take away. 4 series losing streak. They got V5 before we go to Chinese New Year. That'll be on the Sunday, so not looking too good for E-Star fans.
Definitely. What this series tells us is we have to make another section for the bottom of the table, okay? We used to throw them all in one heap, but one part of the pile is clearly above the rest of the pile, you know? TT and E-Stars, they are still at the bottom, but they're a little bit above the rest, you know? They're not at the bottom of the barrel bottom.
Okay.
We're gonna have to come up with the name for them.
Yeah, like they're in the wine cask, right? You know that they're in the barrel, the side-on barrels that you get for wine. They're in the back. They're the wines that are aging, and you think to yourself, well, we don't want to open that, for another 5 years. And that's TT and E-Star. You know, we got to give it about 5 years before we start getting into top team category, unless something like LNG happens where the magic beholds them and we get some good players together. So I think at the end of the day, let's just call this one what it was, Clement. A game to behold.
Yeah, TT had a pretty clean game overall. I do like their strategy. They were on the red side. They played a scaling composition. They had that team fight edge where it was very difficult for E-Stars to engage on them. They had range advantage, they had frontline advantage. And at the end of the day, that was just way too much for E-Stars to deal with. I just don't really like E-Stars' fixation on Irma champions. I know Irma looks really good on Orianna, but in a lot of these cases, when he's just getting pushed in 24/7, and then you put a jungle that absolutely needs priority next to him, I don't understand why that's the choice. Like, I felt like they could have had something much stronger if they were willing to select Irma's champion a little bit later and actually just go for Chalitza's champion earlier. Like the early pickup for Orianna didn't make a lot of sense for me this series, and to be honest, I don't think they made great use of it.
I would say that the priority in Orianna has done this for a couple of teams, right? Where we know that a lot of players favor some of the easier matchups into it. Like you pick up a Zir into it and you're like, well, Orianna can, play through the range, but ultimately you get through the laning phase not too scathed. And we've seen Syndra, we've seen things like Zoe as well. So it does feel like there's a lot of options in the mid lane for players to get around and make sure that Orianna doesn't do too much crime. I think for E-Star this series, it was something that we needed to talk about with Mr. Chu. We needed to talk about how they came together. Because that game 1 probably should have been theirs with the comp they put together with the Xayah that was untouchable. And E-Star just losing direction, it feels like, after all's said and done.
Yeah, for me, E-Stars is a team that they have a pretty strong early game identity with freeing Xiaoxi and roaming across the map to find plays. That's definitely a huge positive to their gameplay. But when it gets into the mid-late game, I think they sort of lose their way. First thing is that they don't really have a second player that goes in with Xiaoxi with equal efficiency. I don't think we've seen any Hacker and Xiaoxi coordinated engages this time around. To be fair, Hacker was on Grave, so it's very hard for him to do. But ZS for me is definitely not going to be showing up as a reliable engager. I actually felt like he missed a lot of engages he could have found earlier in game 1, and honestly, he just fumbled his Gragas play over and over again. So that's the one of the big reasons that E-Stars don't have a good solid mid game plan. And the second thing is I feel like their picks leading into mid game are a little bit confusing. A lot of times when Hacker is banned out, no one is giving in Pantheon. Let's make that clear. No one in their right mind is ever going to give Hacker Pantheon. He's still 100% win rate, 9.3 KDA on that champion, but he's never going to get it. So what they're forcing Hacker on is priority-based champions like Lilia, like Graves, where they don't really have hard CC, they don't have great ganks, and they kind of have to power farm. And when you put those champions together with Irma's champion pool, E-Stars just don't have a mid jungle. Their synergy isn't there. It doesn't come together. Irma's getting pushed in while Hacker's constantly trying to find farm advantages, but he doesn't have his mid laner to do it. And there's just sort of like anti-synergy if you take away Pantheon.
There is a small champion pool issue for Hacker. There is the issue of ZS. You reasoned with us. The issue of ZS is where I stop, because Irma's played well in some of his games. I think Rat was team fighting well and could do all he could do in that game. Xiaoxi had highlight moments. ZS is the most underwhelming top laner I've seen debut in the LPL, and I think in a while. And I think that's reasonable because... Well, give me another name.
New. I didn't want to go there because it
New
feels
on
like
RNG, though, facilitated his role. And I agree that New on OMG this time around is kind of... is not what I thought. But I will say even New facilitated a role on RNG.
So I think ZS actually functions quite decently when he's given Camille and Renekton. That's what we saw E-Stars find their 2 wins on. And what they are doing is just constantly throwing him ganks. The problem is when you don't throw him that attention, when he doesn't know, when he isn't kind of guided or hard forced by the jungler on how to play his lane, then he sort of loses his way. And I think his blind pick champion pool is a little bit suspect, to be honest. I feel like if you're going to go Gragas in a lot of these situations, you have to have a game plan for it. It's just not just like we're going to pick Gragas and we're going to pick an Orianna, anti-synergy, and then we're going to pick priority jungler and lose 2 lanes, lose your entire top side while Graves doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So it's just super weird that they have these kind of situations where I think they need to be able to branch into more drafts effectively and just stray away from their champion pools a little bit. Like, honestly, when you're a team on the bottom side of the LPL, you have to be willing to do cheese. You're not going to win by playing your own champion pool.
I was going to add that, like to take the heat off of ZS a little bit, that, the drafts were definitely the issue we talked about. I'll bring up MVP for you onto your screen. I didn't quite catch that one, but we'll have a quick look. I think this time around, Sam D, his aggression was shown. Had a very good game. He absorbed all the turret plates early on, and the gold just escalated until he had 5 items over, I think it was 3 on Rat at the 3.5 on Rat at the end of the game.
Honestly, he shouldn't have been able to win his lane this comfortably. They out-traded in the bot side quite heavily, and like you were mentioning, the Herald gave them 3 plates, I believe, for basically no pressure. And when he was ahead, it was just way too hard for this composition to actually work out on E-Star's side. They just couldn't kill him most of the time without taking massive losses like we saw in this team fight.
It was a really good day to be Sam D, and I think even in the first game, Sam D showed quite a lot, and these 80 carries for both of these teams had some really good moments. So, we'll highlight there, and a bit of an explosion that happened through the end of the game. Sam D versus Rat gave us a bit more excitement than we were used to. But Clement Chu, today is a day of excitement, as you know. Today is the day where we let our hair down, we jazz it up, and we talk to Twyla about what he's doing with his jazz. So I think at the moment, if you can play an instrument, go play one. We're going to go to an interview with Wendy and Twyla.
Hi everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have Twyla from TT with us. So first of all, congratulations on today's win. And now currently I think the whole team is really perform better and better now. So which part do you think the whole team has made the improvements on? 那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，感觉好像 TT 整个队伍的状态也是越来越好，表现也是越来越出色了。那你觉得队伍好像在哪些方面着重的有一些改变和提升呢？
我们就是在团队方面跟那种转线节奏方面都比之前有所提升嘛，然后我们会往这方面会越做越好，然后大家会就5个人的配合默契会越做越好。
I think we have made some improvements on the teamwork and the whole synergy. And in the games, I think like in changing the lanes and handle the within the laning phase, we have made some improvements on, and definitely we'll try our best to make some improvement in the future in terms of our team synergy as well. So my next question is, let's move on to today's game. In game 1, you have chosen Sandra, but Sandra got a quite low win rate currently, but she's still a very hot pick. So could we know the reason for that, and could you share more about like why Sandra got a very low win rate? 那其实第一局比赛你也是拿到了辛德拉这个英雄嘛，辛德拉好像是这个版本也是比较火热的选择，但胜率其实一直比较低，所以能问一下你觉得是为什么他胜率比较低，然后你对这个英雄怎样的一个评价呢？
我觉得辛德拉跟发条这个英雄相比的话，就是辛德拉打发条前面得打出优势，但是他前面优势太缺蓝了，然后必须得打出那种就是发育一定要不能比对面落后，不然后面的话输出就会很低。然后可能大家选这个英雄的时候都会想着我拿了辛德拉没有打出优势的话就会很难受，然后就会很急躁，然后所以就失误了，然后胜率就变低了。
I feel like compared to Orianna, if you face against Orianna, you need to like push the lanes and grab the advantage from the beginning. But to be honest, Syndra is really lack of mana in the beginning phase. So I feel like if you cannot grab the advantage with Syndra, then you feel a bit nervous in the laning phase and make some mistakes here and there. And then it's very hard to do a very huge amount of damage in the games. So that's why Syndra got a very low win rate currently. And also in game 1, we have seen TT rushed 3 Barons in a row without any loss in the team fight. So could you know how did you guys manage to find such a good time mark to do with the Baron? 那其实第一局比赛你们也是连续 rush 掉了3条大龙，并且都是毫发无伤，所以想问一下你们是怎么能够找到这么好的机会，然后去连续对大龙动手呢？
因为本来我们想的是推完中线要抢他们的视野，但是对面有点凶，然后打了我们一点状态。他们要是想去打小龙的话，那我们就往反方向的大龙那边给他们点压力，然后让他们也不能打小龙。他们要是拿了小龙的话，我们就把大龙压去了。
We have already pushed the main lanes, and then the opponent's team they try to like deal some damage to us, and then we noticed that the opponent's team they try to target on the Drake. So that's why we just made the decision to target on the Baron, because if we try to force them to stop doing with the dragon, but if they try to get the dragon, then we can rush the Baron. So I think it's a very good deal for us. And also let's move on to game 3. Game 3, the opponent's team tried to get a lot of advantage from the very beginning, but in the team fight around 23 minutes around the dragon pit, you were able to get a perfect team fight, and I believe that is the time mark for a perfect turnover. So could we know who made the shot call there and what happened around that dragon pit? 那说到第3局比赛，感觉好像前面对面一直有一些优势嘛，但是在23分钟，在小龙团的那一波，你们好像成为了你们的一个翻盘点，然后就一路滚雪球滚下去了。所以想问一下，在那小龙团那一波是发生了什么？谁来进行了一个指挥呢？
那波小龙团的话，就是因为我们前面看起来人头是劣势，但是我们的装备其实没有差多少。然后我们那波是先推完中线玩小龙，已经做好了视野，他们来的话，我们是能先看见他们在做什么举动的。然后我们看到网豪想压后被我们发现了的话，那我们这波团战就会胜率会提高那么一点点吧。然后我们也打得比较好，然后赢下那条龙。
In game 3, although we have less kills in our hands, but to be honest, I think our items are quite well, and also we have pushed the lanes and tried to get some advantage in the visions. So at that part, and we have already noticed that the opponent's support set, he tried to make an engagement to our backline. So we have noticed him already. I think this can like increasing our win rate for that team fight, and definitely, luckily, we were able to grab that win in in that team fight. And my last question is, I feel like in the both game 1 and 2, the two teams are trying to focusing more on the macro and play rather than playing so aggressively. But in game 3, there's so many skirmishes happened from the very beginning. So I'm very curious about the change in the play style in game 3. 那其实感觉好像前2局你们更多的是一直在2个队伍都在以运营为主，然后就比较少有一些就打得没有那么凶。但第3局从前期开始就有很多的一些小碰撞和摩擦，所以想问一下，为什么会有这样的一个打法上的转变呢？
因为我们第3把游戏开始的时候出了个 bug 换不了英雄，然后我们等了比较久，然后游戏开始的时候就大家都比较尿急，然后就想尽快打出游戏结束，然后没想到自己尿急，然后我们自己打了几招，然后给对面拿到了优势，然后我们后面只能硬憋着努力打回来，然后还是最后面我们还是很好的赢了比赛。
Before entering to the game 3, there's a bug happened. The two of us, we cannot change our champions. So after entering the game, actually we really want to go to the restroom. So we try to rush a bit and try to make our pace more fast. But then unfortunately, at that time, the opponent's team got the lead instead. So we have to hold this and try to slow down a bit and then get the win for the game 3. And definitely congratulations again for today's win. 也谢谢推拉来接受我们的采访 and see you guys. Bye bye.
Oh, that was
what
so
the
good.
hell? How does Twyla do that with a straight face? Had to pee, wanted to speed it up, couldn't do that. We had to so we had to take a breath. we had to hold it. And now I'm sure Wendy's being told, and Twyla's got to go. He's still got to use the bathroom. So
yeah. Well, that guy can sure hold his piss for a long time, man. Did a good job with that game 1. Holy. And that's how fiestas are made, boys and girls. Sometimes you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah, that's right. At least they didn't just throw it in the bin. Great interview. Twyla with a straight face, had to pee there. That's amazing how we summarize the series. One team had to go to the bathroom. They wanted to end it quick, and that's how a game 3 happened. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break. When we return, JDG Rogue Warriors, and I'm not sure what to expect anymore, so we'll see you soon.
左一已经先行倒在地上，这是JDG一波反打的机会。剑魔再次入场开启大面，他如同天神下凡。
交掉了 Q 这边在观望，第一波进场加料只炸到了一个狗熊，加料回身一人被打断。哇，这波这个解卡到位了吗？
下一个是谁？巴卡利又进来杀人了，先把熊给宰掉。TPDOT 交出自己的闪现往后拉，但是巴德一个非常精准的定住了2个人，
连不到了。哇 ，Holder 直接瞬间融化。
英雄联盟更是完成了一个恐怖游戏 ，Holder 这一波真的下得不轻。
亚高再上城做1号的输出，现在武器感觉在这里。哇，太惨了！这场比赛已经变成了一场屠杀。血腥程度就是高，对，甭管打谁就一直打，真的就是一直打，连血腥程度都要比的吗？这个1、2赛区是吧？打了多长时间啊？1塔还没推掉就打到2塔推完。
To touch the sky, and suddenly I'm taking flight, spark in the air, burning slow. I'm catching fire as I soar. I'm never touching down again. I'm sailing on eternal wind, fanning the flame, burning slow. I'm catching fire.
这副选手我跟他对线过很多次了。以前我刚开始打职业的时候，我们就会有一些训练赛，所以说我们都是经验比较老道的选手，所以我们在上路的对线应该会都比较看经验嘛。因为我们队一般都是刚开赛季的时候会有点慢热吧，所以说我觉得我们在后面的比赛慢慢调整回来，我们还是可以做到之前的水平的。
我们对上京东跟润的话，我觉得是要把我们自己的状态更提升的多一点吧，因为最近我们包括我自己跟团队都状态有点不稳定，所以就希望能够把状态调整好，然后用全力去面对他们取胜。面对卡纳米选手的话，其实就是打野要打出差距的话，就是必须进入野区，所以我们肯定会想办法逮住他，让他直接离开游戏。
Ziv hoping to escort them out of the game early, while Zoom has confidence that they'll ramp up eventually, having a slow start. Welcome back to the LPL. I'm Mr. Eric. I'm joined by Mr. Clement Chu, ahead of the JDG Rogue Warriors series that should be a little bit more enlightening than our previous series of TT and E-Stars. And Mr. Chu, this series is all about recovering and rolling into a better state before Chinese New Year.
JD Gaming, honestly, no one expected them to be this low in the ranking. They're currently 12th place outside of that playoff contention. And we have to remember, these guys were in both finals last year, so we're definitely waiting for them to shape up.
Rogue Warriors are 1-6 for context as well. With JDG, we expect big things out of, and we can talk about that a little bit because going straight into this, JDG are our point of focus because they have been hot and cold. The easy way to point this is that JDG have had great moments where they usually strive, but they've also really rolled back into what was some of the failures in spring, I guess, and some of the failures in summer when they looked at their weakest.
I'll be honest, if JD Gaming were a person, then they would be MLXG. When they win, they steamroll into 2-0, they win all of the team fights, they look like they're unbeatable. Like situations like this, they still have very, very good sense of how to execute a team fight correctly, and they really understand how to cut players off from their retreat routes. And they also draft a lot of interesting combos coming in. However, like MLXG, they also go for team fights when they're not supposed to. When they're behind, they also just force themselves into action over and over again, and that has been the biggest downfall of JD Gaming so far, not being able to recognize when to go in or not to.
Yeah, there's been really great moments, you know, and not realizing when to go in. We have to look at what's changed, right? One element has changed, especially JDG's laning phase, especially in the bottom lane, has been very different. You know, that cold part comes into Loken and Lumao. While there are great clips there from this split, still within the laning phase, Clement, it's night and day.
We have to look at the champions that they picked first. In Summer Split, they were mainly a utility lane. They like to just play defensively on their lane, and they were really good at that. They didn't really overforce things. They had very, very low deaths. But come into 2021, and they've shifted gears. They're playing mainly hyper carries. They're getting punished a lot. They're losing CS. They're not even doing as much damage in the late game, to be honest. And the turret play bleed has been tremendous. On average, JD Gaming are losing about 3 turret plates more than they have been in the Summer Split of 2020, and that gold goes all directly to the opponent AD carry. So a lot of times when they're going to this team fight, when Kanavi is starting thing, when Zoom is starting thing, they're not really thinking about the bot lane situation. Loken and Lumao just are not as impactful as they were before.
It's a shame because I think Loken and Lumao kept the team together, especially Loken in 2020 spring was one of the best performing members when they were trying to ramp up when they had 705 before COVID hit. And then we went towards the summer when it was like, oh, Loken's still performing well, but there are still some issues. And it's a bit of a shame. I'm going to wonder how they go up today against Rogue Warriors bottom lane with Chocho being back in support and Michi back being an AD carry.
Finally.
But Clement, yeah, finally is right. I'm hoping to see the best out of both of these teams, and the best means blood. You've been appeasing the blood god, you've been praying to him, and now it's time to put your money where your mouth is, because JDG and Rogue Warriors are going to be showing us that they're also on that path of enlightenment.
Hey, if you like action, then you've come to the right place. We worship Korn here on this broadcast, and so do JDG and Rogue Warriors. These are two of the fastest teams that play in the LPL. And Rogue Warriors, much like JD Gaming, they've never seen a fight they didn't like. Sure, they might be losing in every single lane, but they'll still take the team fight. And their champion kills per minute stands at close to 1, which is remarkable for a team that really should be slowed down.
you know, second in the LPL, Clement. I'm not sure, is IG the first bloodiest team? Is that?
Oh, it's always IG.
Oh, it's always
what are you
IG.
talking about?
What a stupid
that's
question.
Like
I'm
permanently
sorry.
penciled in.
Rogue Warriors coming onto the stage now. It is Ziv, Haro, Forge. We've got Michi in the AD carry position and Chocho moving back down to support. And turns out Michi is a tall man. We've talked about quite a lot. And I think at this point, with Rogue Warriors being 1-6, we're saying, hey, they're in a typical Rogue Warriors position where they haven't really been competitive for a playoff position since 2018 when Doonby was in the roster, when that whole roster had so much individual power picks. But they're still a team that can upset anyone, and that's why you got to keep your finger on the pulse. As, wow, God, put the gun away. JDG are a team that have been in poor form, and I think Rogue Warriors can exploit that.
Yeah, the Rogue Warriors mantra is basically going in and going in again. They never back down from a fight. They're geared towards getting team fights going all over the place. And the man on your screen right now is a catalyst for all of it. Haro is actually close to being their main damage dealer on the team. When they were playing with Chocho actually only contributed 15% of the damage output. So Haro is actually much closer to the true carry than I would say their bottom lane of either Michi or Chocho, to be absolutely honest. And they collectively play very scrappy around the bottom side, especially with Forge, and then go into team fights with Ziv coming down, usually on a blind pig Gnar or something like an Ornn of that sort. So they're a team with a very, with a very coherent identity, but I would say they just don't match up to other teams pound for pound. I think their bot lane has a huge issue, and their top lane, we saw Ziv completely getting blown out by the Shy. Actually lost 8,000 gold in one lane, which was really remarkable. So, I think Rogue Warriors definitely a team with heart, definitely a team with purpose, but right now not really able to outmuscle the rest of the LPL.
And it's interesting, right? Because that name for name, if it would kind of matched up, you'd see Rogue Warriors maybe be like that IG team, right? Where, they can put focus on the bottom lane or whatever, but they can be scrappy and they can pull the skirmishes off because the individual mechanics are there. I feel like Rogue Warriors in the past have always been this bloodthirsty team. It's just the identity within the blood has always changed. So we're changing AD carries once again. That's something to be noted. Betty still not playing. And JDG here running the usual roster that you'd expect. JDG with Chashao behind them, the big coaching change. Chashao previously on Suiting before, now coming over to JDG as, well, you didn't ban out Zoe. This is probably sad. Yagal's a good Zoe.
Yeah, I want to see how Yagao finally shapes up on this Zoe pick. He's honestly had a couple of off games on the champion already, but all being said and done, this has been his go-to champion, by far his best champion throughout all of these years, starting through 2018. So I'm glad to see him on it. Against Rogue Warriors, I think playing with range and poke is actually a pretty decent idea. And what I'm actually really excited about for Loken is he doesn't actually have to pivot toward Kai'Sa or Vayne all the time. I feel like in this meta, in patch 11.2, he can actually still go for Senna or go for Varus. Those two picks are much more utility focused, and I feel like he would be more comfortable on them.
I mean, Clement, are you just sad now because you set yourself up for the point, but he just locked into Felios and Thresh?
Yes, I'm very sad. I'm trying to ignore that.
I love you. Like, you know what? I'm going to get through this point. I don't care that he's picked up a Felios and Thresh. We're just going to go through it. But, still a safe bottom lane, a bottom lane rather that has the potential and pairs up quite nicely at the very least. You're right about the AD carry pick, so we'll see if he pivots throughout the series. But it is Michi who's decided just to opt in for the... this pirate.
Samira.
Samira, thank you so much. I don't know why you just started saying Senna, and I thought, yeah, Senna, but against Thresh, that would have been some cool story. At the very least, bottom lane setup, Clement, now walk through the jungle because we have none for both of these teams.
Yeah, not a lot of options here. The main one, probably Pantheon, still up and available for Haro, but I would say Haro is actually much closer to a Graves player compared to a Pantheon. He really likes ganking for his lanes. He has to play a solo carry role, so probably not going for the Gore Drinker line, but going for another AD carry. We have seen things like Kindred and Graves for him work out. On the other hand, for JD Gaming, I think they're just looking for a little bit more frontline to beef up their composition. They had the hyper carry core in Aphelios and Thresh already locked in, a good poke, and lots of range coming in from Yagao. And right now, they're probably just looking at something like the Ornn and, another frontline jungle to kind of set things in stone.
Okay, well, Ornn hasn't been banned away. You've got a lot of the global pressure that's taken by RW. And on that, they're like, well, what are we going to pick up for our own jungle? Haro loves Graves. You know, he's one of the more successful Graves in the league. But Kanavi, you know, his response being the Lilia, it's pretty stock and standard if it gets locked in.
I do like the Graves. I think Haro is probably the only Graves that I would give him this champion with a bit of confidence. We did hear in the previous interview with Twyla that Graves actually has a super low win rate. He's currently only at 27% in the LPL. So he's a very difficult champion to master where you constantly need to be pushing into the enemy jungle. But on Rogue Warriors team composition, I think it makes a lot more sense because they love to play double AD carry. And in fact, they're going to be the ones that are looking at the Ornn combo right now. JD Gaming, they've added a lot more catch tools here. They do have the Lilia Swirl Seed that can go across the map. They do have Camille split push into catch as well with the Hextech Ultimatum. But overall, I would say that this is more of a confidence pick. They're not going for the standard top side front line for Yagao and for Loken. They're actually just trying to play through all points on the map at the same time.
I was going to say, this feels like JDG have drafted so many winning lanes, right? We know mid, we know top is going to be quite fine for the Camille past the stage where Ornn does assassin-like damage. But bottom lane as well feels like the most volatile lane as it should be in Season 11.
Yeah, I don't think bot lane is necessarily winning for the side of Samira plus Leona. If the Thresh is on point, Leona really can't find the engage that she wants to. However, Rogue Warriors are expected to fold very heavily into the bottom side with the Ornn teleport and things of that nature. Well, I honestly see JD Gaming's composition as being a little bit cocky. This is a very confident composition that which they can play through multiple areas. And honestly, if you look at their comp, there's essentially 4 carries on the team. They're really looking at you know, spreading their resources. They're not trying. They don't feel they necessarily have to focus on a single point on the map whatsoever. And you know, for a team at JD Gaming standing with their caliber of talent, this is passable.
Yeah, but they have to perform up to those expectations. And Clement does feel like the snowball is going to be the main point of concern here for JDG, because there are good elements of scaling with the Ornn, with the Samira Orianna. You know, the ability to teamfight later on feels like it's going to get easier for Rogue Warriors. I'll quiz you more about it as we get into this, because RW versus JDG, people would be looking at this from a piece of paper and saying, this shouldn't be competitive. But JDG are currently 2-3. They're below the cutoff of playoffs before we get into the Chinese New Year, and they need to get some wins on the board, otherwise our confidence is going to drop, and you might see a world where JDG don't make playoffs in spring. That's a very real possibility if they can't pick it up, where Rogue Warriors already 1-6. They're just trying to survive right now, not sit at the bottom of the table, and that means getting a win versus JDG while they're weakened. A lot of good talking points running into this series, Clement. And as we're getting closer towards Chinese New Year, the decorations go up and we enter Summoner's Rift. Now, Clement, walk me through more about what RW want to do, because you already talked about the cocky composition from JDG, to use your words, but RW can play defensive and they have good elements of scaling and ability to 5-on-5.
Rogue Warriors, whenever you pick Samira, it's all about the Samira lane. Samira is a Feast or Famine champion. We've seen this a lot in terms of the LPL. She's only currently at a 31% win rate because most teams can't snowball her from start to finish. But if she gets there, she absolutely dominates the entire game. So to be expected, we should see Haro starting on the top side, going bot really early. We should see Ziv be willing to teleport anytime there is action in the bot side, and for them to just snowball Michi. That's the way you have to play when you draft Samira.
Okay. Wait for the snowball themselves as well. We can talk more about scaling as we go throughout the game. I think early on, not the most important topic, especially since we see the lane starting to play out. Junglers starting on the opposite side, and just note that we are seeing a Lilia from Kanavi again, one of his favorite champions. Haro's favorite is the Graves, so good comfort for both these junglers to kick us off. And it does feel like we could be left with Kanavi to move up to the top side, as ignore that engage, that's not too much for now. Good trades onto Chocho. Further to my point, Kanavi will end up in a place where he's up there for Ziv, up there for the top side scuttle, and to give his solo lanes a bit of priority.
Really good Guardian coming out from Luma. He's on point, so nothing comes of the Chocho engage. This is what we've saw from previous lanes, that Thresh does cancel out a lot of the pressure that Leona can throw at you until Leona hits level 6. He can flay away the Eclipse, but he can't deal with the ultimate.
Oh, nice trade there. Zenith Blade, just walks in. No, it's okay. Clement, you said Blade. We had you there. Forge getting traded half health has to use his pots, and that just gives Yagao a really good point. He's picked up a Prowler's Claw. Now, I'm not sure why, but I'm not sure. It's better than Redemption, but only just.
Patch 11.2, baby. So that's going to give him a good chunk of damage and 15% extra damage onto the target. That's actually quite a lot if you think about the gank situation.
Level 3 Zoe's going to feel good.
Sure is. But this is something that we've seen consistently from most of our Lilia players. You fast clear the bottom side, you hit level 3 off of 3 camps, and you just go into the mid lane for a good gank. And what I love about this play is that it really guarantees you priority in your mid lane because you're throwing that gank in, and a lot of times that allows you to go into the enemy jungle as well. So as a Lilia, she's not a very good ganker early on. She doesn't have that hard crowd control until level 6.
Yeah.
And what you're looking for is just a power farm early game. So mid lane priority matters to you a lot. This is the pathing that we've been seeing very, very frequently from most of our Lilias in the LPL.
Gives her a good time to back as well after this. As you can see, it was Hackett doing the same. It's clear for clear, but... Oh, sorry, Haro. We just came out of an E-Star series, so you have to let me apologize to you. As Kanavi comes up, gets a free Krug camp, so he will be up, but he'll be slow in resetting on the map. Depends on how quickly Kanavi can get the camp and get out.
Yep, but Haro at this point definitely knows about it. We just saw Rogue Warriors actually question mark ping the Krugs on JD Gaming's side. So they should be very aware that there's a 2v2 into the top lane. And we are seeing Zoom come out very, very far ahead in these trades.
Yeah.
You know, Ziv, we characterize him as a punching bag. He is kind of that blue-collar top laner that just takes the punishment but always shows up in team fights. But what we have seen is against the top of the league, sometimes he just collapses. We have seen that against Bin, against the Shy, definitely his lane did not hold up. So there are points in the game where I feel like Haro might need to throw Ziv some love and just make sure that his top laner isn't irrelevant.
And get him to the point where he can actually participate in these fights, right? You know, Ornn can absorb a lot of pressure, fall behind a lot, and won't matter. As Gravitum used, Lumao doesn't get in position for the death sentence, though, and just knows that the Blade Well can come out, stop that. And JDG still pushing in. An aggressive lane to be sure, one that we knew was going to get ahead. And by about 5 CS after this wave crashes in, if even that. So Loken and Lumao doing a good job to start the game.
I don't think Rogue Warriors are going to be able to find a kill until level 6 at the least, like we were talking about. It's very difficult, like right there, the Flay goes in
double Gravitum
perfectly.
Flash. Okay, we're matching here with the death sentence. Haro coming in as well. Gravitum needs to come in a second time. The Flash burnt, they want to kill Lumao. End of the line, the Blade Well as well. Flay back, but it's still first blood given on to Haro as Yagao comes in this trade. Not going to be good. That Trouble Bubble connects, though. And they're on the wrong side of the map. Zoom flying in, wants to sweep them, but he has no mana. Heals up with a pot. One more tick necessary. Flash burnt, Paddle Star blocked. Haro low, Shockwave pulls them back, but Yagao picks up his first kill. Kanavi's in as well, and Rogue Warriors have walked into the den of beasts. Kanavi swirls once, a second time, and Bambi kills you. What a weird timeline.
Rogue Warriors, that's the thing about the Samira pick and why she has such a low win rate in the LPL. I feel like her playstyle is way too telegraphed. You look at what Rogue Warriors have, they're actually running Cleanse in their own bot lane, so they can't really do anything 2v2. They need Haro to force, and Chocho overplayed his hand by
Lilting Lullaby, Trouble Bubble, Yagao's coming in, he burns a flash, and that's Zoe already, ladies and gentlemen, in a weird position though, as he's double flash to commit, or rather just the one. Yagao should be going down here. Chocho and Michi want the kill, Ziv's teleported down, and Michi will get the kill in the end. 2-1 and 2. I'm not sure if there was a shutdown there, Clement, but at the end of the day, it's still a trade. Jungler for mid.
I think there should have been, just based on the kill and assist, but maybe not. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, like, I felt like Rogue Warriors, throughout this play, it's a 4v2 trade. Definitely still very much in favor of JD Gaming. And the thing is, it's just too hard to play the map when you only have 1 point that you're really going for. You know, teams can definitely expect it. Chocho overplayed his hand by going back onto the engage once the Flay went down. Really well done by Lumao. This is how the matchup should work out there. He even lands the hook after the flash. That's how good Lumao is on this one. And it just takes way too much time for Lumao to actually fall here. 2 teleports coming for JD Gaming. Unable to match on Ziv's side because he actually had 0 mana at that point. I was looking at the top side. He wouldn't be any use here in this fight either. So they lose multiple members. I'm not sure if Michi actually goes down here. I believe he does go down. So, you know, it just wasn't worth that single kill throughout this trade for Rogue
Man,
Warriors.
Clement, you can't give your gal Zoe. You know, as we watch Kanavi finish off this kill, there's a reason. Like, he's one of the good Zoe players in the league. It's his best champion alongside his Twisted Fate. And Yagao just showing up really big. Even though he dies in the end, he's 2-1-2. But Zoe's got a lost chapter and teleported right on the dime. Like, there wasn't any hesitation for him to join the play.
Definitely wasn't. And this is part of the draft as well. Zoe is expected to have priority over Orianna in the early game.
Yep.
And this entire way, we have seen Zoom actually just pushing in Ziv. So, you know, it was a pretty easy teleport play for JD Gaming to make. They don't lose much on their waves whatsoever. And it looks like the skirmish is just going to continue.
Next tech ultimatum, is it too early? Kanavi's not in yet. He has the Lilting Lullaby available, but he's waiting in the brush, thinking that Zoom was just trying to solo trade, making it a bit of a con, but Kanavi has
definitely knows.
He's just sitting at turret, and Kanavi has to back away. So Herald's there. Might just trade it in the end for Hara getting Dragon.
Good win on the side of JD Gaming. I will say, though, this is a trade that they do prefer in most of their games. JD Gaming is one of those teams that does like to have very high Herald control rate and will give up early Drakes for Herald. So I think we will see them try to go into the top. Wow.
Box, Death Sentence used. Hara down in the bottom lane, though, and Smokescreen going down, but that is the ultimate use, and I believe Loken either recently burned the Summoners or it was from the previous trade, at the very least. I think it was the previous trade. Herald's going to go down while Dragon was traded, and that'll just be the ultimate place down in the end by JDG's bottom lane.
Once again, we're going to see a mid-jungle roam coming in from JD Gaming toward the bot side. Rogue Warriors, everyone has to back off this one, and Zoom is getting zoned out of his wave here, so... You know, honestly, JD Gaming could play through so many different avenues. I do prefer just going into the top side a little bit more. Even though that Rogue Warriors is trying to over-index into the bot lane, I feel like their bot lane's actually holding up okay.
And Clement, this is why the Herald might be a better trade, because you have 3 winning lanes. You can put it down anywhere. The ability to get this map into your state is so much easier. Zoom taking a trade here just bops up Ziv. And you've got so many options if you're Kanavi here in this early game.
Wow, that was actually a pretty fun interaction. We saw Camille use the Searing Charge and actually stop... use a hook shot to stop the Searing Charge come out from the Ornn. So Ornn doesn't actually get the knock-up or the charge damage.
You know, the cool thing is you use Ornn's, you know, pillar to get the hook shot off as well. That's the best part. So
yeah.
Actually saw it by, I think Zoom was the person who actually showed it against the Ornn matchup. So again, showing to be one of the best laners in the top lane of the LPL. He's pretty close to getting his first item as well, Clement. And so I feel like this is going to be a game where we have to worry about the side lane Camille and what she does, especially since it's going to be a Divine Sunderer. You notice that we do have the Phage there instead of the Hearthbound Axe. So it's going to do a lot to Ziv in the sides.
A lot more split push oriented in this one. And I do want to talk about the Samira pick just a little bit more. We have seen Samira actually lose a lot in priority now that Senna has come out and been one of our hardest counters in lane, just with the range advantage and the ability to walk away with the camouflage and the point and click stun, the root that Senna does have on her kit. So I do expect Samira to continue to drop in priority. And right now, the only team that really focuses on her in the LPL, I would say, is Rare Adam. Rare Adam with the iBoy is probably the only one that has continued to hard prioritize this. Wow.
It's been counted. Oh, yeah, cow. Nicely done. Just uses the Proto Belt picked up to dodge away from the shockwave. He heals up. Remember, he's got unsealed spellbook, so he doesn't mind that trade at all. Forge. Ooh, naughty boy. Swell Seed coming through and won't hit him there for the Lilting Lullaby. That was just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and JD Gaming's bot lane is holding out a defensive position so damn well. Look at their wave. It's right outside of turret range, but not stacking up. This is exactly what you want to do if you're a defensive bot lane. You want to hold it at that position. The enemy comes in, but they still need the bot lane to actually use abilities to push the wave all the way in. You're going to know about that beforehand. You're going to be in a relatively safe position. And look at Loken and Luma. They've been sitting in a 2v3 for like a minute and a half. And there's nothing Rogue Warriors can do. They just couldn't get the wave position in a correct state to actually make any use of it.
Kind of sad, right? Clement, I realized I turned into, you know, I'm getting out of all that, giving myself the best opportunity before I turned into a chat favorite.
Okay. So, unfortunately, Hysterics might be fired for the 3rd time on broadcast. It's going to be me solo casting right now. Still, Rogue Warriors trying to find some purchase into the bot lane. They are at a 2k gold deficit. But, you know, this team is very, very powerful in teamfights. I do want to see what they can do. And Haro is currently setting up for a 2v1 onto the top lane. Zoom's already taken away 1 tower plating, is stunned down. Haro just going to wait around to see if Zoom wants to play aggressive here. They walk out, and Kanavi, definitely a suboptimal Herald here. He doesn't put it anywhere. Drops it in the middle of his own jungle to force out the bot lane. I don't really understand what happened right here. I definitely felt like that Herald should have gone towards the top side, with Zoom already pushing in his wave. This is going to give ample time for Rogue Warriors to respond to this one. And they are going in. The Herald charge is going to go down, and production actually just remote controlled and shut down my PC. Hey guys, you guys are supposed to fix Hysterics PC. Hi, this is my PC. I'm sorry, guys. Oh my god. Production just actually cut my computer off, so they it's the wrong PC, but I'm back. JD Gaming, they make their way back into the Dragon Pit. And they do get 3 turret platings. So a bit of an oopsie from Kanavi, but it doesn't matter. They're still going to go and set up around Drake. Rogue Warriors is positioning for this. Both top laners do have their teleports here, and Zoe doesn't find any poke. So interestingly enough, even with the big advantage JD Gaming has acquired in the bot lane, they do decide better of this, and they just back off with the turret plating gold. We're going to see still some more action coming in. I like Chocho's position. He's going to go over the wall onto Lurimal. The damage is coming through, but Chocho has to flash away because he does not have that perfect timing on him at all. And really good W coming in from Michi. He's actually able to get away the Felios ultimate. Zoe does get the Drake, but it looks like Yagao's going to fall down. Oh, it's going to take a while. He actually still is alive. How does he do that? He's standing on 100 HP and he gets out, and then Zoom comes in and finishes off the kills. JD Gaming winning all over the map. Forge, he can't get away. No one's able to live here, and JD Gaming walk away with everything. Still going in onto Michi. Michi able to get out, but does have to burn a flash for that one, and a massive win on JD Gaming's part.
Clement, I think
Hey,
I'm
what's
back.
up?
Maybe
Hello,
Lyric's taking the
I
internet.
miss you so much.
Hey, how was it? What happened? I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard, you know, casting from home, but I had some cool Pringles. I ate some food while we were going through that. I wasn't able to watch, but now I'm going to do the replay because I'm the color caster for just this moment. So Rogue Warriors...
Zoe,
No,
he buys so much time. I felt
back.
like Yagao was definitely going to die there. He survives on 100 HP, and then JD Gaming just cleans up Rogue Warriors. Oh, it was really sad. Just great play on Yagao. He actually gets the Drake, too. Oh.
Clement didn't even let me... I wanted to color cast that, brother, but you just took over. That's fine.
Oh, sorry.
Never
I thought
mind.
that was my job.
Oh, no. You're not getting any of my
I
Pringles.
thought you were fired.
No.
I was so nervous, Rhea.
Why? Why would I be fired, Clement? Come on,
I mean, why would you
Forge.
hire a play-by-play that can't cast?
What do you mean? I've been casting the whole time. This is the first time I've had internet issues. Clement, you had internet issues in the rehearsal for me. Oh. I don't know.
I'm just glad you're here.
Hey, I'm glad to be back. It's almost a 5k gold lead as I come back to this one. I'm not too surprised that JDG were finding windows, considering that Rogue Warriors are kind of running out of options, right? Like, we already talked about how scaling goes. I want you to walk me through JDG a little bit more, because the winning lanes have turned very, very favorable for JDG. And we're 1.5 items in with like a Camille side lane and a Felios, Zoe, who can really just play against this team no problem.
Yeah, I wouldn't really characterize this as scaling. It's just, is Samira ahead of the curve or behind the curve? And right now the answer is she's very, very far behind. So as a result, Rogue Warriors don't really have a great option to deal enough damage to take down guys like Zoom. Yagao's perfect timing use has been really, really on point throughout the series. And, you know, they're pretty much running the map right now. 5k gold advantage, no one to stop the split push. Ravenous Hydra already completed here, and the jungle going over to JD Gaming. It just feels like JD Gaming are just waiting for the finishing touches.
Save Chocho. Box plays down, range from Loken. Swellseed could get the Lilting Lullaby, but they're interested in the burst. Soulflare wasted Flay as well. Chocho in a slow death. Have you been waterboarded before? That torture method felt like that kill. Chocho going down, Call the Forge God wasted, and Rogue Warriors half in the bin.
Yeah, and Ziv had to roam so far away from his own tower to get that play. Zoom's still playing very conservatively, though. It's not actually going to look for more damage onto that one.
Well, I think we're getting to GG Go Next territory, Clement. What do you reckon? Am I fair in saying that?
It's pretty close. If you don't win out on the Samira Gambit, it's just not going to work. She's very feast or famine because she relies a lot on getting ahead of the curve, dealing more damage, and getting more lifesteal with her ultimate. If that virtuous cycle doesn't work for her, then she just doesn't do anything. In a sense, she feels a lot like Vladimir, where, you know, you have the AP into HP scaling thing. It's like if you do more damage, you heal more, you're more unkillable, and all that good stuff coming out from Samira. But on the flip side, if that cycle doesn't get going, you're just kind of stuck.
Yeah, and it feels like a dire straits at this point. Again, I could talk about items for JDG, but you can all see it on your screen. Note that there's a 5, almost 6,000 gold lead at 19 minutes in the game. And JDG are 40 seconds away from picking up a free Ocean Dragon, from moving towards an Ocean Soul. And we're going to get a Baron at one point with an Aphelios who can take it down so quick. So it feels like we're just going to wait for this next slip up of Rogue Warriors and JDG to capitalize.
A lot of damage on this Aphelios already with 2 items completed. I like what Rogue Warriors are doing right here. They're basically goading JD Gaming to engage on them.
Bowling ball. Oh, 2 people. Lilting Lullaby. Now, Bellows Breath can stop this, but not in time. The hook comes in anyway, and Chocho goes in while his team's half asleep. Ziv just gets uppercutted to the face, and that's Divine Sunderer for you. The Ornn is not fed, but JDG are. Kanavi in position to come in for a 3-man, but Lilting Lullaby was used. Swellseed hits a wall, and that's how easy it is when Rogue Warriors wait for you to come to them.
How did Ziv go down that quickly?
Oh, no.
Haro.
Oh, you gal. Okay. Well, Ornn's not tanky enough, Clement.
I'm just at a loss for words how fast an Ornn could die in that situation. Luma with a great death sentence gets Ornn in place, but just the damage coming out of Loken and Yagao, way too much to handle for Rogue Warriors right now. They're going to get the Drake on JD Gaming's side and pretty much just walk away with this game already close to a 10k advantage. This is vintage JD Gaming. They either win big or they go home.
Let's talk what we talked about in the segment, right? Where JDG are one of the only 2 teams, including Rare Adam, that have only had 0-2s or 2-0s. Right now, JDG, you know, they win fast or lose fast, as Clement was just saying.
They do seem like the personification of MLXG himself. They always go for team fights. They never back out of any fights whatsoever. And that does produce quite high variance in their results, depending on whether you should actually take the team fight or not.
I mean, this is a team that we know we've been criticizing. This is a team that have been underperforming when it counts, but JDG here in this first game against RW, what we asked for is to see them in peak performance before we go to Chinese New Year. Remember that JDG right now are 2-3, and that's not good enough for what should be a top 2 team. I say top 2 because I put them second, only under top esports, thinking, well, we have Xie and Mystic in this team now. There's no way they're any worse than what they were in 2020 spring, but lo and behold, it's been a slow start.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that Xie has only played 1 game so far. Mystic has not played a single game in the LPL just yet of this split. And Kanavi might be in a little bit of trouble.
Let's see. Hex Flash over the wall. The Dark Passage not taken. He goes Golden Call. The Forge God to line him up onto the jungler. Lilting Lullaby not used in time. And Kanavi gets shut down, but Loken still wants to ult through. It's a 3-man Calibrum, but Bladewell stops it. Really nice W from Michi to halt the play.
Beautiful play by Michi. That's the second Aphelios ultimate that she's basically taken away out of thin air with that Blade Whirl like you were mentioning. So, you know, they get a defensive play, they get a kill, but in the meantime, just too many carries for JD Gaming. They have 4 people that could count as a primary carry on this team, and they're all fed.
So we need to see more pickoffs. It's good to see Kanavi going down. Rogue Warriors finding some kind of optimization with some point of this game. what I'm really trying to say is that for JDG, you know, they have to get caught out many more times. We have to see Rogue Warriors fight for an Ocean Soul that they have no business getting near at the moment. And Haro, oh, he wants to sneak.
Does this mean he's going?
Nah, yeah.
Okay. I was a little bit confused. I'm thinking like, Haro, are you really that audacious? He's like, no, I'm not even going to go for Ocean Soul. I'm just going to go straight for Baron.
Flashes. Whoa. Dark Passage waiting for the Flay. Death Sentence flashed away from as well. Okay, Lu Mao. What a wild cowboy.
Well, he's pretty far ahead. He can afford to do these plays like that. And he does get the flash out from Haro. So all in all, still a favorable trade on his side.
I think Yagao just picked it up as well. So Yagao's ability to be threatening in the side lane, ever present. As JDG pushing up in all 3 lanes. Look at this across the map. Loken and Lu Mao pushing mid. Kanavi in the fog of war. Up in the side lane, Yagao and Zoom down bottom. So
I really like this spread because JD Gaming realized that Rogue Warriors Engage is very ultimate dependent. If they don't really have quick successions of ultimates that they can throw in multiple lanes, so even if one lane goes down, they're still likely to find chip damage on the other 2 side lanes. Right now, Rogue Warriors are forming up. They're trying to catch the 3-man in mid.
Yeah.
But look at the 2 lanes that Zoe and Camille are going into. They're pushed very, very far into their own towers, and Rogue Warriors know that if they pull the trigger here, they will lose out on their towers.
And much, much more. JDG kind of a step away from just pushing in and blowing this game to smithereens for a Game 1 win. Baron sitting up there and waiting. Rogue Warriors, right now, they've got vision on it, and that's keeping them safe and in control to just hold back at these inner turrets, at these inhibitor turrets, pull out a bit of CS and hope for a mistake. Hope these ornaments add a bit more extra layers to the damage from these core carries like the Orianna, like especially on Michi, who is only 2 items strong.
So I just want to point out to our viewers that we have had a viewer bug where the ornaments don't really show up on our screen whatsoever, but rest assured they should be there, and Ziv is definitely getting value out of them. We just can't see them, so...
Clement, so the problem is the icon's actually just hard to see. So we do have our first one on Forge. So in the bottom right of mythic items, you can see it's a little bit more red than usual, and you have like that little square. It's just super hard to see, brother.
Okay.
It's 360p, sir. that's what we're seeing. Hey, I'll keep you updated, all right?
No problem.
At the very least, it's weird because you're right. We have one for Forge, but it's kind of bugged to not see it on Ziv. And Ziv's the first one who gets it, so assume that the Sunfire Aegis is the upgrade. Remember, you only get 1 with the Mythics now. So we'll see it spread across the board and give about 1,000 gold value worth of buffs as Trouble Bubble connects here, but Rogue Warriors grouping up as 5 mid.
Yeah, this is a little bit too easy for JD Gaming to deal with. They see all 5 members at this point, and Zoom is also looking for a perfect engage. Chocho has to go in.
Yeah, going low though. Kanavi's dead again. Call the Forge God used down the middle. Rogue Warriors have a numbers advantage. That hook lands on the Forge as Yagao's trying to bring back the fight. They hit Michi, but pulled on back. Down goes Lu Mao as well. Chocho burnt out. Zoom going golden. JDG 1 by 1. They march into this fight now left with a 3 versus 5. Low health bars for Rogue Warriors, but somehow they're still okay. The burn down from Yagao. It's not over. A 2-man knock up onto Ziv. Loken there. The shockwave lands, connects, and successfully Rogue Warriors win a fight because JDG threw it away.
Oh my god, today has been the day of epic throws. That was so unexpected. JD Gaming were up almost 10,000 gold before that fight. They throw it all away and they trade 5 members for 1.
Right.
Are you not entertained?
I wish I lagged out. I wish I lagged out and I didn't have to see this. I want to go back to my robot people, man. I don't know what's going on. Lilting Lullaby available. Kanavi, can he get the steal? It's low. He's dancing around Lilting Lullaby. No, he's dead. Oh, I appreciate the commitment, but Rogue Warriors are going to get the Baron, and gold now at only 3,000.
We need to see a replay of that. First was Kanavi going down in the most obvious pivot I've ever seen. They're 5-man. Drake is up. Where else could they possibly be? Kanavi doesn't manage to hit the Zanyas, the first item that he actually bought, And for some reason, JD Gaming still stay around and try to fight this one out. Lumao gets tagged out. Zoom goes in, hits no one, and instantly has to go back into the stasis mode to get out of all of this. And I just don't know what JD Gaming are trying to do here. They're trying to hard force this situation when they're down on numbers. Ziv finally hangs around long enough to find the crowd control. They get all of the carries onto the backside, and Zoom falls as well in his own Hextech ultimatum.
Holy hell, today Clement has been something.
Yeah,
we have a game. This was such a big... Now, look, let's be realistic. Zoom still controls the side waves. Yagao is still popping people, but now with the Baron buff, Rogue Warriors can hold to that aggression. They can get more items on the core carries that I was talking about. Michi picked up the kills and a lot of that engage as well. He now has a GA, and Rogue Warriors are back on the map when they shouldn't be. So we've now got a Samira that's in a better position that can contest and deny Loken.
This is just so odd to see, you know. It's feel like your teacher gave you a makeup test, like a test to make up for an F, and then you somehow changed your score all the way back to an A. Like, Michi was so far out of this game that it really shouldn't have happened at all.
What got from Ziv? I think he's just trying to stop
to do here.
Well, at least get some damage down. Assassin Ornn puts him to half health, and Ravenous Hydra will be able to heal up, but he's backing away, so the Sterix Gauge shield doesn't pop. And Zoom added a lot of pressure on that bottom side turret and gives JDG some room to push out mid to reset a little bit. And remember that Rogue Warriors with this Baron play, it's not going to be huge, but it still put them back in the game, so that's okay. They didn't lose their base.
So I will say, outside of the fact that JD Gaming pretty much walked back into that fight when they were definitely losing members, they basically committed to a 3v5 after Luma went down. It is something about this composition that is very highly volatile. It's the fact that you don't really have a true tank on the team whatsoever. So if Rogue Warriors can have their front line in place, they can just route JD Gaming from front to back and steamroll them in a situation like that. This is one of the greatest things about playing a tank, is that you can come back from quite terrible situations just because tanks are so effective at soaking damage.
That's right. And, you know, Ornn is one who does it best in the business. Ornn adds so much value to your team, and one of the best late game tanks, not only because the items are upgraded, he upgrades his own and can get more gold value than anyone else. We're heading towards a 3-item Ornn at this point, and Ziv is level 16, so we've given over a couple of those upgrades. You can see that Typhoon is now given over to Haro, so he gets a bit more extra added value. And because you have an Ornn on the team, that gold lead doesn't really exist. It's more like 54 to maybe 54.5k. JDG might hold a small lead, if even that.
It's very minor, and it's definitely something that can be erased away by formations. If you look at the items onto Yagao, he's really good against backline, but he's going to do nothing against this Ornn.
Okay, they get the inner turret, costing of the ultimate from Ziv. They back away. Swellsea dodged as well. That's nice because JDG are waiting. Look at where Zoom is. He's pushed in the inhibitor turret, but JDG are not giving over the engage. They're not letting them back either, Clement. Everyone's here. They know that the jungler's not there either. Zoom's going to get a free inhibitor. For the inner turret, that trade is so worth it.
That was really smart from JD Gaming. They back off of their own inner, knowing that the engage is coming from Rogue Warriors. They play the delay game, and Camille is able to sneak away so much from this bottom side. And once again, JD Gaming find themselves with the, you know, the tangible and actual gold lead in this game.
Well, okay, we're back. We're back to square one. This is what the Camille's meant to do, and this is just so hard for Rogue Warriors to, you know, push out, get a turret, because every time they're going to be losing so much more, especially when the Camille is just going to shred turrets instantly. So JDG back into some kind of favorable position, and we're 50 seconds away from Ocean Soul. I didn't mention this before, but after the big fight that came through, Ocean Dragon was picked up by JDG in the end anyway. So they are 40 seconds from Ocean Soul, and that would just change the dynamic again.
We do have staggered timers. That means JD Gaming can fight for one objective and then pivot towards the other. They don't have to make a split sacrifice, which basically means that JD Gaming are just going to focus on the first one that comes up on the map. It is going to be the Ocean Soul. And I like what Rogue Warriors are doing. They're going for the catch.
Yeah, getting caught out, but lilting Lullaby into the backline. Michi getting low. Hextech Ultimatum lined up in the middle as Zoom's going to use that Sterix Gauge onto 4. The Affiliate Assault, they've cornered them, they've choked them down. Loken going to hit pretty damn hard here as well as the play from Lumao. Michi coming in off the side. He's going to go into GA2. And Rogue Warriors, getting hit from so many different angles. It's like a club sandwich, except the bread is stale. JDG have 4 members left standing, and around the pit, Kanavi, make it 5, are going to get the Ocean Soul. Onto Haro, ready for the uppercut. The movement speed there, waiting for one more auto to hit. Gets the sweep, and down go RW.
And that's just the entire game to go along with it. Rogue Warriors, I thought they were just trying to hold the ramp against JD Gaming going to the Drake, but they go for the chase further into the jungle and expose their entire backline. Michi couldn't get into that fight until it was basically over. He had to expend his flash to get back in and instantly goes down into GA. So that 5-1 and 3, Samira not able to find a lot of output.
I feel like I should explain the stale bread, Clement. I feel like I should just quickly, just in case, I lag out one day and people ask, you eat a club sandwich. JDG was sandwiching in, but the problem is Rogue Warriors thought they could eat their way out, but the bread's stale. They couldn't go anywhere. I don't know if that didn't really translate, but sometimes my references, I have to apologize. Sometimes they don't make sense. I love how we're very close to the screen to understand this, even though you have a headphone in, and I've got headphones on as well. But yeah, well,
hey, we're dealing with 360p broadcast, so I have to stay really close to the screen.
True, we may need glasses. But hey, let's look at the positives there, because JDG started that game off very strong. 3 winning lanes. Very dynamic setup, and I'm very impressed that JDG got until that dragon fight in the way that they did. It was like an almost 10k gold lead.
Yeah, that was, I think it's just the dynamic that Rogue Warriors have. We have seen recently that all 3 of their lanes have been pretty far behind, and when you pick a Samira, that's exactly the lane that you're going to focus on. When they made that huge push into the bot lane, first off, Lumal played incredibly well. Getting the flay and then the death sentence after the flash out of Chocho was really amazing to watch. And then his side lane, solo lanes were both pushed into the enemy tower, so they could do free teleports without losing any CS. They're on the site first. That's a 4-2 advantage. They go back to their own lanes. They don't even lose anything from their own lanes either, and they just continue to snowball from that point on. So it was a great early game for them. But we also kind of saw the downfall of JD Gaming and why they've been so unstable here. Even with a 10k gold advantage, there is no fight that they don't like. They always go into the fight, even losing Kanavi, after losing Lumal, they still stay around, they still want to go in, and they get punished.
The problem is, Clement, they went in 1 by 1. Look at that roller coaster, man. That's not legal. You can't drop down that roller coaster. Even if you're buckled in, you're going to fly off. The speed is incredible. And JDG decided to ride it 1 by 1. Like, everyone's dying, and then hang on, Kanavi died. Maybe now Loken will go in. Now Zoom's going to go in. Now Yagal's going to go in. It was like the ballet. But, I've just never seen a ballet that kind of ugly, so it was not peak gameplay, but I'm glad JDG mended it up in the end, and we got to a point where we did see a cleaner, more coordinated finish.
Definitely has been the case. I just want to see Forge be a little bit more confident in his champion pool. Forge is a guy that was willing to go into Aurelia, was able to play things like the Yone into Zoe, which is actually considered a counter pick. And with him going back and just going on to control mages, I feel like, let's be honest, Forge has had a really, really rough split. He hasn't looked good on those champions that he has been known for. But when he plays control mages, I feel like Rogue Warriors just don't have enough laning options to actually power through their opponent. So you are the underdog here. Be confident in your own champion. Be confident in your own playstyle. Try to cheese JD Gaming.
I like that JDG banned away some of his champions, so trying to make it into a more compact, Forge that we saw there. We'll see if he gets some of his champions. We'll see if Rogue Warriors can bounce back after a very interesting game number 1. So we're going to go to a break.
Oh, God.
to 5k HP on the big purple worm, but in come IG. This is going to be the 5v5. We do see Chocho going again once more. Forge is going to follow. Chocho goes down, but they do get Shun in the meantime. But the shot is on the back line. He finds Michi. There's no resistance right there. Haro has to play 1v3 as Forge is in his Zanyas, and it ends with the Shy picking up a quadra kill.
Zeda's coming with a really massive ultimate, allowed Eastar to pick up a lot of those kills, but you... Oh, God, LWX.
Damage.
Viper's tag. Teen goes for the death sentence, sets up the Shirelias once again. Mako running in, flashes burn immediately. Showstopper in the backline, and Viper finds the mark. The face breaker hits 3 people, and it's sleepy sleep time for TT. Just like TT, Clement, they're going to drop this one, and EDG are going to run it into the base.
You're not really going to be able to do too much with Rookie in the mid lane either, so unless you make plays bot.
All in from Baolan, but the root doesn't quite connect as Bo comes in. Flash already used by the cow, doesn't have his ultimate, and they're even committing a teleport as well. The slow is there. The flame spitter burns down the first kill as Bo grabs himself some credit. 3v4. Bo behind the alcove here. Flash away. The sleep is there though, and it's finished off by Rookie. First kill of the game for him. His Shun will go down. Bo already with a second. This is getting dangerous for IG. Wink stunned up, tries to get out. Rookie in the middle of everyone, but he can't quite finish the kills. Double kill for Rookie now, who wants to take over this game and this series. Rookie flashes forward, ignite onto 2 and B. Trouble bubble flashed away from, but it's Wink to grab another kill.
Alala's been spotted out on the flank as well. Angel's here. And this is what I was saying. If there's a pick, then it just goes out the window. As Alila is trying to time it, and Wooming's committing as well. OMG say, all right, let's fight then. But Angel picks up yet another kill. Golden as SOFM absorbs the damage from the rest of the team. But the shuffle out, the interaction perfect. This is why they gave this pick to Angel, as it's a quadra kill. And you know what? It's penta time for this mid laner.
Took the keys to your Mercedes and went for a drive. Never dance again was playing, I'm going 85. I taste the liquor on my breath now, I'm out of my mind. But you're the one who's burning bridges, so let's go for a dive. Got the gasoline, gonna make a scene. Standing on the edge of a cliff, I bet no one ever sees. You're dipping out on me, I got the receipts. I was hanging on the edge of the words you said, but I found your secret. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. 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 I lit a cigarette and burned a heart shape on my tongue. Starting to lose all the feeling for you going numb. Don't tell that shaky alibi your way out of your mind. And I don't need your 2 cents, not a nickel, no a dime. Pour the gasoline on your off-white beam. I'm placing all my bets on the cards you've dealt me. My hands gon' beat you. You're dipping out on me. I got the receipts and all the things I let you get away with. You gon' find your keeper. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. Look what you made.
At the start of the game, but we got to the point where Rogue Warriors went a bit too far, but JDG found them on their own terms, and it all ended there. JDG with a 1-0 start. Clement Chew's next to me. I am Hysterics. Lyric is in that room that you can't see, and he's watching us talk about the spirit that makes the LPL. And tonight has been spirited, Clement Chu. Let me just say, the spirits are watching over. Maybe it's MLXG, maybe it's Uzi, maybe Clear Love from you know, the sub position. But somebody is blessing tonight's games. And let's bring up MVP so we can talk more about what we want to see going into Game 2. Because Zoom, with his laning phase, did a lot.
He absolutely crushed Ziv in the lane. He was already up like 2 waves before the first teleport even came down. Ran the Ornn out of mana completely, was able to get a clean play. And a lot of the times what we've been seeing is JD Gamer relying more and more on Zoom and his side lane champions. He got a free inhibitor in this bot lane. He was constantly threatening to collapse onto the rest of the members. And just look at this play here. He runs the Ornn completely out of mana top. Ziv cannot teleport here. He finds the 4v3 in the bottom side. They clean up Michi, stop the Samira snowball early on, and it's just, you know, like, it's just Zoom is overwhelming. It's inevitable.
It's funny how we're looking at a Zoom highlight, but this is actually just like a Yagao highlight, like from what we've seen. Kanavi's going to be, yeah. I mean, Yagao played the early game quite well, right? Really nice lantern there as Yagao survives, but Zoom doing quite a lot of work in the backline. The Divine Sun revealed against this Ornn made it feel like he was a squishy target, but it did feel like a group effort. You know, in the parts where JDG were in control in this game, the coordination was beautiful, and even in this last fight when things were a little bit more close.
This was a very important fight coming in from JD Gaming. They looked like they were going to go down, but Zoom goes in, forces Michi to go over the wall, and just look at how many seconds where Michi doesn't auto-attack. Michi's actually just stuck in that Dragon Pit for 5 seconds, doesn't get a single auto off. Yep. And, you know, JD Gaming, they find their footing back into the game. Today in the LPL, you were talking about the Spirits. North America, you have your 060 power spike. In the LPL, we have our 10,000 gold deficit power spike. Once that hits, that's when the game really starts.
Whether it's for better or for worse, you know, as EDG have shown us on the world stage in the past, it's going to be a bit of a round 2 for this one. We know that JDG drafted winning lanes. I believe RW are on blue, from my understanding. We don't have any subs coming in as well. So same rundown, same run up, and JDG just showed us they are the better laners. They have more talent, but closing the game out firmly was the biggest issue to take away.
Yeah, MLXG is definitely guiding this one. JD Gaming take every single fight they want, and often it is to their detriment. They aren't the greatest at trigger discipline whatsoever. So that's something I do want to see out of JD Gaming. If they're having a losing early game, can they actually bounce back in a logical fashion? Not throwing themselves into Herald fights or not throwing themselves into Drake fights. I think that's going to be the real test before Chinese New Year. And in that vein, I would actually want to see them draft something a little bit slower. If they can draft like a slow comp, but still understand that, hey, you don't have to take every Drake, every Herald on the map. You can play slow. That's when JD Gaming has really come back for me.
Run it into the Ornn. The Ornn we talked about a little bit in that game 1 about how the draft would, you know, round it down. It would be a bit slower with a weaker top side and, you know, the ability to kind of 5-on-5 a bit easier. Yagao getting Zoe can't happen again. I think we can agree with that Yagao Zoe is one of the better in the league. Like, he's up there with Knight. I think Angel Zoe's good. We have a lot of good Zoe players, actually. A lot of people willing to take on the matchup. If it's Orianna, Syndra, like, they don't care. Zoe usually comes out pretty favored. And he controlled a lot of the early games, so we'll see what JDG changed. Rogue Warriors, on the other hand, you know, really struggled to find any strengths in that early game and mitigate their losses. They were down 9,000 gold at 15, 20 minutes in that game. And I think, as I bump my table a little bit, I think we're gonna see Rogue Warriors kind of change and adapt as well, right? Like, we need to see a different plan of attack.
I do want to see if Yone is actually in the cards for Forge. This is a champion that was banned against him quite frequently before. And it actually is a pretty good counter pick into Zoe from what we've seen in professional matches. The way the matchup works is that with the Soul Unbound, you can actually go back and cleanse away the Sleepy Trouble bubble, and then you still have 2 gap closers in Q3 and the ultimate to then jump onto the Zoe and just finish her off. You have that amount of damage, so once the CC is cleansed, you can actually do that. So I wonder if that's the reason that we are seeing Forge kind of let the Zoe open
Usually teams do not let Yagao Zoe open, but they did that in game 1. I'm wondering if they're going to have some prepared cheese for game 2 to handle it.
I think a lot of teams pay the respect towards his Twisted Fate, and his Twisted Fate has been one of the best champions in the past. There's 2 champions I see with Yagao being his best. His Twisted Fate, it's Zoe, and then we start petering down and we look at things like Galio, we look at things like, Yagao's Orianna hasn't been played too much.
No.
And going into this Clement, it feels like there is, a bit of a delay getting the players back on stage, but I do think that with what we've seen in game 1, maybe things roll around. Maybe Rogue Warriors bring us a bit of that fighting spirit. Again, it's a team you can't just assume it's going to be a 2-0. It doesn't matter how JDG look in game 1. With JDG having slip-ups throughout the split, throughout what we've seen, with Rogue Warriors' ability to fight back, I don't know, anything's in the air. It's been 3 games in the first series, 3 games in the second one.
I will say, it will be very poetic if Rogue Warriors are crowned as the champion slayers. If they take down both Top Esports and JD Gaming after the year that they were completely dominant and then lose to everyone else, that would still make it worth it. Like Rogue Warriors, they would definitely, they would definitely live up to the name where they don't. LGD used to have this saying in Chinese is that they did not kill those who were nameless, meaning that they were reverse Robin Hoods, basically. They beat the strong teams, and then they lost to the weaker teams behind them in the standings.
Yes.
And Rogue Warriors could fill that role. They could be the LGD of 2021.
Take from the good, give to the bad.
Yeah, not like the stock Robin Hood, like the real Robin Hood. So
actual Robin Hood, the one that doesn't just kill everyone. No, you're right. Folks, we are waiting to get into this one. Clement, I think today has been a real bonding experience with us. I think, you and I, maybe tomorrow we should get some food. I don't know if you're down for that. I was thinking...
I'm just wondering where this is going.
Named like a League of Legends champion that I think we should go to. Get some lobster, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, I love lobster.
If anyone doesn't know, Clement's going to take us someplace cool. I'm not telling you where because we have a reservation and I feel like someone could just walk in and you take
Let's
it.
be honest, you made it pretty obvious already.
No, I haven't.
There aren't really that many lobster places.
No one knows? Lobster. There are a lot of places that have served lobster here. We found a really cool 3 a.m. place that sells lobster and steak and stuff, a fancy restaurant. That was great. So shout out to Clement Chu, the host with the most. Rogue Warriors on Blue, we talked about this, and Zoe's still up and available. Let's see if they pick it up as a first pick. Forge has played it in the past, but JDG on red, and we've already got a couple of jungle bans.
Nidalee always going to be banned away from Haro. I think he's probably the best Nidalee that we've seen. It's been the main champion that he used to take down Top Esports with. And JD Gaming, surprisingly enough, still not letting the Samira go. I felt like Samira was a champion that they could afford to let go if they had the Senna in their pocket. If they decide against that. And it's going to be the takeaway from Forge on the Zoe.
But you've left up the Pantheon. Oh no, Pantheon is feared throughout generations of people for a reason. And now, here we go. That's probably going to Kanavi. Just such a strong pick at the moment, and there's a lot you're actually giving away. So we'll find out what else JDG want to lock in early. The Kaiser's already banned away, and they're going to get the Orianna as a response.
Pretty interesting to see Yagao on Orianna. This is not a normal champion for him. He rarely played it in 2019 and 2020, almost no games. You have to go back to 2018 to find footage of him on this champion. So I feel like JD Gaming might be trying some things out before Chinese New Year actually ends. Rogue Warriors, really, I don't feel like they're the toughest competition for JD. So they can afford to kind of throw darts at the wall and see what sticks.
Isn't it ironic that I was just talking about, Gao, he's medaled on Orianna. It's not really his champion. Then this game, he actually picks it up.
Yeah,
it feels like... Yeah, me too, honestly, even after saying it. Rogue Warriors, however, are going to get a strong power pick themselves. And this just signals that Haro giving himself a bit of priority mid 2v2 strengthens a lot. This is a mid 2v2 we've seen a lot in the LPL. And that support really cements a strong 3 quick picks for RW.
We are going to see Rogue Warriors poke into the blue side quite frequently with this composition. They have double counter picks in the mid jungle, essentially. And now for JD Gaming, very interesting. We're not going to see an early bot side pick here. Usually in the draft, bot lane is very high priority throughout most of these drafts.
Yeah.
We are going to see the Gnar instead. So
only the bot lane not yet decided coming in for JD Gaming. Not typically how they draft. And I also want to mention that their top side is incredibly slow. Both Gnar and Orianna are not champions that can push the tempo. So they need something pretty good, pretty aggressive in the bot side to balance the map out.
I guess the balance as well for jungle to solo lanes is that Pantheon too, right? You know, you've already got the slow pace that you wanted to see. You wanted to see JDG play it out a little bit slower.
Yep.
And, you know, you do have that with the Pantheon to kind of facilitate the early game. But further to your point about the bottom lane, there are going to be very limited options. The Thresh is banned from Lumao. I expect maybe the... What else would you run into this? What else is open? Maybe Gragas? If you wanted to see. What else do you want to see, Clement?
For Rogue Warriors, I think something like Jhin works out. You have the strong poke composition, and Jhin is a great champion to assist with jungle skirmishes because you can stay in your own lane and still help out in the meantime. So I do like taking away the Senna from JD Gaming. Senna is a champion that fits Loken to a T. I think it's a utility-based champion that has long range, can bully lanes, all of that. But I don't think of Loken as hyper carries necessarily, so I do like this takeaway by Rogue Warriors, and I think that basically leaves Jhin or Misfortune open. Those are probably the two picks I would look at.
80 carry counter pick. That's what they decided to go in for. Something, again, we really don't see much, especially in this meta. So Loken wants to put himself in a winning position.
I do like the Misfortune here as well. Has a good matchup against the Jhin. You can push her in, and if Rogue Warriors do go for the Jhin, I feel like they have a pretty strong possibility of having 3 winning lanes.
Oh. Well, that's a Silas top. That is
Okay,
a Silas
let's
top into
go.
a Gnar.
I like what Rogue Warriors are doing here. Just go for the juggler. Make sure that you have all of your lanes just pushing and being in very strong positions. I don't necessarily like the Xayah. Don't think it works that well against the Set. We have mentioned that it's very easy for Set to force summoners from your early levels.
It's going to be locked in. I know what you're talking about with the Misfortune, especially since you got such a comp that can snowball and run out of control, right? You know, Misfortune on one item would facilitate so many good early dragons. Before we talk about that, I just want to see what JDG lock in, and then we can go through compositions for our audience. The biggest part here is that you have a plethora of 80 carries that can run well into Xayah. Loken's favorite was this Ezreal, and this is the first Ezreal we're seeing in 2021 on the LPL.
This is pretty damn interesting. Ezreal was all the rage during preseason with Divine Sunderer and Sorelia's Grudge, items like that, but throughout the actual competitive part of the LPL, we really haven't seen him. He gets pushed in by Kai'Sa, and his item spikes are pretty slow because he is a Muramana builder as well. So, kind of interesting to see this Ezreal come out. We do have to mention that Loken was 90% win rate on Ezreal in the last season, so this is something that he's super comfortable on, but not really in the meta.
Just something that, you know, has always been one of his best champions. His positioning in team fights has been complimented many times. And on this Ezreal, the ability to do that is there. Clement, walk me through a little bit. Come back to the composition of Rogue Warriors at hand, because they've got Zoe, Silas, now the Xayah, volatile champions alongside with the Olaf that can really do damage and accelerate when they get that first item.
So I will say this, JD Gaming have been known as a team that does try to limit test in game 2s if they win game 1s. And I do read this draft as a little bit of a limit test for them. They're going into this with lanes without a lot of priority. Their mid jungle is losing. Their top lane is very hard to play around with the Gnar against the Sylas. It is much more dynamic on the Sylas's end. And their bottom lane usually just gets pushed in. So honestly, I don't really see where Kanavi can find any action to get going. And this is almost a test for JD Gaming, like how good are your players individually? Can they actually outplay the situation that's in front of them?
Okay, so priority lanes I'm going to take from Rogue Warriors at the very least, giving priority and really taking this game apart piece by piece through the laning phase. Can Kanavi put out the fires? Can Kanavi counter jungle and rather deny the counter jungle and counter gank against Haro? That feels like part of the way we should be expecting to see this game. As we enter Summoner's Rift, you can't see the Colonel, but he fires all the way towards JDG. And I'm just looking across the board. I see no runes that we should be aware of. Apart from Ziv running Silas into the top lane, something you don't normally see. It is the phase rush here on the Sylas, so going to have great trading power throughout the lane, and his ability to reposition, of course, enabled through that as well.
Yeah, and the Sylas early game actually has a lot of kill threat over the Gnar. You do have 3 gap closers with the W, 2 E's, and early game, you can stop Gnar mid-air. That's one of the big trading patterns that can happen, so you can flash stop Gnar mid-hop and just kill him that way. You have a very, very high kill threshold against him as well, so that's something we have to pay close attention to. I'm just pretty unsatisfied with JD Gaming's draft. If you look at this game from the angle of Pantheon, and you just look at these 3 lanes, you have to ask yourself, where the hell am I supposed to gank here?
Yeah. I think it's going to be a hard task for Kanavi, and, you know, a limit testing draft, to be sure. Something that you already talked about is what they do when they pivot in game 2, just to try and, you know, get an advantage. And in preparation for this series, in preparation for seeing Ezreal, I'm just noticing through solo queue, you know, we're seeing a lot of Ezreals at the moment playing with Essence Reaver into Duskblade. Like, the Ezreal in solo queue at the moment, Clement, is an Ezreal that doesn't have a mythic item as an option. So we'll see if it ends up being that Divine Sundra or the Kraken Slayer, which has also been seen randomly. But I'm seeing a lot of Essence Reaver into Duskblade. So I'm curious as to what point we pivot and what kind of position we see this Ezreal in.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting choice for the Essence Reaver. Obviously, as the Ezreal, you don't really make use of the crit whatsoever. But yeah, I could definitely see getting the, you know, extra cooldown and infinite mana on your kit being quite useful here. And probably with the Essence Reaver, it does allow you... I'm assuming that it does allow you to skip the mana builds.
Yeah, because, I mean, in a lot of the builds, just to our audience, of course, looking through, because we haven't seen Ezreal in a while, I want to see if anything changed. You still get Lucidity boots, but just across the board, people like Arrow, you know, Keith, Deathly, Cody Sun, even Crown Shot, you know, running the same builds. So I'm really excited to what we can see for the Ezreal. Again, we'll keep you updated and we'll talk about it as we go through. It is still the Conqueror we're seeing on our screens. Not too much of that lethal tempo that we saw when Ezreal came through as that really cool spell auto attack weaving in 2020. And already you can see he's pulling back into the lane, getting pushed up by Michi and Chocho with a bit of priority. And across the board, a couple of CS advantages, bottom lane, but also top lane for Zoom, playing the lane really well, knowing that Kanavi's nearby.
He's up already 2 waves in his own lane, and Ziv honestly hasn't been able to find an opportunity to go in. This is something that we've noticed with the new Gnar changes to his buffs on 11.1. When he gets at Mega Gnar, he can actually outtrade a lot of matchups that he wasn't able to do previously before. So sure. I like what Zoom is doing here. He's holding on to his Mega Gnar bar almost the entire way and just making sure that Ziv can't walk up to him.
Feels like really good trading. Clement, I should also just clarify quickly. Of course, we are on 11.2 and live at the moment is moving into 11.3. So that is just the small bit of knowledge that might not actually be relevant, but it's good to keep people updated with what we could potentially see in the future anyway. Good dodge there from Ziv, but Zoom is still trading really nicely. And 20 CS feels great as I think Ziv missed the cannon minion. Oh, yeah, he missed that one. Oh, he got that one. Okay, he got 2 of them. 2 out of 5 ain't bad. We know
having
it
to
is.
Forced to use a lot of mana just to wave clear here. And also, we were talking about the mid lane where most of the times Orianna is the one that's getting pushed in. Zoe does have priority here. We're seeing a pretty sizable CS lead come out from Yagao as well. This is an even wave state, and he's already up by 8 CS. So, JD Gaming, you know, sometimes they limit test, and what they find is, hey, we're just better players.
Who knew? Maybe we did. Ziv again, just walking up, and this is kind of the problem. The phase rush getting procced to run away from the trade, but it doesn't matter. Zoom getting great trades, Kanavi focusing in the top side. I don't think Ziv's going to be allowed to back. And as Kanavi comes over the wall, Flash is available. Does he want to burn it into the brush? Fog of War utilized. Ziv's still there, doesn't care about it for now. Puts out the shield, puts it down. Ziv takes another Q, and the Comet Spear almost takes him down. Ziv will have to burn the teleport, but Kanavi being a real cyber bully.
Yeah, and I don't think this trade is worth it for Rogue Warriors because we are seeing JD Gaming basically deny 2 waves from the top side.
Yeah.
That's a lot of minions lost there. Already a 30 CS lead on Zoom, 5 minutes into the game.
That's huge. Zoom is one of the best top laners at laning. You know, he's one of the best because of how he dominates his opponent. And the lower tier mid laners, you were already talking before we went into this matchup, Clement, that Ziv was struggling with some of the better top laners. We can see right now he's put into a very unfavorable position with now Kanavi prioritizing that lane.
I feel like Ziv is a player that doesn't really ask for resources on his jungle. This is how he's played on AHQ and all throughout the PCS. So when you're up against a strong top laner to start with, and that top laner has massive amounts of jungle support, there's not much you can actually do. Like, it doesn't even matter how good Ziv is individually as a player. He's just not going to be able to get out of that situation. So I think Rogue Warriors really needs to work on their top jungle synergy. They cannot let one player be completely irrelevant on the map without trading anything back for it.
That's right, and especially in a Silas, which, you know, I use this word a lot these days, can be quite volatile. We know that he has great scaling capabilities, but, you know, running into this Gnar, especially when you're going to go for the AP build, as you can see that Fiendish Codex picked up. So there's going to be a slow rise to damage for this top laner of RW. Across the map, everything pretty much even, and Kanavi spent his time, instead of clearing some of the camps, into putting the priority topside. He's not too far behind in camps anyway, as even Lumao's roamed. Who would expect Lumao here? Chocho just going to find a friend. Trouble Bubble doesn't connect either, and Forge missing that one.
This is a pretty good roam from Rogue Warriors. They almost found Lumao, and this is exactly what they should be doing. Mid-jungle priority. Make it the maximum use to it. They get all that vision onto the topside jungle. This also allows Silas to pick up a lot of farm. As you can see, Zoom backing quite far away from the minion wave.
Yeah.
So I like this play coming in from them. Unfortunately, Haro actually kind of missed a couple undertows on the Raptor, so wasn't able to take that one away.
I'm not sure how much, or partially how much he took. At the very least, we'll see as we pan the camera down. Left a couple of Raptors, and Lumao just walking around once again, absorbing and sharing mid lane EXP. And even there to help Yagao make sure he doesn't lose any either. So nicely done from Brother Lumao, while Yagao actually going to be in with a small CS lead over Forge as well. This is a great early game for JDG, Clement. 400 gold in the lead.
None of this lane priority really affecting them too much. I thought the top lane would be pretty volatile for them. But instead, Kanavi paying a lot of attention to that lane is able to swing it massively in Zoom's favor. And I just feel like this is something that's pretty common when we see in Rogue Warriors game. They typically leave Ziv on his lonesome in that island in the top side. They get a Drake for it, but it really isn't enough to compensate. When your top laner is behind in levels and CS to this degree, there's really no coming back in the matchup. He's just going to be a punching bag the entire way through. There's actually no trade that he can win here.
And you have to remember that he's not safe at his turret either, right? Kanavi has ultimate available, and that Starfall can just puncture a hole in him. Ziv going too far forward with him. He's gone to duct as well. He's going to take the Gnar ulti, waiting for Kanavi to go in, but he kites back. Execute at the ready, Q's down. That doesn't connect, but the burn will be enough as Rogue Warriors are roaming up. The flash here with the Zenith Blade. Kanavi respects as Zoom is about to go into the Mega Gnar. Abscond Abduct doesn't connect either. He hops over, he flashes, and out he goes. Ziv still getting burnt down. Zoom doesn't have a TP, but Kanavi burning his own flash.
Both teams are doing full rotations into the Herald, and I don't think Rogue Warriors can actually finish this one. Lumao and Loken are already here, and they're here first.
Well, Kanavi, the burst of Pantheon is going to be huge. And Ziv, how low is he? He's got no mana. He's got no HP here, Clement. And Herald's just going back and forth. Shelly is deciding who she wants to go out with. But Rogue Warriors, it's going to be let to reset, and everyone just backs away.
Both of these teams look like pretty rough suitors. So Shelly is going to go back to her own house.
Back to the drawing board.
Doesn't want to hear any more of it. And yeah, that was a pretty good play, and something that I really enjoy about the Sylas versus Gnar matchup in the top lane is Sylas can actually use the Mega Gnar without transforming. So it's actually quite favorable in those trades when he gets up close.
He has already used it. The hijack is now available though, so can't steal it away from the Gnar as Scott of Duck misses up there. Meanwhile, we're seeing a fight while Kanavi just goes in onto Chocho, who has no mana. One more Q, and first blood is so easy, like taking candy from a baby.
Yeah, and Rogue Warriors, I don't think they thought that one out. They tried to play a double fake and get JD Gaming to base. They were like, okay, we're not actually taking the Herald. haha, we're coming back and taking the Herald. And JD Gaming are like, hey, so are we. So they just walk back in. They get the very easy kill off of that rotation. And I just think this is really funny. It's really showing the character of these two teams.
It is. Undertow? No, Smite secures. Ygal spots him out as well as he just lured in. Oh, man. Double showstopper, but one Ignite to rule them all. Loom out, picks up the kill anyway, and this feels disastrous. Ziv surviving after losing the Herald, that's okay, but dying Clement and giving Zoom more time in lane.
One thing you will never outmatch JD Gaming in is persistency. Is persistence,
True.
sorry. They
Oh, no.
love sticking around objectives for far too long. That double fake did nothing against JD.
Oh, man. It's such a big early game for JDG. Haro goes back to where he believes he can get some damage down onto the Dragon. They lead towards Soul Point, but they're 2,000 gold down. With first item coming across the board for JDG so much sooner than RW. And we do have an Essence Reaver first, Clement. The Shockwave actually going to come in onto Forge. Ignite was stolen by this Zoe. Ygal does enough damage, but no mana to follow up. And I want to point out that, you know, the Essence Reaver picked up. Do I have time? Let's be real. Do I have time? Michi's coming in as well. Solar Flare layers down. Kanami puts up the shield of defense. He's only on 4 stacks, can't get the 5th, and the Iron Spike Whip means no healing from Gore Drinker. Ragnarok from Haro, but the follow-up stops there. A good trade back kill onto the jungle of RW.
Really good find on their part, and I'm just a little surprised by JD Gaming actually venturing there. That part of the river, they got already based, so JD Gaming kind of going into a fight again that they shouldn't have taken. And Rogue Warriors come out ahead with that one. However, you know, the story is still the same about this entire series. It's really about who can stop Zoom, and maybe Forge can do the trick.
Zoom getting ganked here by Forge, but he's about to go Mega. They don't want to go near the Gnar, Clement. He's got Stride Breaker as well, so good gap close. Makes it even harder to gank him. Clement, it's calmed down. Can we now talk about the Essence Reaver? How do you want to do this?
I like the idea of the Essence Reaver. It is the problem about Divine Sunder in preseason and why we saw a huge drop-off in Ezreal play throughout the Demacia and NEST tournament was that you really over-index into HP onto on Ezreal. Like it's a great item, but a lot of the times you don't really want to be paying that much cash up front for the extra HP and survivability proponents when, look, if you're drafting Ezreal, you have a lot of survivability. You don't need the extra HP. So I think that was the problem with the old build. And this new build with infinite mana, you can see it just spamming right here, and the fact that you don't have to go for a tier to buff up your damage, I think it makes a lot of sense. But I'm wondering how they use the crit on this build. Because
I guess really if you're going into Duskblade, like you have a really strong 2 items, but you're right. Where does crit go from there? Clement, you know, with a computer I can do more investigation because I've seen Ravenous Hydra. I've seen we go into like a Last Whisper item. So the possibilities are endless. You know, we can go Collector.
Grudge sounds really, really nice. I've always loved that item on Ezreal. It's a great finisher. You get the 30% slow. You know, it kind of makes up for the loss of Iceborne Gauntlet in most AD builds.
True.
And it packs a ton of damage, you know? Like, with the old Divine Sunder, that was actually max HP and physical damage, so if you had that armor penetration, it helped out a lot as well.
I always like seeing, like, new builds come into LPL. Now, I have to apologize, of course, with LCK being on the same time. I'm not sure if this has been played in the LCK. I'm not sure if this is actually happening in competitive regions. LPL is 7 days a week, ladies and gentlemen, and, you know, sometimes sleep eludes, so... this is a really cool build to see, and I'm just kind of looking across the board as we see turret plating come through. Why Loken has such an early Essence Reaver. He's in a very strong position. Even that damage there. He hasn't lost mana, by the way, for a very long time. So this is another reason. The 40% off of Spellblade makes it so every arcane, every Mystic shot does a bit more in the mana department as well. Rather, heals a bit more in the mana department. So feeling pretty good here as the Ezreal. Feeling good as JDG as they continue this gold lead. Continue to graph out their dominance in this second game as well. But Clement, we need to see towards these next dragons. We need to look towards the Herald number 2 that will spawn. And if Rogue Warriors can head towards Soul Point and put an objective on the board for themselves.
This is a pretty good comeback opportunity for Rogue Warriors. They have a lot more dynamic catch potential, I would say, over JD Gaming. And currently Yagao is actually pushing out onto the top side, so if they could find an angle to kind of cut off the targets coming in, they have so much CC. They actually have a ton of great single side lockdown potential here. So I want to see them gather together and just try to make a cut off for JD Gaming. If they get that, they're going to be looking at the Dragon Soul like you were mentioning.
Which is why I like that they've grouped ahead of what you were just talking about 30 seconds before. You can see even Ziv walking down instead of waiting to burn the TP. Rogoro's grouping up, and Clementu becomes even more of a genius than we already knew. Two-man face breaker in the meanwhile. Lumao gets tagged down, ready for the haymaker, and the true shot barrage flies through across the top of our screen. Forge at half. A lot of good poke on JDG, and Zoom just doesn't care. This Nah is humongous. As Forge pokes down,
He's two
hops.
levels up over everyone. He can chase people down with the stride breaker. And they just took way too much poke. Kanavi actually sent Forge down to half HP before he was able to land anything on his part. So JD Gaming actually just went out on the poke.
The ward behind Pit, though. Can they get a steal? Forge comes in to burst it down. No. Over to JDG for the first Infernal Dragon of the game. RW not spacing towards that river. They back away, and JDG, with a successful take of the objective, can just transition to the top Herald.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rogue Warriors, they did come into this a little bit late, and they weren't able to catch anyone with the Sleepy Trouble bubble. They weren't able to land any of the crowd control coming in from Chocho.
Ooh.
So they kind of just let the targets walk away, and once again, they're not contesting here because Ziv is on the bottom side of the map. They're at a numbers disadvantage here. This is the cost you pay for letting your top laner fall too far behind. You have to make it up to him later in the game.
But at the very least, if he decides to come in, teleport ward is right there as Lumao gets slowed down. Solarflare doesn't hit anyone, tags him on the side. He flashes away but dies in the end. The steal there, no. Over to Kanavis, he's back against the wall. And RW, as a 5-man group in the pit, now have to keep them away from the Herald as Starfall to fly through into the backline. Kanavi doesn't care about the Herald. He wants to fight. Heals up with the Gore Drinker. Shockwave to follow through, and Loken's over the wall. Misses the Arcane Shift, rather, Mystic Shot. JDG to pick up the fight, and the Herald goes onto Yagao.
Yeah, that's going to be a 2-for-1, and also the mid lane tower going down most likely. JD Gaming coming up ahead with another strong win. That seemed like a decent fight for Rogue Warriors. They had the teleport in, and they had the first kill into that team fight. But it was just a little bit too much as they couldn't touch Loken, and they couldn't find Yagao either. The front line of JD Gaming was just so good of a distraction.
Feels like that was just still a net win. The Herald gets a charge through mid as well. Busts down for the second turret of the game for JDG. And Loken, you can see on your screen, his ability to arcane shift forward. It's why Loken loves this champion. He's feeling pretty comfortable right now. And Haro, I'm not sure if you want to be here. Facebreaker brings him in. He doesn't have Ragnarok. Haro is dead. And the kill's unfortunately going to go over to Lumao, but Yagao TP's in for it. And, oh, okay. Zoom. Is he going to die? He's going to go to Mega Now. That one misses from Ziv. And unfortunate opportunity because the rest of RW coming down. Now Lumao on the chase. Michi, you must run. True Shot Barrage. That hurt quite a lot.
Definitely did, and you have to ult to get away from that one. Another flash too.
Oh, Shockwave. Oh, no. Well, that was kind of anti-synergy from Lumao, but Zoom still gets the kill.
Doesn't really matter. JD Gaming are just running rampant across the map. They get one kill on the top side, transition all of their attention towards bot. And just look at how many summoners they actually forced away in that one. Michi has to burn his heal there. We saw another flash coming out. We are going to go take a look at the Herald and how JD Gaming were able to come back from this one, because we have to remember at the start of this one, they actually were fighting a 5v4. A lot of damage being thrown onto Michi and Chocho, meaning they can't really stay into the fight. Kanavi goes down in this one, I remember too, but the HP bars are far too low. And just look at Loken and Yagao. They're full HP chasing down all the members of Rogue Warriors.
Oh man, it just... Every single time RW move into the river, every time RW are angling for an objective or to contest something, JDG are there first, they optimize and take away what they want themselves. Gold continues to expand. Zoom picks up yet another kill. He's now got a Sterix Gauge over the Zonya's Hourglass, first item of Civ. He has no Mythic yet as this top laner, so feeling pretty bad when you're looking across 5 different Mythics from JDG and their ability to keep snowballing the lead in this game.
It's always pretty funny to see Duskblade being built on 80 carries just for the lethality.
True.
You do get
He's going to go invisible.
Yeah, it's not like that invisible is actually that useful, or you get that many invisibility procs during a team fight. but, you know, not really better options.
True Shot Barrage lands again. Lumao starts to engage. Shockwave, though. Oh, no. That ends all shockwaves. Lumao has set this fight up, and Yagao has silenced it. Ragnarok waiting for the facebreaker. Lumao absorbs the tanking. And that's all she wrote. Yagao on Oriana, Agent 006.
Why is it 006?
Because Yagao is 006.
I'm sorry.
Clement.
Oh my god.
I don't know if you're waiting for Kanavi to die, which, to be fair, he almost did, or you just haven't watched a James Bond movie. It's not all about 007. There's 006, and he dies in a couple of them, so...
Hey, 007 is who keeps the box office alive, okay? Nobody cares about 006. That's why I was confused. I was like, why are you mentioning 006? What does this
Watch
have
a
to do with
James
anything?
Bond movie. There's a supporting cast, all right? You know? It's not just about Bond. It's about 006, Moneypenny.
Archer.
Call the fight, Clement. What happened?
But in this one, it's just the ball onto Lumao. You get extra range with the ball delivery system. Actually, he drops it down at the feet of the 3-man. Everyone misses out on it. Easy cleanup coming in from JD Gaming. I like that diversion tactic, but Rogue Warriors actually found asleep here.
They did. Kanavi almost getting caught out, but the True Shot Barrage comes through and tags RW. Infernal Dragon number 2 for JDG if they can pick this one up. It's such a big gold lead. It looks hard for RW as Zenith Blade doesn't connect. Soul Flare either. They just kite it out. That's so many abilities used. Loken Arcane shifting forward and forward with Kanavi. Haro running for his life and JDG have them in a choke. The Grand Starfall hits that said choke as the Trouble Bubble is over the top. Ziv, Haro running for every dear piece of their life. Loken will get yet another kill, and Forge, Ziv have nothing to look forward to in this life.
And I finally get to see an Ezreal go invisible. That was pretty fun to watch. He does get the Dustblade proc here, and it just feels unfair on JD Gaming's side. You know, Ziv is always winning out so hard in the top lane. He's 70 CS up onto Ziv. There's nothing that Ziv can do right here. He's being completely forced out of the game, and they're going again. For more.
Oh, they're going to go too far. Kanavi getting bursted down. He's just dead. JDG trying to kite this one back as Loken even has to arcane himself. Ziv in with the Abscond Abduct. They're onto Loken. He gets popped down, and oh no, we're doing it again. Just like we saw with V5 and EDG. They've pushed too far, and JDG will suffer 3 dead for the consequence.
This is pretty interesting because Rogue Warriors are looking at a chance to get Dragon Soul now in 5 minutes.
At least get
to
Soul
Point. They are going
point.
to get that Dragon Soul point.
You're right. You're 5 minutes towards Dragon Soul. The dragon wasn't actually picked up because JDG pushed. And now we're on Soul Point for RW. They're pinging the Baron Clement as well.
They do have 20 seconds onto Zoom, so actually they could do it. There's no teleport on Zoom either in this play. I think they're just going to straight rush.
Okay. Well,
we are looking at the, the bottom side skirmish right here. Just the mobility on Sylas is so damaging against Ezreal and Gnar. They couldn't get away from him. Ziv with a great find on both targets, going with the Abduct, finding both, and getting them very, very close to maybe flipping this game back like we saw in Game 1.
Let's just update everyone. Baron wasn't taken. They decided it was too risky of a maneuver, and the True Shot Barrage helped scout out whether that was actually being done. So Loken using that ability quite nicely. And even though RW stopped the advance of JDG, let's just remind everyone they're still about 7,000 gold up at 25 minutes in the game. Haro gets that Gromp just in time. And he's become 007 now, Clement, so I hope you're happy. We've also got Loken, who's heading towards Ravenous Hydra. I'm so happy that for once is actually on point with the build. So we're getting our 3 items there where Loken is going to have a lot of lifesteal and a lot of accessible power.
Yeah, you can't really lock this Ezreal down whatsoever, and this is a very, very high ability haste build. For those of you that don't really understand the ability haste calculation, it basically means that, let's say you have 50 ability haste. If all of your damage comes from abilities, this means you're doing 50% extra damage. Because you're able to throw out that extra amount of skill shots in the meantime. That's what ability haste actually transfers to. So it is much more intuitive in terms of your damage output. Now JD Gaming are going in.
Baron, teleport, Lumao starts this engage onto Forge, going golden for buy time. Ziv on the backline, but Zoom's zoning them. Forge is just dead. That's the Zoe down for the counter. Zoom's about to transform into Mega Gnar. He wants to go in, but doesn't have the flash available, waiting for the Starfall that flies through the sky from Kanavi. Chocho for the re-engage. He's dead too, and he knew it as Ezreal goes invisible yet another time. JDG just going to head back to the Baron.
Not sure about that angle from Forge. He teleports, he comes in at a very awkward angle, just dies instantly. And this is just so free for JD Gaming. There's absolutely nothing that Rogue Warriors can do. The most they're looking at is probably just a compensation in the mid tower.
And you have to remember what's going to happen now. Yigao's not even going to let him get the mid turret. Ziv has to back away.
Poor Ziv.
And you're hoping for the Infernal Soul that Rogue Warriors can get something in this game. But it's feeling pretty dire here. Another throw has to come from JDG around that timer as they pick up the Baron. They're 9,000 gold ahead at 27 minutes into this game. We have that Ravenous Hydra on Loken's Ezreal. And the item advantage is just insane.
Yeah, I really like Ravenous Hydra as an item. Been playing it a lot on Bruisers. And the AoE actually spreads to every single target you hit. So it kind of has that same effect like Shyvana with Tiamat back in the days, where you can actually double stack on the AoE from different targets, from bunched up targets. So it actually ends up doing a lot more than you would expect.
It's just nice to see on ranged champions now, right? We're so used to seeing it on melee champions that throughout the change, it's an interesting factor, is going to get ulted back as Jojo. He's dead again. That is the second time Lumao has picked him up and slammed him into the dirt in about a minute and a half.
Yeah, I love the way that JD Gaming are playing this one. They have the bot lane pushing, so most instances people would assume that the rest of the team is either on the top side or further away, kind of shadowing Zoom, but they're actually standing in front of Zoom. So what they're saying is that, hey, we're going to chance the possibility of us running into a 5v4 for this pick, and a lot of teams will not expect it.
I don't think even I'd expect it. Control bubble landing here. Starfall once again for the dive onto Haro, waiting for the Ragnarok to come through. They burn it out. Kanavi with the shockwave actually brings in Michi. Rather Yagao, excuse me, as the poke comes through. Kanavi heals up a little bit though. And JDG, they're pushing up in for the base. They want to end the series here, Clement. Baron buff helps them get double inhibitor, and now it's onto the Nexus turrets.
This is going to be Nexus defense for Rogue Warriors. The whole column of super minions is coming in, but they have to go in. They have to be the aggressors on this one, or JD Gaming are going to finish.
Battlestar clears most of the way. Forge has been doing most of the damage as well, but that cannon minion with the Baron buff should be doing the rest of the work as ult's back in. Zoom gets a two-man, and onto Forge. There's the damage threat down. Ziv stolen ult onto Loken, but Loken saved by his support, while meanwhile Zoom and Kanavi busy in front of the fountain. Goes invisible once again. Loken appears in front of Michi. Look at that Ezreal damage. Arcane shifts forward, pokes him down. Haro gets pulled in. One more Q necessary, but the game's over. And so is the series, with JDG showing us part of them is back and strong.
JD Gaming holding on to their 2-0 traditions. They're not going to let this go to a game 3. And like you were mentioning, they show us some old tricks that they have kept throughout all of these years. Loken finally getting back onto his best champion of 2020 on the new build Ezreal. I'm sorry this is the first time that we've seen the Ezreal in the LPL. We're gonna have to do a little bit more homework on that one, but it was a really refreshing sight to see Loken back on something comfortable.
Hey, you don't have to apologize, Clement. Let's remember that, in competitive play, like, we haven't really seen this Ezreal, if only a little bit. Something again that I'll have to go and look at is JDG. Okay, brothers together, very close. It's something that we haven't seen in the LPL so far, especially with the high priority in the Kai'Sa, Samira, even Jhin. What other 80 carries are we walking through? Xayah, as of recently, have all risen up. That Ezreal is like a new factor in. So the first Ezreal works out well, the first one of the LPL for 2021, and it's on to Loken, who you said is just so comfortable on the pick. But I think JDG in general, there's a lot of good things to highlight here, despite a couple of the throws overextending in the bottom lane. Game 1, where they almost gave Rogue Warriors the game back on a silver platter. There are still those elements of JDG that we talked about at the start that are under control, that are the dominance we see from the individual players outclassing Rogue Warriors.
A couple things about JD Gaming this split that I felt are just blowing my mind away is how dominant Zoom has been. Zoom has been on top of the top lane charts for both damage dealt and damage taken. Like, this guy's an absolute monster. I would say he's the best top laner we have right now in the LPL. And against Ziv, we could see utter destruction of the top lane. This has been happening to all of the top laners who are not called the Shy. It's basically a walloping coming in from Zoom, whoever you are. So he's still holding on to that edge. And with Loken getting his hand onto picks like, I think, Ezreal and Senna, I think JD Gaming are going to feel a lot more comfortable. These are champions that you can sort of leave alone in lane by themselves. They're going to have that range advantage. They can farm pretty far away from the minion wave. And if they really have to back off and just give up their tower, they do have the ability to do so. So these picks like Jhin, Senna, and Ezreal are always something that Loken is going to feel more comfortable on, and they are going to allow Lumao to actually leave the lane early and help the rest of the map.
And do what he does best. I think the best part about Lumao is how he roams, links up with Kanavi, and I think he's been one of the best roaming supports of the LPL in the past couple of years. You can see, like, this was a no-brainer for JDG. Yes, there was that one moment where it almost thrown away, but they needed to lose a lot more than that for Rogue Warriors to find an angle in this game. And JDG were just not willing to, you know, give him the 2 times the charm.
Yeah, Rogue Warriors, they had a pretty good draft in my estimation. They had a pushing bot lane, they had a priority in the mid and jungle positions as well. But I was pretty surprised about how well JD Gaming was able to hold all together. They weren't really losing out CS in mid, they weren't losing CS out in bot, and throughout the skirmishes, they just had the better read on their opponents. They had the upper hand. They knew that Rogue Warriors were going to stay around and linger for that Herald, and they just beat them through the team fights. It just feels like this team, if you are not in that playoff contention range, you're not going to be able to shake them in the laning phase alone.
Yeah, I would like to also add the caveat that, you know, the individual players is a narrative that we talk about with top esports quite a lot, but for JDG, we also want to add that caveat that they're part of that crew. Even Yagao has improved a lot in the last couple of years. Kanavi, when he has great moments, he's the best jungler. Zoom in his laning phase. Loken and Lumao as a duo, as a package, debuted the LPL together, and they've been great ever since, especially since reuniting. So it is exciting to see JDG rising back to form now. They do have one more series, Clement. They have WE before we go to Chinese New Year. And that feels like the series that will tell us whether JDG are that upper echelon of team or if they only just skirt by in playoffs.
And most of the eyes are going to be on between Beishang and Kanavi, because Kanavi was a former MVP, and I think Beishang is making a very strong case to be the actual MVP of 2021 Spring Split. He's been highest KDA player. He has been doing absolutely magnificently on most of his champions. He's willing to dabble into Sejuani. Looks great on Graves. It's probably the only Graves that has a positive win rate in the LPL. So that one is going to be a very interesting one, and it is going to be a clash of kind of styles and how these junglers have sort of evolved. I was looking back at Kanavi's split when he won that MVP, and the way they were doing it was he was actually not playing a lot of late game carry junglers. We think of him as a lot of times Kindred, but in that split, his most played were things like Rek'Sai and Lee Sin. So he was a heavy ganking jungler who was getting overfed on resources and then just taking over the game on warrior builds. So that was that was actually what happened in Kanavi's split. And right now, the junglers that get a lot of resources are a really different breed. There are things like Graves, there's things like Lilia, and we actually haven't seen Kanavi do that well in a proper carry jungler meta. He was a carry jungler in a non-carry jungler meta that really surprised everyone with how much farm and how much he was getting done. But ever since it was carry jungler proper, we haven't really seen the same impact, and Beishang, I believe, has actually overtaken him in that role. So it's going to be very interesting to see the former king of the jungle clash up against the current one.
It's sad because, you know, Kanavi not rising to form. It's someone people wanted to see, but again, we didn't see him at Worlds. We didn't see him at the start of spring. This is going to be a performance against WE that we'll talk about for a while, I hope. Clement, I was looking while we were having a bit of a chat at the Ezreal build as well. And from my understanding, this is the first time in a major region in the Premier League, because the only other time this was actually played was in Challengers Korea between Afrika and Bro. I'm just going to leave it as Bro.
Bro, that's great.
So that was yesterday in Challengers Korea. That was only time it was played as Essence Reaver Duskblade. So this is relatively new. We're seeing it a lot in solo queue, and something we didn't get to talk about because we're kind of caught off guard. But I like the fact that all these pros are bringing it out in solo queue, and Loken brings it to the main stage. That's what matters, that now we have some ground to go off if we get to see it again.
Yeah, I definitely like the addition of Ezreal back into the meta. I think it's going to make a lot of poke compositions a lot stronger. We have seen long-range compositions with Azir and Zoe already prevalent in the meta. And against champions, against teams that really like to go Xayah, Ezreal is just such a great option. You don't let her use Blade Caller. Her Featherstorm's kind of useless in that matchup. And you could just kind of take her down from range. So I like the addition of those champions, and for a team like JD Gaming, that's a huge boon. They just want to play a super safe bot lane. They want to play utility bot lane, excuse me, and that's a great fit.
Well, Loken won't be getting MVP though, Clement, unfortunately, but Yagao will be. We'll bring up a bit of a highlight here for you, because Yagao was someone who we talked about in game number 1 as well. On his Zoe, on the Orianna, I mean, the pose is just great. It feels like he's emulating Orianna in the pose as well.
I feel like he's trying to do a Tai Chi stance, but his hands are so short that he looks like he's doing the robot dance instead. So he's really, really cute. I love this pose. This is one of my favorites.
Yeah, this is well deserved. I think he had a pretty good series today. I think him and Zoom are showing us that they're top tier solo laners as we expected, and Yagao having a better series, especially on this Orianna with some great ultimate setups, are what led JDG to the finish line.
Yeah, I love that ball carrier system. He gets the speed up onto Set. Set goes forward. She drops the ball down, gets a 3-man shockwave. Really well done on his part. And I think this split, really, we want to see Yagao be more than just a specialist, but move more in towards generalist territory. That's the biggest thing that they have to have. And you know, we were looking at some of the documentaries that JD Gaming were putting out over Worlds, and a huge part of their issues were like during drafting phase, they were really confident with some of Yagao's picks, and they hinted at Yagao like not really showing up on what everyone else was playing. So if he can patch that up, if he's good on things like the Orianna, actually he plays good Syndra and good Azir, so probably just the Orianna out of the 3 control mages right now, then I think we can see a very, very solid JD Gaming moving into the post-Chinese New Year session.
We know his pocket picks. We know that the Zoe there needs to be respected. We know the Twisted Fate's there as well. You know, like out of you call Twisted Fate a control mage? I mean, he adds control. His ult is biggest control.
I consider him more of like a roamer. Like you want him to create early action. He's not really someone that will stand mid. Generally, what I mean by when I say control mages are mages that really can't follow the enemy away from mid lane, but they can usually have pushing advantage. Yes, Victor and Orianna, Azir, those sort of champions.
I just thought we'd clarify that one. But I've been told we are actually going to speak to Yagao, so I'm going to send it over to Wendy for the final interview of the day.
Hi guys, welcome to the interview, and now we have Yagao from JD Gaming with us. So first of all, congratulations on today's win, and you were able to get the MVP for Game 2. So are you satisfied with your today's performance? 那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，牙膏也是斩获了第2局的 MVP 嘛。那对今天自己的表现满意吗？
就今天就打得挺正常的嘛，然后也没有就是送的那种表现。
I think in terms of my performance, I performed normally, and I didn't like through the game for all the best of 3s. And also in game 1, JD Gaming have chosen a split push composition together with Camille. So could you know how did you guys be able to maximize the strength of that split push composition in the mid game? 那其实第1局比赛你们也选出了一个分带体系嘛，就因为有一个卡米尔的存在，所以想问一下，你们是中期在游戏内是怎么样去最大化的去发挥这样一个分带阵容的一个优势的呢？
中期的话，我们就因为我们前面拿到很大的优势嘛，然后我们中期就帮助卡米尔做好视野，然后我们就一直。就推完线就尽量靠他那边，让他单带带的舒服，然后我们就中期其实什么也不用做，就一直让他带，然后我们视野怪，保持好自己发育就行。
I think we were in a very huge lead from the very beginning, so we are just like help the Camille to do all the vision parts, and then we can just push the lanes and to let the Camille to comfortable to be able to push all the lanes and try to break their opponent's inhibitors. So I think basically we just no need to do other stuffs. We just protect the Camille, and also we try to like do the scaling for ourselves as well. So as in game 1, your Zoe also have a very good performance in all the laning phase and do the perfect performance in the roamings and also dealing a huge amount of damage in all the team fights. So could we know what makes your Zoe so special and so strong? 那其实，在第一局，你的左翼也是发挥特别亮眼，无论是对线期啊，还是游走，包括在团战中是大量打输出，都表现得非常完美。所以想问一下，你的左翼是为什么能这么强、这么特别呢？
因为这个英雄就是我熟练度非常高，然后也非常有自信，然后还有就是这个版本左翼是非常强的一个中单嘛，然后就我们对于左翼就用得很好。
I think I'm mastery with Zoe and very confident to play with this champion. And also in the current meta, Zoe is a very strong mid lane champion, so that's why I think my Zoe can perform so well into this matchup. And also before the interview, Yago have told me like he thinks that the top 3 mid laner champion in the current meta should be Zoe, Orianna, and as well as Twisted Fate. And in today's game, in both games, we have seen like the Orianna against Zoe matchup in the laning phase. So could we know your comments toward these 3 champions in the current meta? 那其实，在赛前，牙膏也分享说，觉得左一啊、发条再加上卡牌是这个版本最强的3个中单英雄。而且今天2局比赛，其实我们都看到的是，发条面对左一的这样的一个对局。所以想问一下，在你心中这3个英雄的强势点是强在哪里呢？
我觉得发条的话就是后期非常强，然后打团非常的强嘛。然后卡牌的话就是帮助队友。就是帮助队友的那种上下开瑞起来，就是相当于一个辅助型的一个中单。左翼的话就是其实就是也是相当于帮助队友吧，就是但是自己的话伤害是很高的，主要是帮助打野。
In terms of Orianna, I feel she is a very strong champion in the very late game, and also is very good in dealing all the damage in the team fights. In terms of Twisted Fate, he's a kind of supportive mid champions, but they also help other teammates to grab some leads from the beginning. And for Zoe, I think she can help the jungler as well, and also she's a bit like supportive champion as well, but also can dealing a huge amount of damage in the team fight. And also my last question is the next matchup, which is the last matchup before the Spring Festival break. You guys will face against WE. They are a very strong team as well. So do you have any thoughts towards that matchup? And lastly, can you say something to all the fans who always support you and supporting JD Gaming? 那其实，在春节假前最后一场比赛，京东也要面对的是强敌 WE。那对下一场比赛有什么样的一个想法？最后对一直支持牙膏、支持 JD Gaming 的粉丝们说一句话吧。
下场对上 WE 的话，我觉得 WE 是个非常强的一个队伍吧。然后他们5个人都打得非常好，团战也打得蛮好的。我觉得我们要应对他们要做好很多准备吧。然后想对支持我们的粉丝说，就谢谢你们支持我们，我会更加努力的。然后新年快乐。
I think WE, they're a super strong team. All the teammates in the team are very strong. Definitely will do our preparations and try to have a very good performance in the next matchup. And in terms of the word to all the fans, thank you for your support and definitely we'll try our best to show you a good result and happy Spring Festival. And thank you for joining us. 谢谢牙膏 and see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you as always, Wendy, with your gal there from JDG. JDG, who pick up a win in 2-0 fashion quite quickly, I might add, showing us some new flair of talent and talking about Orianna versus this Twisted Fate. Seeing your gal and Orianna is not something we usually expect, but it turned out really nicely here. And Clem, we're having a chat as well, just a little bit before. We're talking a little bit about Ezreal, seeing Ezreal here. That's so exciting because you've just done some math as well. I want you to share with me quickly as to what we end up seeing before we end the show.
So you get 90 ability haste off of that build. Essence Reaver does 20. The Dustblade gives you 20 and 5+ per mythic. And then you also get 20 ability haste from the Boots of Ionia and 20 from Ravenous Hydra. So all in all total, you get 90 ability haste. And it's basically you're stacking attack damage and you're getting a lot of shots off. That's basically the build.
There we go. Thank you to Clement Shu for the math. That's a lot of ability haste and just what you were expecting to see here with Loken picking up the first Ezreal of the LPL. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. We'll show you what you missed out because you missed out on a doozy of a day if you're just tuning in. Stars and DT, a series we will never revisit. JDG and
That
Rogue Warriors
game
clean
one
to
should
0.
go into history books. That is the best Fiesta I have ever seen. The throws were insane there.
It was, oh man, I'm just still tilted from the start of the day. I can't believe that was competitive League of Legends, but hey, you want to talk about tomorrow? I do. Let's move past this. Let's not see E-Star and TT. I want to see FPX LNG. That matchup, that is the bomb diggity.
Tarzan versus Bo has to be a highlight matchup in that one. And we're just looking at the new jungler coming in. He had that 16 kill Olaf game, breaking all the records for a jungler. And against Tarzan, he really is going to meet his match. This guy is like a high challenger player that just got into LPL just off his 17th birthday, going up against Tarzan, who's been around for a while, has been touted as one of the best junglers in the world for several years right now. That's going to be an epic matchup.
It's exciting to see. FPX LNG, definitely a highlight matchup coming up tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in week 5. We're heading towards the Spring Festival. Only a couple of days to go before we go to a break. This Sunday, we'll finish off with RIG and RNG, but many more to come with 7 days a week of the English broadcast. Big thank you to Clement Chu. Thank you to our English production. My name is Asterix. It is bye for now, but not forever. And we'll see you tomorrow.
This is great. V5 is making.
Days gone, I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Take me you feel the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. How let the future escape.